Chapter 2891. Qin Daowen's punch was heavy and powerful. It condensed into a huge fist aura that blasted towards Lin Feng. "I'll stomp you to death," Lin Feng sneered. He stood in the air and stomped towards Qin Daowen. Lin Feng's right leg instantly became as huge as a mountain. It instantly crushed Qin Daowen's fist aura and then stomped towards Qin Daowen. Qin Daowen was shocked and hurriedly rushed into the distance to avoid Lin Feng's stomp. However, at that moment, Lin Feng raised his right leg and kicked at Qin Daowen. Qin Daowen was unable to dodge the kick and had no choice but to block it. Boom! Lin Feng's kick landed on Qin Daowen's body and sent him flying. Qin Daowen's face turned red and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Feng, on the other hand, turned into a shadow and rushed in front of Qin Daowen like an eagle. He immediately activated the five-fold arms of the dragon and elephant and blasted towards Qin Daowen. "You have a death wish." Qin Daowen's eyes flashed with a ghastly look. Dense, fiery red scales appeared on his body. Primordial fire salamander scales. Many people cried out in surprise after seeing those scales. The scales that appeared on Qin Daowen's body had a long history. They were the scales of a ferocious beast called a fire salamander from the Primordial era. It was rumored that the fire salamander even hunted dragons for food. From this, one could see how terrifying the creature was. Qin Daowen had obtained an opportunity when he was young and had refined the blood essence of a primordial fire salamander. As such, his bloodline possessed a portion of the primordial fire salamander's abilities. When the bloodline was activated, his body would be covered with the primordial fire salamander's scales. The defensive power of the scales would be greatly increased. After the bloodline of the primordial fire salamander was activated, Qin Daowen's physical strength would be greatly increased. Therefore, Qin Daowen's current physical body was extremely terrifying. Suppressing Qin Daowen with physical body was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Therefore, when he saw that Lin Feng actually wanted to engage in close combat with him, Qin Daowen's face immediately revealed a look of contempt. He felt that Lin Feng was completely seeking his own death. Qin Daowen has activated the primordial fire lizard bloodline, and now his body is covered in primordial fire lizard scales. At the same time, his strength has increased crazily. The current Qin Daowen has an unparalleled physical body. Lin Feng is dead for sure. A cultivator from the myriad races sneered. Then someone said, "That's not necessarily true." It said that Lin Feng's body is extremely powerful. Therefore, he likes to engage in close combat with others. In close combat, there's no time to circulate magic power to activate divine abilities. It's completely a battle of physical strength and physical defense. Therefore, this Lin Feng can't be underestimated. That's because you don't know how strong Qin Daowen's physical body is. That's why you think Lin Feng's physical body is tyrannical. Previously, Qin Daowen activated his primordial fire lizard bloodline and then engaged in close combat with a great emperor-level expert to test his physical body. The result was actually a draw. At that moment, a cultivator said, "So powerful? Qin Daowen's physical body can compete with a great emperor's?" Many people couldn't help but exclaim. A great emperor was a lofty existence, like an immortal ruler looking down on the common people of the world. However, Qin Daowen's physical body was actually this powerful. It was truly shocking. Now that they knew that Qin Daowen's physical body was so powerful, more and more people were filled with confidence in him. The cultivators of the 9 states frowned slightly. The cultivators who were originally full of confidence in Lin Feng didn't seem to have as much confidence as before. This was because Qin Daowen's physical body was comparable to a great emperor's. It was simply too powerful. Bang! At that moment, Lin Feng and Qin Daowen fiercely collided. Everyone saw it. Lin Feng didn't move at all, but Qin Daowen was actually sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. This. The cultivators of the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces who were originally full of confidence in Qin Daowen's physical body suddenly became incoherent. Qin Daowen's physical body was so powerful, but now, he couldn't even block a punch from Lin Feng. It was simply too inconceivable. Lin Feng quickly charged toward Qin Daowen and continued to punch at him. Qin Daowen's physical body was indeed comparable to a god emperor's physical body. However, Lin Feng's physical body was comparable to an immortal emperor's physical body. Without using the Dracophant arm, the physical strength and defense of his physical body were comparable to an immortal emperor's. The most important thing was, when Lin Feng used the Dracophant arm, his physical strength would increase crazily. Not to mention an immortal emperor, even the most powerful great emperor. In terms of physical strength, they wouldn't dare say that they could contend with Lin Feng's Dracophant arm. Moreover, Lin Feng was now using 5 times the strength of the Dracophant arm. It was even more powerful. The current Lin Feng. He had simply transformed into an immortal god fiend. All the cultivators of the 9 prefectures were amazed. They were extremely impressed with Lin Feng. As humans, their physical bodies were at a disadvantage. The human race's true advantage was their comprehension of the Great Tao. However, Lin Feng had turned the human race's biggest disadvantage into his own advantage. Lin Feng was terrifying in this aspect. Lin Feng once again charged in front of Qin Daowen and said coldly, "You keep saying that you look down on humans. So this is your strength? Are you raising your hands to slap your own mouth? How laughable." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng launched a frenzied attack on Qin Daowen. Punch after punch, he attacked Qin Daowen. Lin Feng's punches were too fast. As fast as lightning. It was so fast that it dazzled people. It was so fast that it was unbelievable and shocking. And Qin Daowen could only passively endure Lin Feng's attacks. Bang, bang, bang. The two sides continuously bombarded each other dozens of times. Every time, it was powerful and heavy. The loud sound shook the sky, as if 2 huge mountains had collided. Crack, crack. The sound of bones cracking was constantly heard. Everyone saw that the scales on Qin Daowen, who was fighting Lin Feng, kept falling off. Both of his arms had been broken by Lin Feng. His body had also taken many punches from Lin Feng. Many of the bones in his body had been broken by Lin Feng's punches. Qin Daowen had suffered extremely serious injuries from the collision of their physical bodies. Weak. You're really too weak. A character like you dares to provoke me? You're simply overestimating yourself. Lin Feng's arrogant and domineering voice could not help but be heard. At this moment, no one refuted Lin Feng. Lin Feng was incomparably arrogant. However, Lin Feng had the strength to do so. Qin Daowen was simply mad with hatred. He did not expect Lin Feng's physical body to be so tyrannical. Moreover, he was firmly suppressing him. Qin Daowen knew that if this continued, he would undoubtedly die. Chapter 2892. There was actually a secret hidden in Qin Daowen's mouth. This person was really sinister. At this moment, he had spat out this blood-colored light to launch a sneak attack on Lin Feng. At such a close distance, if one's reaction was slightly slower, they would be fatally injured. Facing the attack of the blood-colored light, Lin Feng's reaction was extremely fast. When the blood-colored light shot over, a defensive crystal wall appeared in front of Lin Feng. This was the defensive crystal wall condensed by the Great Defensive Technique. However, the attack of the blood-colored light was really powerful. It instantly penetrated the defensive crystal wall and arrived in front of Lin Feng, slashing towards Lin Feng's neck. At this moment, Lin Feng finally saw what the blood-colored light was. The blood-colored light was actually a small blood-colored sword. The small blood-colored sword was branded with dense runes. Those runes were very demonic and could greatly support the small blood-colored sword. It's the blood talisman sword. It's a powerful treasure. It's said that it can be hidden in the mouth and instantly launch a sneak attack on the opponent, catching them off guard. Although the blood talisman sword is very small, it's extremely powerful. Dodging the attack of the blood talisman sword is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Moreover, it's impossible to dodge the attack at such a close distance. This time, Lin Feng is dead for sure. Immediately, a myriad races cultivator said. This person had some understanding of the blood talisman sword and knew how terrifying the blood talisman sword was. Therefore, he felt that Lin Feng would definitely die under the attack of the blood talisman sword. The eyes of many cultivators from the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces could not help but light up. They were looking forward to the scene of Lin Feng being killed. Many cultivators of the human race could not help but curse in a low voice. They cursed Qin Dawen for being despicable and shameless. He actually used the Blood Talisman sword to launch a sneak attack on Lin Feng. Just as the Blood Talisman sword was about to pierce through Lin Feng's body. Suddenly, with a swoosh, Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. Before the Blood Talisman sword slashed Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique. He borrowed another opportunity from the heavens. He instantly disappeared, and the Blood Talisman sword attacked in midair. Lin Feng appeared behind Qin Dawen and attacked him with the demon ancestor's sacred fist. Qin Dawen sensed the terrifying aura surging over from behind, and his expression could not help but be greatly shocked. Then, he turned around and threw a punch behind him. Bang! Along with the sound of the violent collision, Lin Feng and Qin Dawen was sent flying by Lin. Crack, crack. It was unknown how many bones in Qin Dawen's body had been broken, especially in Qin Dawen's right arm. Even the bone dregs were exposed, making him look extremely miserable. Lin Feng's attack, this caused serious damage to Qin Dawen. As expected of the strongest heaven's pride of the human clan, not only did he dodge Qin Dawen's Blood Talisman sword, but he also injured Qin Dawen. That's right. Lin Feng hasn't suffered any injuries after such a long battle. Qin Dawen is no match for Lin Feng at all. Qin Dawen is dead for sure. It's only a matter of time. The cultivators of the 9 provinces couldn't help but discuss excitedly. They felt that Qin Dawen was dead for sure. The battle prowess Lin Feng displayed was enough to make anyone fall into despair. Damn it, this Lin Feng is so strong. The cultivators of the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces had gloomy expressions. They were originally overjoyed that Lin Feng would die at Qin Dawen's hands, but the result was far from what they had imagined. They couldn't help but feel extremely disappointed. Lin Feng continued to attack Qin Dawen. He said indifferently, "If your strength is limited to this, then you'll die today. I'll take your life." Qin Dawen put away his Blood Talisman sword and roared. Qin Dawen's eyes had turned blood red. He was a top genius of the myriad races. He was high and mighty. When had he ever been suppressed to this extent? To the proud and arrogant Qin Dawen, this was simply a great torture and humiliation. It made Qin Dawen's mentality completely lose balance. Qin Dawen's hands emitted waves of destructive energy waves. The 2 Dao characters in his hands awakened at this moment. I was born with the Dao character in my hand. I inherit the fate of heaven and earth. I can borrow the power of the heavenly Dao. What do you have to fight me? Qin Dawen's face was filled with a sinister smile. After the 2 Dao characters in his palm were awakened, a terrifying power descended from the sky and surged into Qin Dawen's body. Qin Dawen's cultivation began to rise steadily. Just as Qin Dawen had said, he inherited the fate of heaven and earth and could borrow the power of the heavenly Dao. Now, Qin Dawen was borrowing the power of the heavenly Dao. Despicable ant, die. Qin Dawen raised his hands. The 2 Dao characters in his palms were dazzling. Boom, boom. Immediately after, 2 dazzling beams of light shot out from his palms. The 2 beams of light directly blasted towards Lin Feng. In midair, the 2 beams of light merged into one, emitting a power that could distort time and space. The power of the 2 beams of light was simply too shocking. Many people couldn't help but be shocked when they sensed the aura emanating from Qin Dawen's body. At present, Qin Dawen seemed to have transformed into an immortal ruler. He ruled over the lives of billions of living beings. Even Lin Feng's life was under Qin Dawen's control. Lin Feng used the demon ancestor sacred fist to block Qin Dawen's attack. Bang! The 2 sides collided again. This time, Lin Feng's demon ancestor sacred fist was actually sent flying by the beam of light that shot out from Qin Dawen's palms. Lin Feng felt the blood and qi in his body roiling. His entire body was in extreme pain. Qin Dao Wen could borrow the power of the heavenly Dao to fight his enemies through the two Dao characters. This was the most terrifying part. This method could be called invincible. The cultivators of the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces cried out in alarm. They felt that Lin Feng would definitely die this time. No one could withstand Qin Daowen's attack. Let's see how long you can last. Qin Daowen's voice was extremely cold as he quickly charged towards Lin Feng. He still used the same attack as before. Two terrifying beams of light shot out from his palms. The two terrifying beams of light merged into one and blasted towards Lin Feng. This should be Qin Daowen's trump card. He used the two Dao characters to summon the power of the heavenly Dao to strengthen himself. Facing Qin Daowen's attack, Lin Feng used the 72 transformations to quickly deduce the method to use this divine ability. When Qin Daowen's attack was about to hit Lin Feng actually used the same move. He also raised his hands, and two Dao characters appeared in his palms. One of them was Dao, and the other was Wen. Chapter 2893. Heavens. Lin Feng actually used the same divine ability as Qin Dao Wen. Is he also born with the word Dao in his hand? Many people couldn't help but exclaim when they saw Lin Feng neutralize Qin Daowen's attack using the same method as Qin Dao Wen. It was like a dream, but it actually happened before their eyes. Everyone couldn't help but feel shocked. The same ability. They are both people who inherit the fortune of heaven and earth. Qin Dao Wen is probably in danger now, an alien cultivator said with a gloomy expression. Looks like you guys haven't heard about it. I thought it was just a rumor, but it seems like it's true, another alien cultivator said. What is it? Everyone looked at the alien cultivator with puzzled expressions. Not long ago, Lin Feng killed the Qinwu people's expert, Jin Shenjiao. At that time, Lin Feng used one of Jin Xuanzhao's top divine abilities to kill him. At that time, everyone thought that Lin Feng had learned the Qinwu people's top divine ability by chance, so they didn't think too much about it. However, it seems like that isn't the case. He first used Jin Xuanzhao's top divine ability, and now, he used Qin Daowen's top divine ability. What do you guys think? The extraterrestrial cultivator looked at the surrounding cultivators and asked. It means that Lin Feng possesses an extremely terrifying ability. He can copy other people's divine abilities and make them his own, someone said in disbelief. That's right. That's more or less the case, the alien cultivator said. 72 transformations. Rumor has it that the 72 transformations can deduce other people's divine abilities, a myriad races cultivator said. That's the legacy of the great sage, heaven's equal. No wonder Lin Feng is so heaven-defying. Did he obtain the legacy of the great sage, heaven's equal? Many fervent gazes looked at Lin Feng, greed and killing intent flashing in their eyes. The great sage, heaven's equal was one of the most powerful existences in history. If one could obtain the legacy of the great sage, heaven's equal, it would definitely be an extremely heaven-defying thing. From then on, one would definitely have a meteoric rise and soar into the sky. The disappearance of the great sage, heaven's equal, was simply too bizarre. For countless years, no one had been able to obtain the legacy of the great sage, heaven's equal. And now, Lin Feng had actually obtained the legacy of the great sage, heaven's equal. This was truly a shocking thing. Right now, many cultivators from various races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces wanted to kill Lin Feng and seize the legacy in Lin Feng's body. However, when they recalled how formidable Lin Feng was, they gave up on that idea. Lin Feng was too strong. If they really attacked, they would be the ones to die, not Lin Feng. Whoosh, at this moment, Qin Daowen turned around and fled into the distance. When Qin Daowen saw Lin Feng use the same move to break his attack, he no longer had the courage to fight Lin Feng. Qin Daowen was very unwilling to admit this, but the truth was right in front of him. He had no choice but to admit it. Right now, the most important thing was not to save face, but to escape as soon as possible. This was because Qin Daowen could feel Lin Feng's killing intent towards him. Earlier, you provoked me time and time again with your superior attitude. You really made me think that you were invincible. How did you become a stray dog now? Lin Feng quickly chased after Qin Daowen. His voice was indifferent and filled with cold killing intent. I admit that your ability to duplicate divine abilities is terrifying, but it's not without flaws. Although it's powerful, it can't unleash 100% of its combat strength. If I hadn't been misled by you and suffered injuries to my physical body, causing my combat strength to plummet, I wouldn't have lost to you today, Qin Daowen said with a gloomy expression. He didn't want to admit his defeat and was still looking for an excuse for it. Lin Feng sneered and said, "You really think too highly of yourself. The attack I derived from this divine ability is almost the same as the attack you used. You're just asking to be humiliated here. Besides, isn't a battle of physical bodies still a battle? When did I mislead you? You're looking for excuses for your defeat after being defeated. Only someone with a dark and weak heart like you can come up with such an excuse. But no matter what excuse you come up with, it's useless. Today, you'll definitely die. No one can save you. You want to kill me? You're still far from capable." At this moment, Qin Daowen sneered and took out a jade talisman. Void Travel Talisman. If Qin Daowen broke the empty space talisman, then Lin Feng wouldn't be able to catch up with him. Edited by Red. This was because Lin Feng didn't know where he would travel to. A great Emperor-level expert could lock onto Qin Daowen's figure 300 miles away. However, Lin Feng couldn't do that. 1 Qi into 3 pure ones. 9 layers of Haki superimpose. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He used the 1 Qi into 3 pure ones technique and split himself into 3. Then, Lin Feng and his original body activated 3 layers of Haki at the same time. The magnetic field formed by the superimposed 9 layers of Haki directly imprisoned the void. Such a powerful magnetic field was a little similar to the space freeze used by the Great Rock King. It caused the space of a world to fall into a state of stillness, including all living creatures in this space. Of course, unlike space freeze, Lin Feng's magnetic field was an extremely domineering aura suppression. It didn't really cause space to fall into a state of stillness. Qin Daowen crushed the void teleportation talisman, but he couldn't be teleported out. The magnetic field formed by the 9 layers of Haki was too powerful. The void teleportation talisman that Qin Daowen crushed couldn't break through the magnetic field. Therefore, Qin Daowen was trapped in the magnetic field that Lin Feng had condensed. Lin Feng quickly rushed over and punched at Qin Daowen. Qin Daowen, who was enveloped by the magnetic field, found it difficult to move his body, let alone fight against Lin Feng. He punched out to block Lin Feng's attack, but he was directly sent flying by Lin Feng. He couldn't help but vomit blood in mid-air. After seeing this scene, everyone knew that Qin Daowen's only path was likely to be death. Swoosh! Lin Feng quickly rushed in front of Qin Daowen and slashed out a sword aura. The dazzling sword aura slashed toward Qin Daowen. No! Qin Daowen screamed in horror. He felt the aura of death enveloping his body. Qin Daowen didn't want to die. However, Lin Feng wouldn't pity this person. Until now. No one could save Qin Daowen. Fart! With a tearing sound, Qin Daowen's head was directly chopped off by Lin Feng. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. Chapter 2894. Lin Feng stood in the void with his black hair draped over his shoulders like an immortal godfiend. He stood there as if he had become the ruler of heaven and earth. Everyone's heart was abnormally shaken. Such a scene seemed to be eternally imprinted in their minds. Qin Daowen was considered a top genius among the myriad races. But now, he was actually killed by Lin Feng. This would definitely cause a huge commotion. If anyone wants to die, you can continue to provoke me. I don't mind starting a massacre. Myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and cultivators from other foreign forces can all come and challenge me. When the time comes, I'll cut off their heads. Lin Feng's voice was indifferent, filled with cold killing intent. He quickly flew into the distance at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, he was nowhere to be seen. The news of Qin Daowen being killed by Lin Feng quickly spread throughout the chaotic ancient nation. Previously, Qin Daowen had provoked Lin Feng several times. He mocked and despised Lin Feng. He didn't put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. But now, he was killed by Lin Feng. This matter naturally caused a huge uproar. Qin Daowen wasn't a simple figure. He was born with the word Dao in his hand. Such a person was a proud son of the heavens and could achieve extremely heaven-defying achievements in the future. But now, he had died prematurely. Lin Feng's provocation of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and cultivators from other foreign forces also spread quickly. Many people gnashed their teeth in hatred. This kid is too arrogant. He's just one person, yet he dares to provoke the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces. Does he really think that he's invincible against cultivators below the Great Emperor realm? Someone's voice was cold and filled with killing intent. A Great Emperor realm existence wouldn't attack Lin Feng openly. Existences at their level basically participated in Great Emperor realm battles. If a Great Emperor openly killed Lin Feng, the Great Emperors of the 9 prefectures might also kill the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and cultivators from other forces as revenge. Back then in Sky Marshal Continent, Emperor God Wu Yuan had crossed the sea and wanted to kill Lin Feng silently. However, he had been killed by Lin Feng's scheme. Although Lin Feng was not dead, the 9 provinces' Great Emperor had made some counterattacks to intimidate the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and the cultivators of other foreign forces. During that period of time, many top-notch experts from the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces were killed. The 3 forces knew that the one who had attacked was a great emperor of the 9 states. Now, the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the great emperors from the other forces were all apprehensive. Moreover, the great emperors were all focused on the primal chaos gate. They didn't have the time to pay attention to Lin Feng. The son of the Sky Demon Emperor, Gongzi Nai, Sheng Yuan Dao, and the others are all peerless and terrifying existences. They are definitely much stronger than Qin Daowen. If they were to attack, they would definitely be able to kill Lin Feng, a cultivator said. Not long after, a piece of news spread among the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces. The son of the Sky Demon Emperor, Gongzi Nai, Sheng Yuan Dao, the female cultivator from the fallen angel tribe, Nailan Manli, the expert from the Qinwu people, Jin Xuanzhong, and the others had planned to join forces to kill Lin Feng. Although many of them were confident that they could kill Lin Feng alone. However, they didn't want to fight a bitter battle with Lin Feng. They wanted to get rid of Lin Feng as soon as possible. After a fierce battle with Lin Feng, even if they managed to kill Lin Feng, they would definitely consume a lot of energy. By then, the orthodoxy, Dharma treasures, and wealth on Lin Feng might be snatched away by others. This caused many people to be apprehensive. Hence, no one was willing to kill Lin Feng alone. These people chose to join forces to attack Lin Feng. After killing Lin Feng, they would share the mystical abilities, Dharma treasures, and wealth on Lin Feng. It was said that there were more than 10 top-notch prodigies participating in this matter. Not only were there cultivators from the myriad races, but there were also top-notch cultivators from the extraterrestrial races and other foreign forces. Lin Feng didn't necessarily have a grudge with them. They participated in this matter because they wanted to kill Lin Feng. It was entirely because Lin Feng had something they wanted. For example, the mystical ability 72 transformations that Lin Feng controlled. This matter had long spread. Some people had already made this judgment after the battle between Lin Feng, Jin Shenjiao, and Qin Daowen. Other than the heaven-defying mystical ability, the 72 transformations, they really couldn't think of any other reason to explain why Lin Feng had used Jin Shenjiao and Qin Daowen's trump cards one after another. Ever since they learned that those top-notch prodigies were planning to join forces to kill Lin Feng, cultivators from the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces actively participated in this matter to search for Lin Feng's whereabouts. They hoped to help these top-notch prodigies find Lin Feng's whereabouts and send out a signal when the time came. Perhaps after Lin Feng was killed, as the person who discovered Lin Feng, they could also obtain some of the things on Lin Feng's body. There were quite a few cultivators who had such thoughts. There was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. The matter of the heavenly demon emperor's son, Gongzi Nai, and the others forming an alliance naturally couldn't be hidden from the world. The cultivators of the 9 provinces also heard about this matter. There are too few top-notch cultivators among the younger generation of the human race. It's a pity that I'm not strong enough. If I'm strong enough, I can form an alliance with Lin Feng and fight against the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces together. Some human cultivators sighed with emotion. Yes, the human race is now in a weakened state. Apart from the Red World Fairy, it's been a long time since a top-notch expert has appeared. Another person sighed with emotion. Lin Feng also heard that the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son and the others had formed an alliance to deal with him. After hearing this, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He didn't take this matter to heart. These people had formed an alliance to deal with him. He wasn't stupid. Of course, he wouldn't fall into a trap. Moreover, Lin Feng felt that these people couldn't stay together forever. Perhaps they would split up and search for him. This was his chance. When the time came, he could choose to deal with them one by one. On this day, Lin Feng heard a piece of news. In the Godsfall mountain range, the earth split open and a huge abyss appeared. Demonic energy surged in the abyss. Some cultivators went to the abyss one after another to explore its secrets, but they didn't come out alive. That abyss was definitely not simple. More and more cultivators were attracted to that place. After hearing this news, Lin Feng inquired about the location of the Godsfall mountain range and immediately flew in the direction of the Godsfall mountain range. One day later, Lin Feng arrived at the Godsfall mountain range. This mountain range was very large. It originally extended for 40 to 50 kilometers. But now, the entire mountain range was split in half. A huge abyss appeared. Chapter 2895. There were some cultivators scattered around the huge devil abyss. There were cultivators from the 10,000 races, extraterritorial races, and cultivators from other forces. Of course, there were also some cultivators from the 9 continents. Some people entered the devil abyss one after another, but they did not come out after a long time. It was unknown if they had met with a calamity in the devil abyss. Lin Feng planned to enter the devil abyss to see what was going on inside. Whoosh! He quickly flew towards the devil abyss and then quickly flew down. In the devil abyss, black fog rolled, emitting a cold and terrifying aura. During the process of diving, Lin Feng heard a buzzing sound. His expression could not help but become cautious. That sound was very strange and made him feel uneasy. Lin Feng looked around and his eyes narrowed slightly. He saw a dense swarm of small black insects flying over from afar. Those small insects looked very much like ants. They were about the same size. They blotted out the sky and covered the earth. There were countless of them. Some cultivators entered the abyss like Lin Feng and were enveloped by those small black insects. They did not even have the chance to scream before they were swallowed by those small black insects and their bodies turned into a pile of bones. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Those small black insects were too terrifying. He sped up and flew down quickly. However, at this time, there were also waves of violent fluctuations coming from below. Lin Feng looked down and found that there was also a dense swarm of small insects that blotted out the sky. Now, Lin Feng was surrounded by these small insects. However, Lin Feng was not worried or afraid at all. When the dense swarm of small insects pounced on him, Lin Feng directly took out the heavenly fire. The 4 heavenly fires burned fiercely. Sizzling sounds could be heard continuously. The small insects were directly burned to ashes by the heavenly fire. Lin Feng took this opportunity to enter the bottom of the abyss. He found that there were many corpses at the bottom of the abyss. Some of these corpses had long decayed. Some even had traces of blood. The decayed bones should have been left behind by cultivators who had died a long time ago, while the blood-stained bones should have been left behind not too long ago. Perhaps it was the bones that had been eaten clean by those little bugs. Lin Feng headed deeper into the forest. The bottom of the abyss was very large and filled with a strange power. This strange power attracted Lin Feng's attention. He always felt that this abyss was exuding a strange aura, but Lin Feng couldn't pinpoint it for the time being. Not long after, Lin Feng saw several corpses. These corpses had not been gnawed to the point that only bones were left. However, their eyes had been gouged out. Why did you only dig out their eyes? Lin Feng frowned slightly. This caused a shadow to grow in his heart. He didn't know what kind of strange existence would do such a thing, gouging out the eyes of cultivators. Why would it do such a thing? Could it be that he had a special hobby of eating other people's eyes? Lin Feng had never heard of anyone with such a perverted hobby. Buzz, a violent sound came from the depths of the abyss. Lin Feng was slightly startled. He couldn't help but speed up and rush into the depths of the abyss. A fork appeared in the depths of the devil abyss. The fork was divided into 3 directions. The fluctuation came from the middle fork. Lin Feng entered the middle fork. He vaguely felt the aura of cultivators coming from the depths. It seemed that some cultivators had already entered the middle fork. Lin Feng used the Great Void technique and hid himself in the void. Then, he hid in the depths. Not long after, he hid in the depths of the abyss and saw more than 10 cultivators. These cultivators all had powerful auras, and their cultivations were not ordinary. Among them, there were 2 female cultivators, and the rest were male cultivators. Lin Feng recognized one of the 2 female cultivators. The female cultivator he recognized was none other than the female cultivator from the fallen angel race. Her name seemed to be Nalan Manli. Lin Feng didn't know the other female cultivator, but she should be a cultivator from an extraterritorial force. Lin Feng saw a special mark between the eyebrows of the female cultivator. Generally, cultivators from the extraterritorial starry sky world would have a special mark between their eyebrows. Lin Feng didn't know the origin of the female cultivator, but the female cultivator and Nalan Manli were standing together and had been whispering something. Lin Feng guessed that the female cultivator and Nalan Manli should have a good relationship. She's also a stunner. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. The female cultivator also had an extremely beautiful face. She was also very charming. She was a completely different type of woman from Nalan Manli. Nalan Manli belonged to the category of peerless enchanters. Every move she made was breathtaking. On the other hand, the female cultivator beside Nalan Manli was very charming. She was filled with a kind of seductive beauty. Nalan Manli and the female cultivator beside her seemed to be in a group, while the other male cultivators seemed to be in a group. In the deepest position, Lin Feng saw something. It was actually a lotus flower surrounded by flames. The lotus flower was slowly blooming. It's the amethyst flame gold lotus. At this time, the demon lord couldn't help but cry out. Amethyst flame gold lotus? What's that? Lin Feng asked doubtfully. Rumor has it that the amethyst flame gold lotus is a kind of immortal lotus that can undergo nirvana. The amethyst flame gold lotus appears once every 300,000 years. After it appears, it will bear 12 lotus seeds. When the 12 lotus seeds mature, the amethyst flame gold lotus will spontaneously combust, leaving behind only 12 lotus seed. Now, those lotus seeds are clearly about to mature. These people are all waiting for the lotus seeds to mature. These lotus seeds contain extremely high-grade energy and are the most precious heavenly treasure. They can increase a cultivator's cultivation, the demon lord said. Lin Feng's eyes couldn't help but light up. The 12 lotus seeds were actually heavenly treasures that could increase a cultivator's cultivation. Such heavenly treasures were the most precious among all heavenly treasures. I'm already at the 9th layer of the giant god realm. If I can get the 12 lotus seeds, I wonder if I can break through to the 10th layer? Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He was determined to get his hands on a treasure like the 12 lotus seeds. However, now wasn't the best time to make a move. The group of cultivators standing beside the amethyst flame gold lotus weren't simple characters. Lin Feng needed to find a rare opportunity to make a move. As time passed, the 12 lotus seeds gradually matured. About 6 hours later, the 12 lotus seeds matured and the amethyst flame gold lotus began to combust. In the blink of an eye, it turned into ashes, leaving behind 12 golden lotus seeds floating in the void. Chapter 2896. The 12 golden lotus seeds had matured and were now floating in the air. The energy they emitted made people's hearts palpitate. Such a treasure was definitely something that would shake people's hearts and make them yearn for it. Asterisk whoosh. Whoosh, asterisk. The two groups of people standing not far away from the 12 golden lotus seeds all made their moves and rushed towards the golden lotus seeds. Attack. A male cultivator shouted and took the lead to attack the female cultivator from the fallen angel tribe, Naylan Manli. Terrifying fluctuations swept across the heavens and the earth, surging out and shaking the heavens and the earth. The fluctuations caused people to be shocked and moved. This was definitely an extremely powerful character. These people didn't want to share the 12 golden lotus seeds with Naylan Manli and her companion, so they chose to attack. Naylan Manli's cultivation was naturally very powerful. She was a top existence among the younger generation of the myriad races. Previously, she had even formed an alliance with young Master Nai, Sheng Yuandao, and the son of the heavenly demon king to search for her whereabouts. But now, she was besieged. The other 12 male cultivators weren't young cultivators. They had cultivated for many years and had deep and powerful auras. Therefore, they weren't afraid of Naylan Manli. The top cultivators of the younger generation were very powerful, but compared to many cultivators who had cultivated for many years, they were a bit inferior. For example, Naylan Manli had extraordinary talents. She could even suppress some cultivators who had reached the 90th step. However, Naylan Manli was suppressing cultivators with ordinary talents who had reached the 90th step. Different talents meant that cultivators who had reached the 90th step would have different battle prowess. If they met a cultivator with heaven-defying talents who had reached the 90th step, they would be suppressed. At that time, they would be suppressed or even crushed by the other party. The other 11 cultivators also attacked. These 12 people were very powerful, and they launched an extremely fierce attack on Naylan Manli and her companions. After being besieged, Naylan Manli and her companion began to counterattack. In the face of these people's attacks, Naylan Manli took out a powerful defensive magic treasure. It was an umbrella-shaped magic treasure. The magic treasure emitted waves of astonishing fluctuations and dropped down 5 elemental light. The 5 elemental light enveloped her and her companion. When the 12 cultivators attacked, they were all blocked by the 5 elemental light. Naylan Manli and her companion's attacks were also very tyrannical, forcing the other 12 cultivators to panic. It seems that Naylan Manli and her companion are going to defeat those 12 cultivators. Lin Feng couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The 12 cultivators were very powerful, but they didn't have powerful defensive magic treasures from Naylan Manli. They couldn't break through Naylan Manli's defensive magic treasure in a short time. At this time, the use of magic treasures. In a battle between cultivators, it wasn't certain that you would win just because you had a higher cultivation. Many times, winning depended on many factors. Magic treasures were one of the most important reasons for this. Just like the battle in front of them. If Naylan Manli didn't have that powerful defensive magic treasure, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven for her and her companion to contend against the other 12 cultivators. But now that she had this powerful defensive magic treasure, the result was completely different. Quickly retreat, and you can still live. Otherwise, don't blame us for killing you, Naylan Manli said coldly. Now, Naylan Manli's goal was the 12 golden lotus seeds, not to kill the 12 cultivators in front of her. Killing these people may take some time. The longer the delay, the worse it would be, because there might be some unforeseen events. Now, the most important thing was to scare away these 12 people and obtain the 12 golden lotus seeds. The leading male cultivator sneered and said, "Do you really think that everything is under control? If you really have such an idea, then you are too self-righteous." Not only did these 12 people not retreat, but they also increased the intensity of their attacks. A more powerful divine ability was brewed and blasted towards Naylan Manli and her companion. "Since you want to court death, then don't blame us." Naylan Manli's expression was cold. Just as she was about to brew a more powerful divine ability to deal with these 12 cultivators. Suddenly, the female cultivator beside Naylan Manli suddenly launched a sneak attack on Naylan Manli. She quietly retreated behind Naylan Manli and slapped her palm towards Naylan Manli's back. Nayland Marnley didn't guard against her companion at all, so she didn't know that her companion would sneak attack her. Bang! The fierce palm slapped Nayland Marnley's body and directly sent Nayland Marnley flying. Puff! Nayland Marnley couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and her face became as pale as paper. She felt the magic power in her body become chaotic and almost fell to the ground. What's going on? Lin Feng, who was hiding in the dark and watching the battle, was completely dumbfounded. The battle in front of him was too dramatic. Who would have thought that Nayland Marnley's companion would suddenly attack Nayland Marnley? Seeing this scene, even Lin Feng was completely dumbfounded. You Simon, why did you sneak attack me? Nayland Marnley looked at her companion with an ugly expression. This female cultivator was called You Simon. Nayland Marnley and You Simon had known each other for many years. Of course, their relationship wasn't very close. However, they had trained together. This time, the two of them had explored a secret place together and their relationship seemed to have improved by leaps and bounds. Nayland Marnley had even considered You Simon a good friend. As for Nayland Marnley, she felt that You Simon considered her a good friend as well. Now, however, she knew that it was all a lie. Nayland Marnley's earlier enthusiasm was just to dispel her wariness towards her. Nayland Marnley, you might not know this, but Brother Tang and I have known each other for a long time. Right now, there are only a few of us here. Killing you will not only give us the 12 golden lotus seeds, we will also be able to obtain the many treasures on you. Moreover, I heard that you have a life and death formula. That is a treasure that everyone yearns for. We must obtain that life and death formula, You Simon said with a smile. There was a charming smile on her face, but in Nayland Marnley's eyes, that smile was bone-chilling. Life and death formula? What's that? Lin Feng could not help but feel puzzled. This was his first time hearing about the life and death formula. Judging from the name, it sounded like a cultivation formula. To avoid any unexpected events, let's kill her, You Simon said, killing intent surging. Chapter 2897. Nayland Marnley activated her defensive magic treasure to protect her body as she tried to break out of the encirclement. However, her magic power was in chaos, and her battle prowess had greatly declined. Without the ability to break out, the light of the 5 elements protecting her would be completely destroyed in no time. At that time, Nayland Marnley would die without a doubt. Demon Lord, have you heard of the life and death art? Lin Feng asked while watching the battle. Of course I've heard of the life and death art. Rumor has it that there are 9 scrolls in total. It is said that the 9 scrolls evolved from a natural immortal stone. Each scroll contains a supreme technique. If you can gather all 9 scrolls, you can slaughter the heavens. The Demon Lord said. It's that powerful? Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. No wonder You Simon attacked Nayland Marnley. What made You Simon attack wasn't the 12 golden lotus seeds, but the scroll of the life and death art that Nayland Marnley had. 9 scrolls combined could slaughter the heavens. What was the heavens? The heavenly Tao was the heavens. Rumor has it that the 30 heavenly lords of the heavenly realm were the incarnations of the heavenly Tao. If they could really slaughter the heavens, it would be too terrifying. This was an unimaginable battle prowess. Lin Feng's gaze was focused on the battle. The attacks of the 12 powerful cultivators were getting fiercer and fiercer. Nayland Marnley was clearly unable to hold on. The magic power fluctuations were getting weaker and more chaotic. At the same time, the defensive light barrier protecting Nayland Marnley was also beginning to crack. Bang! Finally, with a shattering sound, the defensive light barrier shattered. Nayland Marnley suffered a backlash and was sent flying. The magic power in her body was scattered. She wouldn't be able to recover in a short time. Haha, this little girl is also top-notch. It's a pity to kill her directly. Why don't we enjoy her for a while before killing her? A male cultivator said. The male cultivator's words caused the eyes of the others to light up. Nayland Marnley's face was filled with horror. If such a thing really happened, it would be a fate worse than death. Hehe, that's a good suggestion. The rest of the male cultivators laughed and walked towards Nayland Marnley. At this time, 12 golden lights flew out from You Simon's sleeves. The speed of the 12 golden lights was too fast, and they flew towards the 12 male cultivators. Simon was only a few meters away from the 12 male cultivators. When she suddenly attacked, the 12 male cultivators were caught off guard. The 12 male cultivators reacted extremely quickly. He slammed his palm toward the golden light. However, those rays of golden light were actually small golden snakes. The golden snake was as thick as a chopstick. Its body was covered with golden spots. The small golden snake was called a gold-spotted snake. This kind of golden-spotted snake was an extremely rare species in the desolate world. It was fast and had a strong defense. Most importantly, it was highly poisonous. Some of the cultivators unleashed palm attacks upon the golden-striped serpent's body. However, the golden-striped serpent's defense was simply too strong. Thus, the attacks failed to harm the golden-striped serpent at all. However, there were some cultivators who didn't even encounter a golden-spotted snake. Crack, crack, the golden-striped serpent flew in front of the cultivators, opened its mouth, and bit them. The poison in the golden-striped serpent's fangs immediately entered the cultivators' bodies. The cultivators' bodies twitched violently, and they began to foam at the mouth. Simon, why did you kill us? The leader of the black-robed men glared at Simon before he died. If I don't kill you, how can I take all the treasures for myself? Simon said indifferently. The 12 black-robed men fell to the ground, their eyes wide open. They died with grievances. Then, Simon put away the 12 golden-striped serpents. A woman's heart is the most poisonous. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This woman called Simon was truly too vicious and merciless. The phrase "the heart of a snake and scorpion" was the most appropriate to describe this woman. First, she ambushed Nayland Manley, who trusted her a lot. Then, she ambushed a group of her allies. She really wouldn't give up until she reached her goal. Amazing, truly amazing. I never thought that you would be such a vicious and calculative person. Nayland Manley looked at Simon with a pale face. This peerless beauty, who had always been extremely arrogant, had a sad smile on her face. It seemed like she was mocking Simon. Yet, it also seemed like she was mocking herself. Every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. Don't blame me. In fact, I didn't want to deal with you, but the life and death art on you deeply attracted me. I've long heard of the life and death art's name, but I've never seen it before. I really want to see what's recorded in it. Simon said with a smile. This woman was truly too beautiful. Every move, every frown, and every smile had great charm. Of course, when he thought of this woman as a vicious woman, he couldn't help but think about it. This kind of beauty would be greatly discounted. How about we make a deal? Nayland Manley said. No, no, no. I won't make any deal with you. My principle is to completely kill those who have become enemies, leaving no future trouble. Simon said with a smile. This woman was indeed vicious. Simon raised her right hand, wanting to slap Nayland Manley to death. Just as Simon made her move, Lin Feng used the Great Void technique and quietly lurked behind Simon. Then, he used the demon ancestor's sacred fist to kill Simon. Simon's spiritual sense was extremely sharp. She actually sensed Lin Feng behind her. She turned around and slapped at Lin Feng. Bang! The two of them collided with each other. Lin Feng's attack was too tyrannical. Simon, who hastily received Lin Feng's palm, turned pale. It's you. Nayland Manley looked at Lin Feng in shock. Her face was full of shock. She didn't expect to see Lin Feng here. Previously, she had formed an alliance with Gongzong Nai, the son of the Sky Demon Emperor, Sheng Yuandao, and others to search for Lin Feng's whereabouts, but they couldn't find Lin Feng. Now, Lin Feng had appeared here. Lin Feng's appearance had saved her life, but she didn't know if it would be a blessing or a curse for her. Hihi, long time no see. Did you miss me? Lin Feng winked at Nayland Manley, as if teasing her after meeting a lover. Simon sneered at Lin Feng. So you're that Lin Feng. You're about to die, yet you're still seducing women. You really don't know what's good for you. Look at your arm. In less than 60 breaths, You'll die from the poison attacking your heart. Hearing this, Lin Feng raised his arm. He immediately saw that his arm had turned black. The poison had invaded his body. Chapter 2898. What a powerful poison! Lin Feng was shocked. It seemed like this woman was an expert in using poison. He had just exchanged a palm with her and he had been poisoned by her. This woman's methods were truly sinister and terrifying. If he was not careful, he could die in her hands. Lin Feng hurriedly used the great poison technique to resist the invasion of the poison in his body. Yu Simon looked at Lin Feng in surprise and said, "The great poison technique, you actually know such a powerful sacred art. It is rumored that you have many powerful inheritances. Now, it seems that the rumors are true. However, even if you know the great poison technique, it is useless. My poison is extremely terrifying. No one can neutralize it. Although the great poison technique can slow down the spread of the poison, it is unable to neutralize it. Therefore, you still have to die today. Of course, if you choose to submit to me and agree to be my male slave, perhaps I will consider sparing your life." Lin Feng sneered and said, "Isn't it a little too early to be happy? The great poison technique cannot neutralize your poison, but I have other ways to neutralize it." With that, Lin Feng directly summoned the white jade toad. Croak, croak, croak. The white jade toad croaked a few times and then suddenly sucked. The poison in Lin Feng's body was immediately sucked out by the white jade toad. The poison was turned into nutrients for the white jade toad. The nemesis of poison, the white jade toad. Yu Simon could not help but be shocked when she saw the white jade toad. Obviously, she also recognized the white jade toad. Generally, cultivators who are good at using poison should have some understanding of the white jade toad. Yu Simon looked at the white jade toad with a greedy gaze. The white jade toad was extremely important to a poison expert like her. Perhaps, it was even more tempting to Yu Simon than many other sacred arts. "Go to hell." Yu Simon quickly rushed towards Lin Feng and slapped her palm towards Lin Feng. Above Yu Simon's palm, powerful magic power surged out. A faintly discernible silhouette of a temple condensed and formed. The temple was ancient and boundless, exuding an immortal aura. After seeing the temple, Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. This Yu Simon's cultivation was very strong. The attack of the temple's shadow was also very tyrannical. Her cultivation was strong, and she was a hidden poison expert. She was good at scheming and ruthless. Yu Simon. Of course, Lin Feng didn't care about Yu Simon's cultivation level. If he couldn't defeat her, he would have wasted his time practicing cultivation. Lin Feng used the demon ancestor's holy punch to attack Yu Simon. The demon alpha's shadow appeared and threw a punch at the illusory temple that Yu Simon had conjured. They flew towards Lin Feng. They arrived in front of Lin Feng in an instant. The 12 golden spotted snakes were highly poisonous. If bitten, death would be the only outcome. Lin Feng did not care about the 12 golden spotted snakes' attack. The white jade toad flew out and opened its mouth. A white jade-like mist surged out and enveloped the 12 golden spotted snakes. The 12 golden spotted snakes twitched violently after being enveloped by the white jade-like mist. Lin Feng waved his hand. Then, he collected the 12 golden spotted snakes. "My golden spotted snakes." Seeing her 12 golden spotted snakes being collected by Lin Feng, Yu Simon shouted angrily and pounced on Lin Feng. The 12 golden spotted snakes were nurtured by Yu Simon with a lot of energy. Yu Simon treated them like her own life. How could she let Lin Feng collect them so easily? The effect of using them to brew wine should be very good. Lin Feng said with a smile. "I'll kill you." Yu Simon continuously slapped 36 palms towards Lin Feng. These 36 palms vaguely formed an 8 trigrams diagram. The power of each palm was extremely shocking. It was terrifying to the extreme. "Humph," said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. He didn't look scared at all. He opened his hand and released a bestial beast attack. An immortal ancient demon appeared behind Lin Feng. The ancient demon stepped out and swept a fist towards Yu Simon. Bang! The two sides collided. Yu Simon was sent flying and her face became as pale as paper. Yu Simon was already injured in the first collision. Therefore, it was difficult for her to fully display her combat strength. Now, Yu Simon was injured on top of her injuries. Lin Feng stepped forward and said indifferently, "It seems that your strength is limited to this. It's a pity to kill such a beauty like you. I've always been protective of women. Today, I'll suppress you and take you as a slave," said Lin Feng, releasing talismans which moved towards Yu Simon to oppress her. "You dare!" Yu Simon couldn't help but scream. Previously, she wanted to take Lin Feng as a male slave. But in the blink of an eye, Lin Feng actually wanted to take her as a slave. How could a proud woman like Yu Simon accept such a thing? If she really became Lin Feng's woman, it would be a fate worse than death. Nayland Manley looked at Yu Simon gloatingly. Seeing Yu Simon's panic-stricken face with a trace of madness, Nayland Manley's heart felt very carefree. But when she thought about how she couldn't condense her magic power and fell into Lin Feng's hands, her heart couldn't help but sink. How would Lin Feng deal with her? Nayland Manley couldn't help but worry. At this moment, Lin Feng's runes had already suppressed Yu Simon's body. No one could deal with her. After being suppressed by Lin Feng, Yu Simon struggled with all her might. However, no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't break free. Her face turned extremely pale. She couldn't imagine what kind of terrifying things would happen to her if she fell into Lin Feng's hands. Would it be as simple as becoming a slave? Yu Simon didn't think so. Lin Feng pinched Yu Simon's chin and said with a smile, "Today, you've shown me what it means to be the most vicious woman. However, I feel that turning a vicious woman into a loyal slave should be something that gives me a sense of accomplishment, right? Do you know who I am? If you know who I am, you won't think that way." Yu Simon looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng asked, "Your identity? What? Could it be that you have some special identity?" Yu Simon sneered. "My father is the overlord of the universe, supreme sovereign myriad star. If you dare touch me, have you thought about the consequences?" Chapter 2899. Supreme Emperor Wan Xing is your father? Yu Simon, you really hid it well. Nayland Manley couldn't help but look at Yu Simon in shock. 7th level Great Emperor. Emperor God, Immortal Emperor, Emperor King, Emperor Sect, Supreme Emperor, Holy Emperor, Emperor Master. Supreme Emperor was a level 5 Great Emperor. Lin Feng had experienced Emperor God Wu Yuan's power before. However, Emperor God Wu Yuan was only a level 1 Great Emperor. If Emperor God Wu Yuan was so terrifying, how powerful would Yu Simon's father, Supreme Emperor Wan Xing, be? An existence at such a level might not even need to lift a finger. He could kill Jian Wushuang with just a thought. Lin Feng had not expected Yu Simon to have such a powerful background. At present, Yu Simon was not an existence that ordinary people could provoke. "Are you afraid now? If you know fear, then quickly let me go," Yu Simon said with some pride. Lin Feng couldn't help smiling wryly. If he really killed Yu Simon, with Yu Simon's father's ability, he would definitely be able to deduce that it was him who had done it. By then, an expert of the Supreme Emperor level would descend upon Jiuzhou. Jian Wushuang would not be able to escape. However, Lin Feng was unwilling to let Yu Simon go just like that. Lin Feng touched Yu Simon's beautiful face gently and said with a smile, "Father-in-law, how have you been?" "Father-in-law? What's going on?" Yu Simon and Nayland Manley were dumbfounded. The two of them looked at Lin Feng in confusion. Why was he suddenly talking about his father-in-law? This guy was too good at bullshit. What are you trying to say? Yu Simon looked at Lin Feng cautiously. She felt that Lin Feng was a guy who did not play by the rules. Said Lin Feng, "The woman is as beautiful as a celestial being and the man is handsome and confident. We're a match made in heaven. What's done can't be undone. My future father-in-law will like me very much, right? You shameless." Yu Simon pointed at Lin Feng and scolded him loudly. She was so angry that her face turned ashen. "Ha ha ha ha, thanks for the compliment. Being shameless has always been one of my strengths." Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. He quickly put away the 12 lotus seeds, and then held Yu Simon and Nayland Manley in his left and right hands respectively. Then, he quickly rushed outside. Nayland Manley tried to calm herself down and said, "Lin Feng, there is no big grudge between us. As long as you promise to let me go, I can tell you the location of an immortal mansion." Lin Feng pursed his lips and said, "When you formed an alliance with Gongzi Nai, the son of the Sky Demon Emperor, and the others to encircle me, you didn't have such thoughts, did you? Now that you've fallen into my hands, you're telling me that there's no grudge between us? Do you think I'll believe you? What will it take for you to let me go?" Nayland Manley asked. Lin Feng said with a faint smile, "Being a groom every night, having 2 brides. What a great life, you're shameless." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Nayland Manley and Yu Simon couldn't help but curse Lin Feng in a low voice. Roar! At this moment, a low roar came from afar. An existence with disheveled hair was rushing over. This existence had no eyes. His face was haggard, and his body emitted a foul stench. His eyeballs seemed to have been gouged out. This was clearly an undead spirit. However, it seemed to have awakened its spiritual sense. "I'll gouge out your eyes, I'll gouge out your eyes." The undead spirit roared. Its speed was extremely fast, and the aura it emitted was evil and terrifying. Earlier, Lin Feng had seen some dead cultivators with their eyes gouged out. At that time, Lin Feng had been somewhat puzzled. He didn't know who had gouged out their eyes. Now, he finally knew what was going on. It was obvious that this undead spirit had gouged out the eyes of those dead cultivators. Now, this undead spirit had appeared again and was attacking Lin Feng's group. The aura emitted from the body of this undead spirit was simply too terrifying. Lin Feng's expression turned serious. He felt that even 10 of him together wouldn't be a match for this undead spirit. This was definitely a peerless and terrifying existence. Lin Feng didn't dare to hesitate. He quickly rushed to the right fork. "Don't run, I'll gouge out your eyes, I'll gouge out your eyes." The undead spirit roared and chased after them. This undead spirit was too fast. In addition, Lin Feng was carrying Yu Simon and Nayland Manley, so its speed was much slower than when it was at its peak. Therefore, the distance between Lin Feng and the undead spirit was slowly closing. The current situation could be said to be extremely dangerous. If the undead spirit really caught up to them, the consequences would be extremely bad. "Why don't I leave you behind and buy some time? I'll escape alone." Lin Feng looked at Yu Simon and Nayland Manley. "No, don't leave me behind. I'm willing to be your slave. Don't leave me behind." Yu Simon screamed in fear. Previously, Yu Simon had seen those dead cultivators with their eyes gouged out. The scene was extremely bloody. Even if she died, Yu Simon wanted to die a beautiful death. She didn't want to die like that. "I beg you, take me out. As long as you take me out, I'll do anything for you." Nayland Manley also screamed. She was also afraid. How worrying. 2 beauties are begging me. I've always been a person who has a tender heart for the fairer sex. Looks like I'll have to waste a void teleportation talisman today. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. Then, he took out a void teleportation talisman. He only had a few void teleportation talismans left. Every time he used one, he would have one less. Therefore, Lin Feng felt a little heartache. However, in order to get rid of the undead spirit, he had no choice but to use the void teleportation talisman. Lin Feng directly crushed the void teleportation talisman. Swoosh! The power of the void enveloped Lin Feng, Yu Simon, and Nayland Manley. Then, Lin Feng, Yu Simon, and Nayland Manley disappeared without a trace. Roar, roar, roar! The undead spirit roared angrily and soared into the sky, wanting to leave the devil abyss. However, the formation runes in the void intertwined and forced the undead spirit to retreat. The undead spirit's origin must be extremely extraordinary. It seemed to be trapped here and unable to escape. Lin Feng used the void teleportation talisman to bring Yu Simon and Nayland Manley to a mountain forest 300 miles away. "Lin Feng, let's negotiate. As long as you let us go, we can give you a lot of benefits. Sacred arts, magic treasures, etc. We'll give you whatever you want." Yu Simon and Naylan Manley hurriedly said. After the two women found that they were free, their minds became active again. Chapter 2900. Don't waste your time. Even if you have a glib tongue, I won't let the two of you leave today, Lin Feng said indifferently. Then, he found a hidden cave. Lin Feng planned to refine the 12 golden lotuses first. He imprisoned Yu Simon and Naylan Manley, causing them to lose the ability to move. Then, Lin Feng threw the two to the side. You guys stay here for the time being. After I finish my cultivation, I'll come and talk to you guys about love, life, and ancient poetry. Of course, I'll also talk about life's ideals while I'm at it. What a scene to look forward to, Lin Feng said. Bah! Who the hell is looking forward to that? Yu Simon and Naylan Manley couldn't help but spit at Lin Feng. Then, they prayed that Lin Feng would die from qi deviation while cultivating. That would be the best outcome. Lin Feng found a place to sit cross-legged. Then, he took out the 12 golden lotus seeds. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to refine the 12 golden lotus seeds, Yu Simon and Naylan Manley revealed looks of envy. They also wanted to refine the 12 lotus seeds to increase their cultivation. Unfortunately, the two of them were now Lin Feng's prisoners. They didn't know what Lin Feng would do next. At the thought of this, the two girls couldn't help but feel irritated. However, Yu Simon and Naylan Manley had turned from friends to enemies. There was no way for them to communicate with each other. The energy contained in each lotus seed is extremely powerful. I wonder if I'll be able to break through after refining all 12 lotus seeds. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. He didn't waste any time. Instead, he peeled the 12 lotus seeds one by one. Then, he ate all 12 lotus seeds. The 12 lotus seeds contained astonishing energy fluctuations. After Lin Feng ate them, the 12 lotus seeds vibrated with a terrifying power, as if they wanted to destroy Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng hurriedly circulated the immemorial dragonesque elephant art to refine the 12 lotus seeds. As the Archean dragonesque elephant art circulated, the 12 lotus seeds began to decompose, turning into the purest form of energy, which was then absorbed by Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's realm also began to steadily increase. Right now, Lin Feng was at the early 9th layer of the giant god realm. Not long after, he broke through to the mid-9th layer of the giant god realm. As Lin Feng continued to refine the 12 lotus seeds, Lin Feng's realm continued to rise. Soon, he broke through to the late 9th layer of the giant god realm. Not long after, he broke through to the peak of the 9th layer of the giant god realm. At this time, Lin Feng began to attempt to break through to the 10th layer of the giant god realm. A large amount of energy surged within his body. Like a surging river, it swept through the world. The majestic energy within his body began to impact the barrier of the 10th layer of the giant god realm. Over and over again. But the impact ended in failure many times. If it were someone else, they would have already succeeded in breaking through long ago. But Lin Feng was different. Lin Feng's accumulation was really too huge. Wanting to break through was God knows how many times more difficult than others. The energy seems to be somewhat insufficient. Lin Feng could not help frowning. The energy of the golden lotus seeds was not enough to help him complete the breakthrough. Lin Feng was very clear about this point. Lin Feng opened his eyes and could not help looking at Yu Simon and Naylan Manley. Lin Feng saw the cinnabar on their wrists before and knew that these two girls were still virgins. The cultivation of these two girls was powerful. The power of primordial yin must be very tyrannical. If he relied on the power of the two girls' primordial yin to cultivate, he should be able to break through to the 10th layer of the giant god realm in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, Lin Feng got up and walked toward the two girls. In fact, harvesting the power of primordial yin was naturally the most effective technique. But just as Lin Feng said, he was a person who had tender feelings for the fairer sex. The harm of harvesting the power of a woman was too great. It could even endanger her life. Therefore, Lin Feng used the dual cultivation technique, which could bring benefits to both sides. After the dual cultivation, Lin Feng's cultivation finally broke through to the 10th layer of the giant god realm. And Yu Simon and Nayland Manley also began to absorb the power of yin and yang harmony in their bodies. Ha 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 ha, I have now cultivated to the 10th layer of the giant god realm cultivation base. The next step is to break through to the quasi-emperor realm. Lin Feng could not help laughing. The 10th layer of the giant god realm to the quasi-emperor realm was an extremely crucial breakthrough. No matter how powerful the giant god was, he was just a god. The life level had not completed the transformation. And the quasi-emperor was an emperor. The life level had completed the transformation. Once breaking through to the quasi-emperor realm, the body, soul, magic power, and so on would complete a major transformation. At that time, one's strength would undergo an astonishing improvement. And only by breaking through to the quasi-emperor realm would one have the qualifications to aspire for the great emperor. Giant god realm cultivators did not have the qualifications to aspire for the great emperor. The quasi-emperor had 99 stone steps. Every time one stepped on a higher stone step, then one would be closer to the great emperor realm that everyone dreamed of. Once one broke through to the great emperor realm, one would become a true overlord level existence. Lin Feng, we'll kill you. At this time, Yu Simon and Nayland Manley opened their eyes and directly pounced on Lin Feng. After the dual cultivation, their cultivation base had also undergone a great improvement. But they were not happy at all, because the price they had to pay was too heavy. A day as husband and wife is 100 days of grace. Why did you turn hostile? Lin Feng looked at the two women with a smile that was not a smile. The two women hated Lin Feng so much that they gnashed their teeth, wishing they could cut Lin Feng into pieces right now. Everyone was ashamed and angry, and their killing intent was awe-inspiring. Lin Feng did not have the intention to continue fighting with Yu Simon and Nayland Manley. He said, "Little man, go back and tell my father-in-law, the emperor, that I will definitely pay a visit in the future. Little Lily, I heard that your family background is also very extraordinary. Do you have any great emperor-level elders in your family? I will also pay a visit in the future. Don't worry, I will be responsible for you." Go to hell. The two women attacked Lin Feng with powerful attacks. Divine abilities that blotted out the sky and covered the earth bombarded Lin Feng, but Lin Feng dodged them all. Those divine abilities bombarded the air. "Don't be so fierce, okay?" Lin Feng said loudly. Then, he quickly dodged the two women's attacks, not daring to stay any longer, and quickly left this place. TSK, it's really too wonderful for words, too wonderful for word. Lin Feng smacked his lips and said. Yu Simon and Nayland Manley each had their own merits. But he did not know how Yu Simon and Nayland Manley would react when they saw him again after this incident. Would they not give up until they killed him? Or would they half-heartedly refuse? Would they become his people? 3 days later, Lin Feng saw a sneaky figure. Chapter 2901. The cultivator that Lin Feng saw was none other than Wu Liang Daoist. Lin Feng did not expect to meet Wu Liang Daoist here. Wherever there was a fortuitous encounter, Wu Liang Daoist would be there. Lin Feng quickly flew toward Wu Liang Daoist. Who would have thought that Wu Liang Daoist would run away? F***CK. Why are you running, Wu Liang Daoist? Lin Feng could not help but shout. Wu Liang Daoist acted as if he did not hear Lin Feng's voice and continued running as fast as lightning. Is this Wu Liang Daoist possessed? Why is he running away when he sees me? There must be something wrong. Otherwise, Wu Liang Daoist would not be in such a hurry to run away. Lin Feng could not help but ponder. Soon, his eyes lit up. Wu Liang Daoist was a person who would not wake up early if there were no benefits. Could it be that Wu Liang Daoist had found some treasure and was on his way to find it and did not want to share it with Lin Feng after seeing him? Was that why Wu Liang Daoist wanted to get rid of him? The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. This style of doing things was too similar to Wu Liang Daoist's. Lin Feng shouted, Wu Liang Daoist, why are you running away? I have the cultivation method of a supreme divine ability, the life and death art. Don't you want to know? The life and death art was something that Lin Feng had captured when he was dual cultivating with Nayland Manley. Lin Feng had taken advantage of the fact that Nalan Manli was the most distracted moment to invade her soul with his divine sense. After hearing the words life and death art, Wu Liang Daoist's eyes lit up. He quickly stopped. Then, he turned around and walked toward Lin Feng with a smile on his fat face. "Isn't this my big brother, Lin Feng? I didn't expect to see you here. What fate. I was in a hurry just now, so I did not see you. I hope you can forgive me." Lin Feng really wanted to punch the shameless Wu Liang Daoist until he fainted. Only the immeasurable Daoist could say such shameless words. He was obviously pretending not to see her. He only stopped after hearing the words life and death art. Now, he actually had the nerve to say that he didn't see him because he was in a hurry. There should be a limit to how shameless a person can be, right? Lin Feng was too lazy to argue with the immeasurable Daoist. He said, "Where are you going? Look at how anxious you are. Did you discover some immortal estate or tomb?" Daoist Immeasurable looked at Lin Feng as though he was guarding against a thief. He hastily replied, "Of course not. How can an immortal estate tomb be so easily discovered?" Daoist Wu Liang smiled and said, "Hey, brother, you just mentioned the life and death art. Could it be that the life and death art you are talking about is the rumored cultivation art that appeared on a stone tablet that was nurtured by the heavens and earth? There are a total of 9 scrolls, and each scroll contains a supreme divine ability. If all 9 scrolls of the life and death art are combined into one, they can even slaughter the heavens," Lin Feng said. "Daoist is truly experienced and knowledgeable. You even know about the life and death art. I am truly impressed." Daoist Immeasurable smiled. "Looks like this poor Daoist was right. Can we comprehend this life and death art together?" said Lin Feng. "Of course, there's no problem. But recently, my memory has been bad. I can't remember the contents of the life and death formula. But if I can find a celestial palace or an ancient grave, I'll be able to remember some celestial pills. Maybe I'll be able to remember the formula." Daoist Immeasurable rolled his eyes when he heard Lin Feng's words. He suddenly had the urge to slap Lin Feng to death. How could a person be so shameless? Lin Feng felt that Daoist Immeasurable was a shameless person, and Daoist Immeasurable felt that Lin Feng was a shameless person. Daoist Immeasurable forced a smile and said, "If we're talking about ancient tombs, I've actually heard of something." Lin Feng had long known that Daoist Immeasurable had found an ancient tomb, but he had been lying. Now, he knew that he had the cultivation method of the life and death art. Only then did Daoist Immeasurable become obedient. "Oh, ancient tomb? Whose tomb is it?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "It's said that it's an existence with a great origin. It seems to be related to the first batch of Xiantian life forms," Daoist Immeasurable said. "It's related to the first batch of Xiantian life forms?" Lin Feng was shocked. The first batch of Xiantian life forms should be Nuer, Pangu, and the others. The number of Xiantian life forms in that batch was definitely not large. Moreover, each of them possessed terrifying strength. "Do you know who it is?" Lin Feng asked. "I don't know. I'll have to search for it before I know." Daoist Immeasurable's eyes flashed as he said this. This fellow was most proficient in tomb raiding. Now that he had found such a shocking tomb, naturally, Daoist Immeasurable was extremely excited. "All right, let's go take a look at that ancient tomb," Lin Feng said with great interest. With Daoist Immeasurable around, they could explore the tomb without worry. Even if they encountered danger, Daoist Immeasurable would have a way to escape. Daoist Immeasurable had 2 powerful abilities. One was tomb raiding. The other was escaping. That life and death art. Daoist Immeasurable rubbed his hands together. His eyes glowed with a green light. Lin Feng said, "Don't worry, I'll remember it once we start exploring the tomb, little fox." Daoist Immeasurable muttered in his heart. The 2 of them headed towards the tomb together. Along the way, terrifying waves of energy surged from the distance. The Primal Chaos Gate flew over. Behind the Primal Chaos Gate, a dozen balls of light flew out. Heavens, the treasures in the Primal Chaos Gate are flying out. Lin Feng couldn't help but cry out in alarm. "Quick, chase!" Daoist Immeasurable roared. He locked onto a treasure and chased after it. Lin Feng also locked onto a treasure and chased after it. As for the ancient tomb Daoist Immeasurable had mentioned, it wouldn't be too late to explore it after finding the treasure. A dozen great emperors chased after them. They didn't care about the treasures flying out of the primal chaos gate. Instead, they chased after it, wanting to enter the interior. The void split open. Savage appeared and punched the primal chaos gate. A huge crack opened in the primal chaos gate. Savage entered the interior of the primal chaos gate. Senior Savage has gone in. Lin Feng's heart trembled. Chapter 2902. The world inside the primal chaos door was actually an extremely dangerous world. Even the extraterrestrial Great Emperor had fallen. Naturally, one would encounter some terrifying things after entering the primal chaos door. Hence, some great emperors had to work together to explore the world behind the primal chaos door. However, Savage was simply too powerful. He entered the world behind the primal chaos door alone without worrying about encountering a calamity. After Savage entered the world behind the primal chaos door, the primal chaos door quickly tore through the void and disappeared without a trace. The rest of the great emperors quickly chased after the primal chaos door. Until now, they still hadn't found a way to enter the primal chaos door. It wasn't an easy task to enter the primal chaos door. It seems like these great emperors don't have anything else in their eyes other than entering the primal chaos door. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. These great emperors weren't even willing to fight for the treasures that flew out from the primal chaos door because they were worried that they would be left far behind when fighting for those treasures. Lin Feng didn't care about the primal chaos door and the great emperors that had disappeared. He continued to chase after the treasure that he had locked onto. He didn't know what the thing that flew out from the primal chaos door was. Lin Feng's speed was extremely fast. He was gradually catching up to the treasure. Lin Feng took out the devouring black hole and wanted to collect the treasure that was wrapped in the light ball. However, at this moment, the treasure suddenly pierced through the void and disappeared without a trace. Did it become a spirit? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. He quickly pierced through the void and chased after it. He had already locked onto the treasure's aura. Hence, he wasn't afraid that the treasure could escape from his pursuit. In the end, Lin Feng caught up with the treasure in a forest. He punched it with his demon ancestor's holy punch, and it crashed onto the treasure. The treasure was sent flying by Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng grabbed the treasure. Catcher! He directly grabbed the treasure in his hand. Then, Lin Feng's face revealed an extremely shocked expression. He could feel an exuberant life force surging out of the treasure, and then the exuberant life force entered his body. At this moment, Lin Feng found that the sapling of the builder tree in his dantian seemed to have come to life. The light that enveloped the treasure dissipated, and the treasure appeared in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked over and immediately discovered that it was actually a piece of wood. Zhenmu. Lin Feng was shocked. This treasure was actually a palm-sized piece of builder wood. It truly shocked him. Ever since the Zhenmu tree was destroyed, the huge Zhenmu tree had died. From then on, the builder tree disappeared from the world. The creation wood fragments that occasionally appeared were all creation wood fragments that had lost their life force. In his early years, Lin Feng had accidentally obtained a builder wood fragment that contained vitality. Then, Lin Feng had nurtured that builder wood fragment into a sapling of the builder wood tree. The sapling of the builder tree could produce powerful life force. Lin Feng's lifespan was much longer than others. Firstly, it was related to his bloodline, and secondly, it was related to the sapling of the builder tree. In addition, the sapling of the builder tree could continuously absorb the spirit energy of heaven and earth to nourish Lin Feng's body. The spirit energy of heaven and earth was constantly nourishing Lin Feng's body and improving Lin Feng's body. It made his physical body even more powerful. Of course, one of the abilities that Lin Feng liked the most about the sapling of the builder tree was that it could continuously devour the qi of heaven and earth. And this qi of heaven and earth would eventually be absorbed by Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was a person with great luck. The reason why his luck was so strong: it was inseparable from the sapling of the builder tree. The growth of the builder tree was extremely difficult. Lin Feng guessed that in order for the sapling of the builder tree to grow, the sapling of the builder tree would need to devour the builder tree. Lin Feng needed the sapling to absorb the vitality of the supreme builder tree. Lin Feng hadn't been able to find any supreme builder tree fragments before. But now, Lin Feng actually obtained such a fragment of the builder tree. This made Lin Feng very happy. Great! I wonder if the sapling of the builder tree can evolve? Lin Feng could not help but think. He quickly left and found a place to let the sapling devour the fragment of the builder tree. Whoosh! However, just as Lin Feng was about to leave, a terrifying arrow pierced through the void and shot toward Lin Feng's chest. The speed of the arrow was simply too fast. Lin Feng could not dodge it. Just as the arrow was about to pierce through Lin Feng's chest, Lin Feng grabbed the arrow in his hand. He looked around coldly and said, "Who is it? Come out." At this time, a group of cultivators quickly flew out. The leading cultivator was holding a huge bow in his hand. "Kid, your strength is not bad. You actually managed to catch this young master's arrow with your bare hand. In that case, this young master will spare your life. Now, hand over the treasure you obtained. After that, you can scram." The young master looked at Lin Feng indifferently. His tone was arrogant and contemptuous. Lin Feng sneered. "You think too highly of yourself. Do you know that you have offended someone you can't afford to offend today? Just you. A giant god cultivator?" The leading young master laughed disdainfully. "Ha ha ha ha. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? You actually dare to boast so shamelessly. Kid, do you not want to live anymore? Don't be so shameless. Hurry up and hand over the treasure. Otherwise, you will die a horrible death today." Immediately, the group of cultivators sneered and looked at Lin Feng with killing intent. There were quite a few experts among these people. There were at least 8 half-emperors there, and 3 or 4 of them were high-level half-emperors. They didn't care about Lin Feng at all. Lin Feng glanced at the group of people indifferently. He took out his black flame bow and said coldly, "You're about to die, yet you're still so full of yourself. You're simply courting death." After saying that, Lin Feng drew his bow and shot an arrow. Swish swish swish, one energy arrow after another was shot out by Lin Feng. As Lin Feng's cultivation base increased, the power of the black flame bow also increased. The terrifying energy arrows pierced through the void at an incredible speed, arriving before the group of cultivators in an instant. Dodge quickly. The group of cultivators could not help but feel shocked and furious at the same time. They did not expect Lin Feng to suddenly attack. However, not everyone managed to dodge Lin Feng's energy arrows. Poochie. Poochie. Chapter 2903. Now, Lin Feng could kill gods if he met gods, and demons if he met demons. His cultivation level was terrifyingly high. These ordinary cultivators, even those in the Boundary Emperor realm, would find it difficult to contend against Lin Feng unless they were heaven-defying demons who had cultivated to a very high realm. Perhaps only then would they be able to suppress Lin Feng. However, it was obvious that these people were still unable to enter Lin Feng's eyes. It was as if he had transformed into ancestor Witch Hu Yi. He drew his bow and shot an arrow. The arrow shot through heaven and earth. The terrifying arrow pierced through the void and pierced through heaven and earth. One arrow could kill a cultivator. This arrow was completely condensed from energy and its power was abnormally terrifying. "Quickly use your Dharma treasures to block it," a cultivator shouted loudly. Then, the rest of the people took out their Dharma treasures one after another. They wanted to use their Dharma treasures to block Lin Feng's arrow attack. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He stood in the void and continued to draw his bow and shoot. Powerful Dharma powers poured into the black flame bow. The energy of heaven and earth gathered from all directions and poured into the black flame bow. When they sensed the astonishing fluctuations emitted by the energy, everyone was moved and exclaimed in surprise. The black flame bow was a top-grade Dharma treasure. Now, in Lin Feng's hands, it released its divine power. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the terrifying fluctuations pierced through the 9 heavens and shot at the defensive Dharma treasures. Poof, poof, poof. The sound of piercing could be heard one after another. One by one, The Dharma treasures were directly torn apart. Unless it was an extremely powerful defensive Dharma treasure, there was no way to block the attack of the arrows. Then, those cultivators' bodies were pierced through by the energy arrows. They died on the spot. Not long after, there were only 6 people left out of the dozens of experts. These 6 people all had extremely high cultivation realms. They were all at the quasi-emperor realm and above. The young master leading them was extremely talented, and his cultivation was around the 30th heaven of the boundary emperor realm. This person was so young and had such extraordinary talent. It would definitely be more difficult for him to break through than others. However, now that he had cultivated to this level, it could be seen how extraordinary he was. Of the other 5 people, 2 of them were quasi-emperor cultivators who had reached the 40th step of the stone steps. One of them was a boundary emperor realm cultivator who had reached the 50th step. The other 2 were quasi-emperor cultivators who had reached the 60th step of the stone steps. These 6 people were naturally experts among experts. All of them possessed monstrous battle prowess. "Brat, you're courting death." That young master's expression was extremely gloomy. He and the other 5 people surrounded Lin Feng. "Today, we will tear you to shreds." The young master's voice sounded like it came from hell. His eyes were cold and sinister. Lin Feng kept the black flame bow and sneered, "You're about to die, yet you still dare to boast shamelessly. Today, I'll let you know how terrible it is to offend someone you can't afford to offend." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng took the initiative to fly towards the 6 experts. Epochal Haki, White Tiger Haki, and Supreme Haki were displayed. The 3 layers of Qi superimposed to form an extremely powerful magnetic field. That powerful magnetic field enveloped the 6 experts. The 6 experts were immediately confined by the magnetic field, and their movements became extremely difficult. Haki was an indiscriminate attack. A magnetic field formed by the Qi. It was even more domineering than the Qi. Qi, one of the cultivators, looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. This cultivator obviously had some understanding of Qi. After feeling the power of the magnetic field, he associated it with the rumored Qi. When the young master heard the word Qi, he looked at Lin Feng with envy and jealousy. He naturally knew about Qi. However, he did not possess Qi. This young master's talent and strength were outstanding among the younger generation. His birth was also noble enough. His only regret was that he could not master the rumored Qi. In the world of cultivators, there was something that everyone knew. Among the elites, there were many types of heaven-defying elites. Although many of them could be called heaven-defying elites. But everyone understood. Only one type of people could be respected among these heaven-defying elites. That was the heaven-defying elites who mastered Qi. However, it was too rare to see someone who mastered Qi. The myriad race, the extraterritorial race, and other foreign forces. These 3 forces had many cultivators and heaven-defying elites. However, there were only a handful of people who truly mastered Qi. Lin Feng, a human. To be able to grasp the domineering aura, the young master felt a deep sense of jealousy. In this young master's eyes, the human race was a lowly race. How could a cultivator from a lowly race master a Qi that even he did not master? This person is ferocious. Retreat. A quasi-emperor powerhouse who had reached the 60th step of the stone steps said in a deep voice. Now that these people knew how terrifying Lin Feng was, they were unwilling to continue fighting with Lin Feng. Lin Feng's methods were too terrifying. If they continued to fight, all of them might die in this battle. "It's too late," Lin Feng said indifferently. The restrictive force of the magnetic field was very strong. It was enough to imprison these people, making it difficult for them to leave the magnetic field for a short period of time. Lin Feng locked onto a cultivator who had reached the 40th step of the stone steps. He quickly rushed over and attacked with the demon ancestor's sacred fist. The cultivator's expression changed abruptly. He quickly used his fist to block Lin Feng's attack. Bang! The 2 sides collided fiercely. The cultivator who had reached the 40th step of the stone steps was killed by Lin Feng with a single punch. His body directly exploded. So powerful. Everyone was shocked. They knew that they had underestimated Lin Feng's combat strength. However, they definitely did not expect Lin Feng to be so terrifying. He killed a quasi-emperor cultivator who had reached the 40th step of the stone steps with a single move. How terrifying was this person's cultivation level? We are from the luminous moon great world. This is the son of the Heavenly Inquisition Emperor sect of the luminous moon great world. How about we each take a step back today? One of the powerhouses shouted in a deep voice. At this moment, he had brought up the luminous moon great world and an expert from the Emperor sect in order to intimidate Lin Feng. The Emperor sect was a 7th layer great emperor. An existence of this level was definitely an overlord in the Star River world. It was no wonder this young master had no regard for human life. His background was simply too extraordinary. Now, retreat. This young master can let bygones be bygones, the young master said indifferently with his hands behind his back. He believed that anyone who heard of his origin would be fearful. They did not dare to continue fighting. Chapter 2904. In fact, the Emperor sect's son was extremely angry and aggrieved when he said these words. His father was an Emperor sect level existence. As the son of an Emperor sect, who dared to provoke him? But now, they were facing such a dangerous situation. Of course. This person knew how great the threat of an Emperor sect was. When he mentioned his father's reputation, no one dared to continue to attack him. Back then, when he was training outside, he killed a descendant of an immortal emperor. This angered that immortal emperor and he personally hunted him down. At that time, he had used his father's reputation. Not only did that immortal emperor let him go, but he also apologized to him. Although this matter had happened many years ago, it was still vivid in his mind. And what was this kid in front of him? Could he compare to an immortal emperor-level expert? In front of an immortal emperor, he was just an ant. Therefore, the Emperor sect's son believed that Lin Feng knew what to do. Moreover, the Emperor sect's son planned to leave and bring experts over to kill Lin Feng. How could he swallow the humiliation he suffered today? Naturally, he had to take revenge. Is the Emperor sect's son so great? This is the chaos ancient country. If I kill you, your Emperor sect's father might not know. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He already had the intention to kill these people. He definitely couldn't let these people leave. And Lin Feng knew. Now, the enmity between the two sides had been formed. Letting these people leave was like letting the tiger return to the mountain. These people would definitely find an opportunity to deal with him. Since they had already formed enmity, he would just kill them. So what if this person's Emperor sect's father knew? When the time came, his Emperor sect's father wouldn't make a move on the surface. He wouldn't even make a move himself. An Emperor sect's son dealing with a giant God realm cultivator? If word got out, he would become the laughingstock of the world. Perhaps he would send some experts to deal with him. There was no need to be afraid. He could use those people to temper his cultivation. Thinking of this, Lin Feng no longer hesitated. He locked onto another cultivator and directly charged over. You dare to make a move? The Emperor sect's son couldn't help but roar. He didn't expect that even after using his father, he still couldn't scare off Lin Feng. It really made him both shocked and angry. Don't think that others will be afraid of you just because you have a DI sect master as your father. If I reveal my identity, who do you think your father is? Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. Needless to say, Lin Feng's mother was from the Sovereign Emperor clan, one of the most powerful and noble clans in this epoch. Although his father's clan had already begun to decline, in his generation, his father had received the fate of heaven and earth and had become the child of destiny, rising once again. Lin Feng didn't know how powerful his father was now. However, since he was the child of destiny, he was definitely not someone a mere emperor sect could compare to. In terms of status, how many people in the myriad heavens could be compared to Lin Feng? Calling others a lowly race was just a display of lack of confidence. Or perhaps they wanted to cover up the downfall of their race. Boom. Lin Feng was like a supreme fiend god that ruled over this world. He punched another cultivator who had reached the 40th step. I'll fight you to the death. The cultivator had a ferocious look on his face. Dense scales appeared on his arms. It was unknown what kind of powerful divine ability he was using. The powerful punch flew directly toward Lin Feng. Bang! The two sides collided. It was the same as the previous cultivator. This cultivator was also sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. Barf! The cultivator opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood was mixed with shattered internal organs. This cultivator was also killed by Lin Feng's punch. In the blink of an eye, 2 experts were killed by Lin Feng. Only 4 people remained. These 4 people rushed outside. They wanted to escape. Swoosh! Lin Feng used the 1 Qi into 3 Pure One's divine ability and split into 3. The 9 layers of Qi superimposed on the magnetic field. The magnetic field's power increased greatly. The 4 of them were suppressed too much, and their speed was greatly reduced once again. Who exactly are you? A cultivator looked at Lin Feng in horror. In their eyes, the human race was a lowly race. It was rare for such a heaven-defying character to appear. But now, they actually encountered such a heaven-defying and terrifying existence. They were too unlucky. Lin Feng of the human race, Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression. What? You're that rumored Lin Feng? The 4 people's expressions changed suddenly. Lin Feng's name. Who in the world didn't know of him? Lin Feng was considered the #1 genius of the human race. His combat strength was extremely terrifying. Not long ago, he killed 2 experts, Jin Xianjiao and Qin Dawen. However, many people had heard of Lin Feng. But there were too few people who had seen Lin Feng. We've really kicked an iron plate. The 4 people felt bitter. Lin Feng, as long as you let us go, we'll agree to any conditions. The son of the Emperor sect said. I just want your lives. Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression. The 3 Lin Fengs locked onto the 2 quasi-emperor cultivators who had climbed above the 60th stone step and the 50th stone step respectively. Boom! A great battle broke out. Both sides instantly engaged in a fierce battle. These 3 people were not Lin Feng's match. Moreover, they were suppressed by the magnetic field formed by the 9 layers of Haki. It was already good enough that they could unleash 30 to 40% of their strength. In addition, their speed was suppressed too much. It was even more impossible for them to be Lin Feng's match. Pu, pu, pu. The sound of flesh being torn apart rang out one after another. The 3 experts were all killed by Lin Feng. At this moment, the son of the Emperor sect rushed out of the magnetic field formed by Lin Feng and quickly flew into the distance. Now, he only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. He wanted to find an expert. When the time came, he would capture Lin Feng. Cut him into pieces. The son of the Emperor sect could not help but think viciously in his heart. You can't escape. Today, this place will be your burial ground. Lin Feng stepped on the 8 directional worlds and quickly chased after him. His expression was indifferent, revealing an incomparably cold killing intent. Seeing Lin Feng chasing after him, the son of the Emperor sect was filled with fear. Lin Feng's speed was too fast. He was about to catch up with him. Lin Feng, are you really going to kill me? Why don't we both take a step back and be at peace? The son of the Emperor sect shouted sternly. What a joke. You must be thinking of finding an expert to kill me after you leave this place. Now, you're actually saying this to me. Don't you feel ashamed? It's useless to say anything more. Today, I'll kill you. Chapter 2905. Go to hell. Facing Lin Feng's attack, the son of the Emperor sect suddenly took out a jade talisman. The jade talisman shattered. Then, a world-destroying aura spread out. A ferocious shadow condensed and formed. It was a mysterious existence, surrounded by endless holy light. He wore a loose robe and a crown on his head. Lowly ant, how dare you attack a cultivator of my luminous moon great world? You're courting death. The existence's voice was cold and filled with endless killing intent. Then, he slammed a palm towards Lin Feng. After being enveloped by the terrifying attack, Lin Feng suddenly felt like he had fallen into hell. Lin Feng didn't know who this existence was, but he was definitely an unimaginably powerful expert. He might even be the father of this guy in front of him, the great emperor of the Heaven's Inquisition Emperor sect. I've been waiting for this opportunity to kill you. Kid, you can die now. The son of the Emperor sect let out a sinister voice. He had been waiting for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to deal with Lin Feng. He had to wait until Lin Feng was close to him before he could take out this jade talisman to deal with Lin Feng. Because Lin Feng had too many tricks up his sleeve, the son of the Emperor sect was worried that he wouldn't be able to kill Lin Feng with this jade talisman if he was too far away from Lin Feng. Of course, the son of the Emperor sect was really running away. If he could escape, it would be even better. Then, he wouldn't have to use this precious jade talisman. If he couldn't escape, then he could only use this jade talisman to kill Lin Feng. Now that he had taken out this jade talisman at such a close distance, the son of the Emperor sect was extremely confident in killing Lin Feng. The attack of the great emperor's shadow couldn't be avoided at all. The void was sealed, and the heaven patching technique lost its effect. However, Lin Feng still had a powerful ability, and it was the Great Death Substitution technique. When that terrifying attack landed on Lin Feng used the Great Death Substitution technique. This attack did not manage to kill Lin Feng because the Great Death Substitution art took his place. Lin Feng appeared 20 meters away. How is this possible? The son of the Emperor sect stared at the scene in disbelief. The Great Death Substitution technique had actually failed to kill Lin Feng. Just how many terrifying methods does this guy have? The son of the DI sect didn't even think before he turned around and ran. The Great Emperor Phantom continued to attack Lin Feng. This Great Emperor Phantom was extremely terrifying. If they couldn't deal with it quickly, the child of the DI sect would definitely be able to escape. Lin Feng naturally didn't want this person to escape. He immediately summoned the Heavenly Profound Pagoda. This defensive monarch weapon emitted rays of divine light that protected Lin Feng's body. At the same time, Lin Feng summoned 2 stone swords. With the 2 stone swords in hand, he quickly charged towards the Great Emperor Phantom. The 2 sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle. With the Heavenly Profound Pagoda protecting him, Lin Feng didn't have the slightest bit of defense. The Great Emperor Phantom's attack landed on Lin Feng's body, but it didn't cause any harm to Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng's 2 stone swords caused great damage to the Great Emperor Phantom. The 2 stone swords vibrated with terrifying power, emitting terrifying divine power. Their offensive power was extremely strong. It was simply unheard of. 9 consecutive attacks. The Great Emperor Phantom was torn apart by Lin Feng's 2 stone swords. Then, Lin Feng quickly chased after the fleeing son of the DI sect. The son of the DI sect fled for more than 2 hours. However, Lin Feng still caught up to him. Lin Feng wielded the stone sword and directly slashed towards the son of the DI sect. The son of the DI sect summoned a defensive magic treasure to block the might of Lin Feng's stone sword. However, it was completely useless. Lin Feng's stone sword directly destroyed the defensive magic treasure of the son of the DI sect. Then, the son of the DI sect was killed on the spot. Lin Feng kept the storage ring of the son of the DI sect. Then, he summoned his heavenly fire and burned the body of the son of the DI sect to ashes. Then, he quickly left. He found a quiet place and carefully inspected the items in the storage ring. As expected of the son of the DI sect, he had many treasures on him. There were more than 10 quasi-emperor level magic treasures. However, there weren't any emperor level magic treasures. Emperor level magic treasures were simply too rare. The main reason was that the materials were hard to find. Hence, it was impossible to forge such a magic treasure. One must know that even many great emperors didn't have an emperor level magic treasure. It wasn't that they couldn't forge such a magic treasure. It was that they couldn't find the materials to forge it. In addition to various magic treasures, Lin Feng also saw a mountain of peerless origin crystals, various heaven and earth treasures, immortal iron, divine stone and so on. This guy was really rich. However, Lin Feng didn't find any divine ability inheritance. This was also within his expectations. Hence, he wasn't disappointed. Lin Feng found some books that introduced the Bright Moon Great World. These books also introduced some experts of the Bright Moon Great World. The Bright Moon Great World was in the Bright Moon star field. It would take 10 years to travel to the 9 prefectures by using the Starry Sky teleportation array. It could be said that it was extremely far away from the 9 prefectures. The son of the Di sect and this group of people came to the 9 prefectures during the outer space voyage. Hence, Lin Feng didn't have to worry about the revenge of the Bright Moon Great World. It would take time for the news of him killing the son of the Di sect to reach the Bright Moon Great World. It would also take time for the experts of the Bright Moon Great World to arrive. Hence, it would take at least 20 years for the experts of the Bright Moon Great World to arrive. At that time, he might have already left the 9 prefectures. Hence, he didn't have to worry about the revenge of the Bright Moon Great World. This guy's father is an Di sect expert. Yet, he isn't even ranked in the top 10 of the Bright Moon Great World. There are actually so many experts in the Bright Moon Great World. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel shocked. On this day, Wu Liang Daoist came looking for Lin Feng. Lin Feng already knew that Wu Liang Daoist had a way to find him. Moreover, he would definitely come looking for him. That was because Wu Liang Daoist was very interested in the life and death art. He still hadn't obtained the cultivation method of the life and death art from Lin Feng. Naturally, he would come looking for Lin Feng. What did you get? Wu Liang Daoist couldn't help but ask when he saw Lin Feng. He wanted to know what kind of treasure Lin Feng had obtained. What did you get? Lin Feng didn't answer. Instead, he asked. Something ordinary. It has no value. Wu Liang Daoist prevaricated. This guy clearly wasn't telling the truth. Lin Feng said. I got a piece of rotten wood. It also has no value. Rotten wood? Show it to me. Wu Liang Daoist's eyes immediately turned. I threw it away. Lin Feng said. Wu Liang Daoist rolled his eyes. He knew that Lin Feng didn't want to show it to him. Thus, he didn't say anything. The two of them headed to the place mentioned by Wu Liang Daoist. On the way, they encountered the great emperor of the fallen angel race. His body was covered with red hair. He looked sinister and terrifying. Chapter 2906. Previously, Lin Feng had fought with this fallen angel emperor once. Back then, Lin Feng had relied on his physical strength to injure this fallen angel emperor. This was because, in terms of pure physical strength, this fallen angel emperor had no way of contending against Lin Feng. But, in terms of pure physical strength, Lin Feng had no way of contending against this fallen angel emperor. Right now, the fallen angel emperor had a torrential amount of energy. Channeling his energy, he channeled his powerful mystic skills and charged towards Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. What sort of monster is this? Looking at the fallen angel emperor, Daoist Wu Liang could not help but exclaim. Right now, this fallen angel emperor was covered in red fur. He was indeed a terrifying monster. His entire body was emitting a sinister aura. He was like a demon that had crawled out from the depths of hell. Those strands of red hair involuntarily gave people a hair-raising feeling. This is a great emperor of the fallen angel race. I don't know what happened to him, but now his body is covered with red hair, Lin Feng said solemnly. As he spoke, he retreated rapidly. Even though this fallen angel emperor's battle prowess had decreased significantly after turning into a red-furred monster, he was still an emperor-level existence. When he channeled his energy and channeled his mystic skills, he was still not someone that Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang could contend against. Lin Feng and the boundless Taoist priest dodged the attack of the fallen angel clan's great emperor and turned around to escape. There was no need for them to continue fighting with this fallen angel emperor who had turned into a red-furred monster. That would not do them any good. Furthermore, if they were not careful, they might fall in the hands of this fallen angel emperor. The fallen angel emperor chased after Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang relentlessly. It seemed as though he would not rest until he killed the two of them. However, in the midst of chasing after Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang, he met with another group of cultivators. The heavenly emperor of the fallen angel tribe charged towards the group of cultivators. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang made use of this opportunity to escape the pursuit of the fallen angel emperor. To think that a great emperor would turn into such a terrifying monster. Just what happened back then? How could you make him like this? Immeasurable Daoist frowned. He felt that there was something fishy about this matter. It was truly bizarre to the extreme. I'm not sure. Perhaps only the emperor of the fallen angel race knows what happened back then, Lin Feng said. The two of them quickly left the area. 3 days later, Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist arrived at the place mentioned by Wu Liang Daoist. This place was called the Hidden Dragon Territory. Looking into the distance, a huge mountain ridge appeared in their line of sight. The mountain ridge lay between heaven and earth, exuding a special aura. That aura was like an extremely high-level oppressive might. The sight of that mountain gave people the urge to prostrate themselves in worship. The entire mountain range. He was like a sleeping dragon. The mountain ridge is like a dragon. This place is extraordinary. It contains an enormous dragon vein, Lin Feng said. Daoist Wu Liang said, this dragon vein was not formed naturally. It was formed after birth. Oh, how do you know? Lin Feng asked. Look at the surrounding terrain. Forests and ancient trees are everywhere. Isn't this place slightly lower than the surroundings? Wu Liang Daoist said. Lin Feng observed carefully and found that it was indeed so. He couldn't help but ask, what does this mean? Natural dragon veins have a body like a mountain. In other words, natural dragon veins expand outwards. This place should be higher than the surrounding areas. Postnatal dragon veins have a body like a valley. In other words, postnatal dragon veins will gradually sink in and look like a valley. This is the difference between natural and postnatal dragon veins, Wu Liang Daoist explained. This place can't be considered a valley, right? Lin Feng said. It can't be considered a valley, but with this sign, it might become one in a few years. Let's go down and take a look. We'll know what the situation is like inside, Wu Liang Daoist said. Lin Feng nodded and entered the underground world with Wu Liang Daoist. Lin Feng had grasped the Great Earth Elemental Art, so he could travel freely underground. Although Wu Liang Daoist hadn't grasped the Great Earth Elemental Art, he had grasped a similar ability. It could also easily penetrate the ground. The best tomb robbers usually knew how to travel underground. They didn't destroy a single blade of grass or tree above the tomb. They didn't even want to destroy a single rock or stone above the tomb. They quietly entered the tomb. They could steal treasures and leave. Even when they were robbing tombs, they could hide from everyone. If someone came to patrol, they wouldn't know what was going on underground. Only a few average grave robbers would be able to make such a big commotion or leave behind clues. Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist traveled about 30,000 meters underground. Then, they saw an energy barrier appear in the underground rock stratum. The two of them entered the energy barrier and saw a huge cave. It was an underground cave, and it was extremely dark. Outside the cave was a huge stone tablet with 2 lines of words written on it. Ancestral dragon roars to the 9 heavens. Billions of ancient gods roars to the 8 directions. What does this mean? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown and read those 2 lines carefully. Wu Liang Daoist said, ancestral dragons are the supreme beings of the dragon race. It is said that in this epoch, only 3 ancestral dragons were born. Ancestral dragons are extremely mysterious existences. Now that this stone tablet has the words ancestral dragon on it, could it be that this place is where an ancestral dragon is buried? Lin Feng was shocked by Wu Liang Daoist's words. Ancestral dragons were extremely terrifying existences. They should be existences on the same level as Pangu, Nua, fire god Zhurong, water god Gonggong, Dejiang, Grand Supreme, Fairy of the 9 Heavens, 3 Sovereigns, Kaiyu, Flame Emperor, and so on. They were definitely extremely ancient existences. Perhaps, they could be considered one of the oldest existences in this epoch. If this place was really the tomb of an ancestral dragon, it would be too shocking. Let's go in and take a look, Wu Liang Daoist said. Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist entered the cave. The cave was extremely deep, and it emitted a cold aura. After entering the cave, The two were extremely cautious. Not long after, the tunnel gradually widened, and an underground world appeared in their line of sight. This underground world had become much wider. Boom! Suddenly, cultivators appeared in the void and attacked Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist. There were two people attacking in total. They were an old man and a young man. Both of them were extremely powerful. Bang! Lin Feng and the young cultivator exchanged a blow, and he was sent flying. Daoist Wu Liang exchanged a blow with the old man and was also sent flying by the old man. Wu Liang Daoist, you mother-f***ka. Who dares to sneak attack me? Wu Liang Daoist cursed loudly. At this moment, Lin Feng clearly saw the appearance of the man he was fighting. Chapter 2907. It was a very familiar face, but it was also a face that Lin Feng had never expected. Huangfu Qingtian. It was a name that Lin Feng had almost forgotten. He was Lin Feng's eldest senior brother in the Tianwu continent, but there was no master or disciple relationship between them. There was only hatred. Lin Feng was extremely lucky to have killed Huangfu Qingtian in a life-and-death battle, but unfortunately, the corpse was taken away by the people of Huangfu Qingtian's mother. However, Huangfu Qingtian's soul had been completely destroyed at that time. Lin Feng remembered this clearly. Generally speaking, when a cultivator's soul was destroyed, he would be completely dead. This was because the soul was the foundation of a cultivator. Once the soul was destroyed, the cultivator's life would naturally follow. Huangfu Qingtian was Lin Feng's greatest enemy in the early stage of his cultivation, but Lin Feng had never imagined that Huangfu Qingtian would appear in front of him again. What an incredible thing that happened in front of him. Lin Feng did not know the cultivator beside Huangfu Qingtian, but he seemed to be with Huangfu Qingtian. Perhaps they were from the same faction. Are you surprised? Huangfu Qingtian looked at Lin Feng and asked calmly. Are you really Huangfu Qingtian? Lin Feng frowned. He had been wondering whether this guy who looked exactly like Huangfu Qingtian was Huangfu Qingtian or not. Now, he was finally sure. This person was Huangfu Qingtian. He should have been dead, but now he had appeared in front of him. Lin Feng didn't understand what was going on. How did Huangfu Qingtian come back to life? Could it be? Lin Feng thought of another possibility. That method seemed to be called the soul reconstruction technique. It could create a new soul and inject some memories into it. Could it be that Huangfu Qingtian was also created using this method? If that was the case, the Huangfu Qingtian in front of him was not the original Huangfu Qingtian. It was said that the reconstructed soul was flawed and would lose a lot of memories. Huangfu Qingtian said, "Of course, I'm the real Huangfu Qingtian. I'm back." Lin Feng sneered and said, "So what if he's back? Since I was able to kill you back then, I have a way to kill you a second time." Huangfu Qingtian sneered and said, "Lin Feng, I should have killed you in that battle. If I hadn't fallen into your trap, how could I have lost to you? Plotting." Lin Feng could not help but sneer as he said, "How laughable. I openly used a soul technique against you, yet your own soul technique was unable to withstand my attack. You actually found an excuse to say that you were ambushed. It seems you have become a flawed fellow after being reforged. You're no longer the Huangfu Qingtian I know. In other words, you're an imposter. You're not Huangfu Qingtian at all." When Huangfu Qingtian heard Lin Feng's mockery, he didn't get angry. He said indifferently, "I'm not the same as before. I'm much stronger now. Besides, I've already awakened my blood 3 times. My twin blood is even more powerful now. Killing you won't be a problem." Having said that, Huangfu Qingtian attacked Lin Feng again. Boom! Terrifying fluctuations swept across the world. Huangfu Qingtian's fist swept towards Lin Feng. Phantoms of gods and Buddhas appeared behind him. At this moment, Huangfu Qingtian seemed to have turned into the representative of thousands of gods and Buddhas, the embodiment of the vicissitudes of the righteous path between heaven and earth. Anyone who saw Huangfu Qingtian shrouded in sacred light would feel a sense of worship. They would want nothing more than to kneel on the ground and kowtow before praying devoutly. Lin Feng sneered and swept his fist towards Huangfu Qingtian. He used the demon ancestor's sacred fist. Demonic mist billowed behind Lin Feng. An illusory figure could be vaguely seen standing in the void. The illusory figure was ancient and immortal, but it emitted endless demonic power. Huangfu Qingtian seemed to represent the righteousness of the world, while Lin Feng was the embodiment of evil. One was righteous and the other was demonic. They collided together. Terrifying energy waves swept across the world and surged out, shattering the surrounding void. Huangfu Qingtian stepped on the sacred light as he walked over. If I'm the ruler, I'll judge you, a sinner, and you'll fall into hell forever. Huangfu Qingtian continued to attack Lin Feng. He reached out and gently tapped at Lin Feng. Suddenly, a powerful judgment force surged out and enveloped Lin Feng. This was the Great Judgment Art. One of the 3,000 Great Daos. An extremely terrifying Great Dao. When the judgment force enveloped Lin Feng, a voice seemed to resound in his mind. You are a sinful person. Being judged is your end, and also your final destination. The voice carried endless bewitching power, trying to make Lin Feng give up resisting. You're messing with my mind. You're delusional. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He stepped out, and the sovereign emperor blood in his body awakened. Sovereign judgment. Lin Feng opened his hand and slapped at Huangfu Qingtian. Boundless sovereign power surged out and shrouded Huangfu Qingtian rapidly. This was an ability Lin Feng obtained from the sovereign emperor blood. It was also a divine ability based on the judgment force, and it was not inferior to the Great Judgment Art. Bang, along with the sound of violent collisions. Lin Feng and Huangfu Qingtian collided again. This time, both of them retreated 3 meters away. Huangfu Qingtian's cultivation had indeed improved by leaps and bounds, and he was many times stronger than before. However, it was still not easy to defeat Lin Feng. Of course, Huangfu Qingtian didn't use his skills either. Lin Feng didn't use his skills either. Very well. It would be too boring if I killed you in a few moves, said Huangfu Qingtian looking at Lin Feng indifferently. He looked proud and unruly. Boom. At this moment, a violent fluctuation surged out from the depths. This fluctuation attracted everyone's attention. Stop fighting. There seems to be a change in the depths. Let's go take a look, the old man said in a deep voice. Huangfu Qingtian nodded and coldly glanced at Lin Feng. I'll spare your life this time. If you know what's good for you, you should escape as far as you can. When the opportunity comes, you won't be able to escape even if you want to. Chapter 2908. No matter if it was the previous Huangfu Qingtian or the current Huangfu Qingtian, they both seemed to have a characteristic, that was, they were extremely arrogant. This kind of arrogance seemed to emanate from his bones. Even if his soul was reconstructed, this arrogance did not disappear. Lin Feng even felt that the current Huangfu Qingtian was even more arrogant than before. Of course, Huangfu Qingtian was very powerful, so he had the right to be arrogant. When Lin Feng heard Huangfu Qingtian's threat, he didn't think about it at all. If they really fought, Lin Feng was not afraid of Huangfu Qingtian. As Lin Feng said before, since he could kill Huangfu Qingtian once, he could do it again. He was extremely lucky to kill Huangfu Qingtian last time. But this time, Lin Feng was extremely confident in his strength. He believed that he would not be so embarrassed after killing Huangfu Qingtian as before. Let's go in and have a look, Lin Feng said. Taoist Wuliang nodded and rushed into the depths with Lin Feng. Taoist Wuliang said, Huangfu Qingtian's cultivation is terrifying, but that old bastard's cultivation may be even more terrifying. The old bastard mentioned by Taoist Wuliang naturally referred to the old man beside Huangfu Qingtian. That old man was indeed terrifying. Lin Feng felt that the old man should be a cultivator who had climbed to the 99th step. Moreover, he should have been immersed in the 99th step for many years. For such a long time, he had been accumulating his cultivation because the old man's combat strength was extremely terrifying. Not to mention a powerful cultivator. Even if it was a blade of grass, a tree, or even a pig. If he cultivated for tens of thousands of years, he would probably become an extremely powerful existence. When one's realm remained at a certain level for many years without a breakthrough, his combat strength had been improving all the time. This was the so-called accumulation, said Lin Feng. Let's see if there are any treasures. If there are, we won't be able to avoid a battle, Daoist Wuliang said. You deal with your old rival, Huangfu Qingtian, and I'll deal with that old bastard. The immeasurable Daoist had always liked to pick on soft persimmons. Now, this guy knew how powerful that old man was. It was out of Lin Feng's expectations that he would take the initiative to deal with the old man. Of course, perhaps it was because the immeasurable Daoist didn't have a choice. If a battle really broke out, then Huangfu Qingtian's threat wasn't inferior to the old man. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang also arrived at the depths. At the deepest location was a huge Dao platform. The void around this Dao platform was distorted. The Dao platform was made of a type of cyan stone. This type of cyan stone was very ancient. It exuded a mysterious power. This was an extremely rare stone, and it was definitely a material that could be used to forge top-notch supreme treasures. Normally, finding such a stone was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But today, someone had used such a large piece of rock to create a platform. The platform was circular in shape and had a diameter of about 10 meters. There were densely packed runes on the Dao platform. The center was indistinctly divided into yin and yang by a Tai Chi line. The old man and Huangfu Qingtian stood not far away and watched the Dao platform. When Huangfu Qingtian saw that Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang had also arrived, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Feng ignored Huangfu Qingtian. He and Daoist Wu Liang stood beside the Dao platform and observed the mysterious Dao platform. In fact, Lin Feng had seen various types of Dao platforms over the years, but none of them could be compared to the one in front of him. In terms of the material used to create the Dao platform, it couldn't be compared. Moreover, the runes on the Dao platform were too mysterious and complicated. The runes on it are extraordinary, Daoist Wu Liang said solemnly. Lin Feng looked at the runes on the Dao platform. He tried to comprehend the runes, but he felt a stabbing pain in his head. The runes were so extraordinary that he couldn't comprehend them at all. If he tried, he would definitely suffer a calamity. Lin Feng quickly stopped comprehending the runes and said, "It's indeed extraordinary. I wonder what secrets this Dao platform hides." Lin Feng observed the Dao platform for a while and said, "Look at this place. Does it look like an ancient tomb? It's not easy to make a conclusion now. Let's wait and see if there are any changes to the Dao platform," Daoist Wu Liang said. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, some cultivators flew over from afar. They were 3 cultivators in green robes and bamboo hats. They didn't reveal their faces, so no one knew who they were. After arriving, the 3 of them began to observe the Dao platform. They were experts who must have received the news and rushed here. No one knew how Daoist Wu Liang found out about the ancient tomb here. However, it was clear that he wasn't the only one who knew about it. Not long after the 3 green-robed cultivators arrived, more people arrived. This time, there were more than a dozen experts from outside the realm. Among them, there were 2 old men who had terrifying and unfathomable strength. Whoosh, 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 more and more cultivators arrived, and many of them had extremely powerful cultivation bases. Experts from the myriad races, the races outside the realm, and other foreign forces all arrived. Lin Feng also saw 2 familiar faces, Qing Emperor and Little Stone King. They were also here. Qing Emperor and Little Stone King also saw Lin Feng. Qing Emperor nodded at Lin Feng, while Little Stone King sneered. Many experts followed Gong Nai when he arrived, but he kept a low profile. He didn't react even when he saw Lin Feng. It was as if there was no grudge between him and Lin Feng. Damn! Why are there so many experts here? Where did you find out about the ancient tomb here? Lin Feng asked in a low voice. Someone is peddling information. I bought it. I didn't expect that bastard to sell it to so many people, Daoist Wu Liang said through gritted teeth. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched when he heard Daoist Wu Liang's words. Lin Feng originally thought that even if someone knew about the ancient tomb here, there shouldn't be too many people. However, he didn't expect Daoist Wu Liang to be the one who bought it. It was no wonder that so many cultivators came here. There were already 200 to 300 people gathered here, and there were still cultivators arriving. Not long after, the son of the Sky Demon Emperor also arrived. Chapter 2909. The arrival of the Celestial Demon Emperor's son attracted quite a bit of attention. Back when the Celestial Demon Emperor was still alive, the myriad races had all submitted to him. In the past, the myriad races had merely been his subordinates. If the Celestial Demon Emperor were still alive, he would have had to address the Celestial Demon Emperor's son as his young master. However, the era of the Celestial Demon Emperor had long since passed. Among the myriad races, there weren't many who truly followed the Celestial Demon Emperor's son. Of course, this didn't affect the Celestial Demon Emperor's son's status among the myriad races. Now, out of respect for the Heavenly Demon Emperor, the myriad races still treated the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son with respect. However, if the Celestial Demon Emperor's son wanted to command the myriad races to do something for him, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The Heavenly Demon Emperor's son was very clear about this. Therefore, the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son had a sense of propriety and treated the myriad races in harmony. Moreover, he had never ordered the myriad races to do anything for him. Although the Celestial Demon Emperor's son was incomparably arrogant, he was actually a man of great wisdom. His arrogance stemmed from his powerful bloodline and strength. "Prince, look, it's Lin Feng." The witch pointed at Lin Feng, who was standing in a different direction. The Celestial Demon Emperor's son looked in Lin Feng's direction. When he saw Lin Feng, a cold glint flashed through his eyes. The Celestial Demon Emperor's son naturally wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Feng right now, but he knew that now wasn't the time to kill Lin Feng. With so many experts gathered here, if they really fought with Lin Feng, even if they killed Lin Feng, the Celestial Demon Emperor's son wouldn't be able to obtain the Celestial Demon Emperor's son. Would they be able to obtain Lin Feng's legacies, treasures, and wealth? That wasn't necessarily the case. When the time came, many people would fight over them. So many experts would fight over them. It was hard to say who would end up with the treasures. Moreover, compared to killing Lin Feng, the Celestial Demon Emperor's son was more interested in the Tao platform. The Tao platform is very ancient, and the runes seem to be innate runes, a cultivator said, having studied the runes on the platform. There are many types of innate runes. Can you tell which type it belongs to? Another asked. It looks like innate dragon runes, the cultivator said. Dragon runes? The stone steely outside mentioned the dragon ancestor. Dragon is. There were 3 ancestral dragons in the Xiantian era. If the Tao altar is related to the ancestral dragons, then which one of them is it related to? A cultivator asked, raising the doubts in his heart. The Tao platform was extraordinary, and it hid a great secret. If it really had something to do with the ancestral dragon, then maybe something shocking would appear. This S runes. Said time said. Al said emperor's been in the Dao A. This Guang Yuanzi possessed remarkable abilities and had a deep understanding of restrictions, formations, and so on. Although he was a human from 9 provinces, he was on good terms with the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces. The cultivators from the 3 forces clearly knew of Master Guang Yuan's capabilities. When they saw him, many of them greeted him. Boundless Tao venerate his ancestors. This guy is obviously a fake Daoist. Boundless Daoist whispered. He did not like the sage-like Master Guang Yuan at all. Lin Feng did not like Master Guang Yuan. The Heavenly Master and Earthly Master clans had a long history of enmity. The Earthly Master clans would never let him off. Lin Feng knew that. The Earthly Master clans had been eyeing the Heavenly Master clan's legacy for who knew how many years. They would probably send experts to deal with him. Lin Feng did not have a good impression of Master Guang Yuan, who was from the Earthly Master clans. However, there was one thing that Lin Feng had to admire. Master Guang Yuan's image was just too good. No matter how he looked at Boundless Daoist, he looked like a fake Daoist. Moreover, he looked like a fake Daoist who sold his skills in the pugilistic world and cheated others. The sage-like Master Guang Yuan, on the other hand, looked more like a Daoist expert. Lin Feng saw Boundless Daoist's description of Master Guang Yuan as Boundless Daoist's envy. Daoist, do you know the secret of this Tao platform? A cultivator asked. Master Guangyuan said, "This humble Daoist does not know. However, since we're all here, I think this Dao platform might change. Perhaps some changes will happen." As soon as Master Guangyuan finished speaking, a loud rumbling sound could be heard. The Dao platform shook violently. The runes on the Dao platform seemed to have come to life. The runes started to distort violently. Heavens! Daoist, you really have godlike foresight. Many people could not help but exclaim. They were full of admiration for Master Guangyuan. Boundless Dao venerate. Master Guangyuan pretended to be an expert. He chanted a Daoist name and waved his horsetail whisk. At this moment, no one paid any attention to Master Guangyuan. Therefore, Master Guangyuan's image of an expert was in vain. Everyone's eyes were focused on the Dao platform. They did not know what would happen to it. Look, the Taiji dividing line in the middle seems to be awakening. Someone pointed at the Taiji dividing line on the Dao platform. The Taiji dividing line looked like a sleeping dragon. And now, the sleeping dragon was awakening. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy swept through the world, shaking the void. It shocked and moved everyone. Roar! A loud dragon roar could be heard. The Taiji dividing line actually turned into the shape of a small dragon. Then, it let out a dragon roar. Crack! Crack! Next, with the Taiji dividing line as the center, the Dao platform gradually split into two sides. Seeing this, the eyes of many cultivators couldn't help but light up. As everyone waited in anticipation, the Dao platform completely split apart. Then, a coffin rose from the Dao platform. It was a green coffin. It was made of the same material as the Dao platform. It was also densely covered with all kinds of runes. Those runes were all innate dragon runes. They were mysterious and unfathomable. Master Guangyuan did not know what those innate dragon runes meant. He could only confirm that they were innate dragon runes because he had seen them in the sacred tower of the Geomaster branch. However, there were only 5 or 6 innate dragon runes in the sacred tower of the Geomaster branch. However, the Dao platform and the green coffin were densely covered with innate dragon runes. It was unknown how many there were. Chapter 29:10. Ancestral dragons were the first dragons to be born in the world. Ancestral dragons were also Xiantian life forms. They were born from heaven and earth, but it was said that they developed real flesh and blood. This was very similar to the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal and the Sacred Battle Ape. The Great Sage, Heaven's Equal and the Sacred Battle Ape were originally from the Stone Tribe, but they developed flesh and blood and eventually became flesh and blood. Even in the era when Xiantian life forms ruled the heavens, ancestral dragons were peerless and invincible. The progenitor dragon had once awed the myriad worlds. Rumor had it that a progenitor dragon had gone to the wasteland and even there, he had become an overlord. From this, one could see how terrifying the progenitor dragon was. Now that the green stone coffin had appeared, everyone could not help but imagine. Many people were already tempted to open the stone coffin and see if it was really an ancestral dragon inside. However, the void around the platform was still distorting and emitting shocking waves. Therefore, those cultivators who wanted to make a move did not, but waited for the right time. What do you think? Lin Feng looked at Wu Liang Daoist. This guy was a professional tomb raider. God knows how many tombs he had raided over the years. However, Lin Feng found that Wu Liang Daoist was very quiet, which was not in line with his usual style. Anything can appear in such a green stone coffin, Wu Liang Daoist said meaningfully. Lin Feng could not help but frown. What was this damned Daoist trying to say? He was actually speaking in riddles. 2 hours later, the void around the platform finally calmed down. I'll go see what's inside, a cultivator said and then stepped out. Someone recognized the identity of this cultivator. He had an extraordinary background. He was a cultivator from the sacred god tribe. If it were anyone else who walked up the platform so ostentatiously, they would probably be surrounded and attacked by many. However, the sacred god tribe was the #1 tribe among thousands of races. Who dared to offend them? This person is called Sheng Yuankuan. He's an expert of the Yuan generation in the sacred god tribe. He has cultivated for 720,000 years and is now in the Boundary Emperor realm. He has already reached the 85th stone step. A cultivator said. He had some understanding of this sacred god tribe cultivator and then explained his situation. The cultivators of the sacred god clan had extraordinary talents. Since Sheng Yuankuan had reached the 85th step, he was definitely an abnormally terrifying existence. They were many times stronger than cultivators of the same level from other races. Sheng Yuankuan walked step by step towards the platform. He stepped onto the platform and came to the cyan sarcophagus. "Get ready," Daoist Wuliang said softly. He was already rubbing his palms together. There were many cultivators who had the same idea as Daoist Wu Liang. Let Sheng Yuankuan open the sarcophagus first. It wouldn't be too late to make a move then. Perhaps Sheng Yuankuan was aware of the thoughts of many cultivators below. He couldn't help but sneer with contempt at the corner of his mouth. Since Sheng Yuankuan dared to be the first one to step onto the platform and open the sarcophagus, he must have a way to deal with any unexpected situation. An expert at Sheng Yuankuan's level was naturally a scheming person. He wouldn't do anything rashly. There were stone nails on the stone coffin. There were 81 stone nails in total. Sheng Yuankuan removed all 81 stone nails and grabbed the lid of the coffin with both hands. He wanted to open the lid of the cyan sarcophagus. Although the lid of the coffin wasn't big, it was extremely heavy. Catcher, catcher. Intense friction sounded. The lid of the coffin was gradually pushed open by Sheng Yuankuan. Buzz. At this moment, a stream of dragon qi escaped from the coffin. That stream of dragon qi was very terrifying. It directly shattered the void and suppressed towards Sheng Yuankuan. Break. Sheng Yuankuan's expression was cold as he swung his fist towards that stream of dragon qi. He was so powerful that he naturally didn't care about a mere stream of dragon qi. Bam! Sheng Yuankuan's tyrannical fist swept across the dragon qi. Something shocking happened. Sheng Yuankuan's arm directly exploded. His entire body was swept away by the dragon qi. Oh my god, the power of that dragon qi is so terrifying, many people couldn't help but exclaim. They couldn't believe their eyes. Sheng Yuankuan's cultivation was so strong, but he couldn't block the attack of dragon qi. It was truly inconceivable. Even Lin Feng was astonished. Just how strong was that dragon qi to be able to destroy Sheng Yuankuan's arm with a single strike? My arm! Sheng Yuankuan cried out. The destruction of his arm was a huge blow to him. However, the dragon qi didn't dissipate. Instead, it continued to suppress Sheng Yuankuan. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. The dragon qi was too terrifying. If Sheng Yuankuan didn't have any powerful means, he might have died under the attack of this dragon qi. Sheng Yuankuan won't die, right? Some cultivators asked. They looked nervously at the dragon qi and Sheng Yuankuan. Swish. Sheng Yuankuan waved his right hand, and a powerful magic treasure flew out. It was a defensive magic treasure, the 5 Elements shield. Images of the 5 Elements sacred beasts were drawn on it. This was a defensive magic treasure that was close to an emperor weapon. It could evolve into an emperor weapon in the future. It was extremely powerful. Bam! The dragon qi swept across the magic treasure. Accompanied by a dull sound of impact, the magic treasure was directly sent flying. Moreover, the magic treasure's light became extremely dim. It was obvious that it had suffered heavy injuries. It would be difficult to use it again in a short period of time. The dragon qi was too powerful. It was so powerful that everyone present was shocked. Sheng Yuankuan turned around and flew out. He wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. However, the dragon qi caught up to Sheng Yuankuan and suppressed him. No! Sheng Yuankuan cried out in horror. In the next moment, the dragon qi swept across Sheng Yuankuan's body. Sheng Yuankuan's physical body exploded. His soul shattered, and his body and soul were destroyed on the spot. This is too terrifying. Everyone looked at the scene in shock. A powerful cultivator like Sheng Yuankuan was killed just like that. He didn't even have the ability to resist. That was just a stream of dragon qi. How could a mere strand of dragon chi have such terrifying power? This was too inconceivable. After killing Sheng Yuankuan, the dragon chi dissipated between heaven and earth. It didn't attack the surrounding cultivators. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. After Sheng Yuankuan's death, no one dared to open the cyan sarcophagus for a long time. "I'll give it a try," Lin Feng said. He walked toward the cyan sarcophagus. Lin Feng didn't want to wait any longer. He felt that there was definitely something extraordinary in the cyan sarcophagus. Therefore, Lin Feng chose to make a move. If he really obtained the treasure, he might be surrounded. So what? At most, he would have to fight a bloody battle. Chapter 29:11. Who is he? He actually dares to ascend the Dao platform. It seems like he's just a human cultivator. Does he want to die? A cultivator asked. He didn't know Lin Feng, so he felt that Lin Feng was simply courting death by ascending the Dao platform. His Lin Feng of the human race, someone who knew Lin Feng said. What? His Lin Feng of the human race? This news caused a huge uproar. Many cultivators were shocked and couldn't believe it. During this period of time, the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign cultivators had formed an alliance to search for Lin Feng's whereabouts. Yet, Lin Feng had actually swaggered into this place. This guy was truly audacious. Moreover, the Sky Demon Emperor's son, Gongzong Nai, Sheng Yuandao, and the others were also here. They definitely wouldn't let Lin Feng go so easily. Everyone knew this very well. Instead of leaving quietly, he wants to ascend the Dao platform. He's simply courting death. A cultivator sneered. He had his own opinion about Lin Feng ascending the Dao platform. He felt that Lin Feng was courting death. Clearly, he didn't think that Lin Feng would be able to leave this place alive. This place was surrounded by experts. If he wanted to kill Lin Feng, it would be too easy. Daoist Wu Liang followed Lin Feng to the Dao platform. This is not the Dao platform. This is the divine immortal platform. This platform has a stone coffin. This is the platform where an ancient immortal is buried. Daoist Wu Liang uttered an unfathomable sentence. Guang Yuanzi's face turned green when he saw Daoist Wu Liang. You still dare to show yourself? Guang Yuanzi looked coldly at Daoist Wu Liang. Daoist Wu Liang said, I'm just an honorable. Why wouldn't I dare to show myself? You deserve to die. Guang Yuanzi's eyes flashed with killing intent. He didn't hide it at all when he looked at Daoist Wu Liang. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. How did Daoist Wu Liang become enemies with Guang Yuanzi? Could it be that Daoist Wu Liang dug up the tomb of the Earthmaster's ancestors? The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more likely it was. Given Daoist Wu Liang's personality, it was indeed very likely that he would do something like that. So it's that damned Daoist. I heard that he specializes in digging up the tombs of other people's ancestors. He's definitely a disaster. A cultivator from the myriad races. Then, another myriad race cultivator said, Guang Yuanzi is so angry. It seems that this Daoist dug up the ancient tomb of the Geomaster lineage's ancestor, right? But since he ran into Guang Yuanzi, I'm afraid he's dead for sure today. Myriad races. Myriad races. Myriad races. The immeasurable Daoist had a grand goal. He had his eyes on the ancient tombs of the ancestors of the 10,000 races. Many cultivators. Killing intent. Lin Feng frowned. This didn't seem like Daoist Wu Liang's style. Even if Daoist Wu Liang provoked others, he would only do it if he could escape at any time. Now, Daoist Wu Liang dared to provoke the cultivators of the myriad races. Lin Feng was very surprised. He didn't know what Daoist Wu Liang was planning. Could it be that Daoist Wu Liang had a way to escape? Was that why he dared to provoke the cultivators of the myriad races? Let's talk about it after we get out of here alive. Some cultivators sneered in response. Although they wanted to kill Daoist Wu Liang, they didn't plan to do it now. They planned to wait until Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang opened the cyan coffin before making a move. Many people had the same plan. Even the son of the heavenly demon emperor, young Master Nai, and the others had the same plan. Daoist Wu Liang and Lin Feng went up to the Dao platform together. Daoist Wu Liang circled around the cyan coffin and began to chant an incantation. As he chanted, he jumped up and down as if he was a priest performing a ritual. What's this guy doing? Many people looked at Daoist Wu Liang, puzzled. They didn't know what he was doing. Even Lin Feng didn't know what Daoist Wu Liang was doing. This guy was very mysterious. He was like a swindler who wandered the world. He's just pretending to be mysterious. Some cultivators sneered. They felt that Daoist Wu Liang was just pretending to be mysterious. He was trying to fool the surrounding cultivators. Finally, Daoist Wu Liang stopped. He looked at Lin Feng and said like an expert, "Benefactor, you can open the coffin now." After saying that, Daoist Wu Liang quickly retreated a few meters. This guy clearly wanted Lin Feng to open the coffin while he watched from the side. If there was any danger, he would be ready to escape at any time. Your sister." Lin Feng looked at Daoist Wu Liang and couldn't help but roll his eyes. He couldn't be bothered with Daoist Wu Liang. Lin Feng took a deep breath and pushed the cyan coffin. Crack, crack. The cyan coffin emitted a violent grinding sound. Gradually, a crack appeared on the cyan coffin. A dragon aura escaped from the crack. Then, the dragon aura suppressed Lin Feng, just like how it dealt with Sheng Yuankuan. Sheng Yuankuan was killed by this dragon aura. The dragon aura in front of him was extremely terrifying. It wanted to kill Lin Feng. Facing the dragon aura attack, Lin Feng directly took out the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda. The Heavenly Mystery Pagoda descended and a holy light protected Lin Feng's body. Bang! The dragon aura swept across the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda's defensive holy light and was immediately blocked by the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda's defensive holy light. Seeing this, Lin Feng suddenly became spirited. As expected of an emperor-level defensive Dharma treasure, its power was extremely strong. Lin Feng seized the opportunity and quickly opened the coffin. However, to Lin Feng's surprise, there was no corpse in the coffin. There were only two things. One was a jade tube, and the other was a porcelain bottle. Attack! The surrounding cultivators attacked one after another. All kinds of Dharma treasures and divine abilities bombarded Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent. Just as he was about to counterattack, Daoist Wu Liang laughed loudly and said, "Daoist Wu Liang, you're 18 generations of ancestors, a bunch of idiots. Do you think you can keep the two of us here? Stop daydreaming." As soon as he finished speaking, Daoist Wu Liang flicked his finger. One rune after another flew out and entered the platform. Buzz. Then, the runes on the Dao platform seemed to have been activated. The void around the Dao platform distorted again. The distorted void blocked the attacks of hundreds of cultivators. Lin Feng was shocked. It turned out that Daoist Wu Liang was mumbling, jumping, and chanting incantations to communicate with the Dao platform. This guy's methods were really extraordinary. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang each took a treasure. Swoosh. Chapter 29:12. Above a desolate mountain forest, a light flashed. Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist flew out from the void. They had been teleported to this location. With a loud rumbling sound, a huge claw descended from the sky and slapped towards Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist. It was a huge yellow bear. It was 30 to 40 meters tall and had a powerful body. "You dare to sneak attack me? You must be tired of living," Wu Liang Daoist shouted and swept the horsetail whisk in his hand. There was a loud bang. The huge bear was sent flying by Wu Liang Daoist. Plop! The huge bear fell to the ground and died. "I can make a braised bear paw. It must taste good," Lin Feng said. Wu Liang Daoist's saliva almost flowed out. Lin Feng said, "As a monk, your diet must be bland. So, Daoist, don't think about the bear paw. Look around and see if there are any wild fruits. Pick them to satisfy your hunger," Wu Liang Daoist said. As the saying goes, wine and meat pass through the intestines, but the ancestor's heart remains. We Taoists are not as particular as Buddhists. Not to mention drinking wine and eating meat, even marrying and having children are common. Lin Feng was speechless after hearing Wu Liang Daoist's reason. Lin Feng kept the huge bear into his mountain river ring and left with Wu Liang Daoist. The two of them found a quiet place and took out their treasures. Wu Liang Daoist took the jade tube while Lin Feng took the porcelain bottle. This is actually a divine ability. It was passed down by the third ancestor dragon. Wu Liang Daoist was shocked. Lin Feng's eyes lit up and said, "Give me the jade tube. Let me take a look." Wu Liang Daoist curled his lips and said, "This is mine. What does it have to do with you?" With such a powerful divine ability, Wu Liang Daoist obviously wanted to keep it for himself. Lin Feng said, "We got it together. Although it's in your hands, everyone has a share." However, the immeasurable Daoist didn't seem to want to bother with Lin Feng. Lin Feng continued, "Don't you want to know the cultivation method of the life and death art?" After hearing the words life and death art, immeasurable Daoist was stunned. He threw the jade tube to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's divine will entered the jade tube, and he immediately felt a boundless aura rushing towards him. It was as if he had come to another world. This world was filled with a mysterious and ancient aura. Roar, a high-pitched dragon roar came from the end of this world. Lin Feng saw that at the end of the world, a dragon had raised its head. The dragon's body was shrouded in immortal mist, and only its head could be seen. This head was truly too large as a star in outer space, causing people to be deeply shaken. That huge dragon was the third ancestral dragon. This was the third dragon born between heaven and earth. Ancestral dragons possessed many heaven-defying abilities. In the past, the third ancestral dragon had been an overlord during the era of Xiantian lifeforms. It was extremely rare for a Xiantian lifeform to be able to contend with the third ancestral dragon. Even Pangu, Nuer, and other experts wouldn't dare say that they could defeat the third ancestral dragon. Because dragons had a huge advantage. Their bodies were powerful, their magic power was monstrous, and their draconic divine arts were terrifying beyond compare. Dragons were one of the most perfect races in the world. Since ancient times, dragons had always been synonymous with power, let alone the third ancestral dragon. As for how powerful the third ancestral dragon was, it was unknown. Lin Feng's divine will retreated from the ancient world, and a cultivation method appeared in his mind. This cultivation method was called the Ancestral Dragon Fist. It was an extremely ancient technique. The creator of the Ancestral Dragon Fist wasn't the third ancestral dragon, but the first ancestral dragon. Among the three, the first ancestral dragon's cultivation was the strongest, but also the most mysterious. It was rumored that the first ancestral dragon had disappeared many years before the Great Xiantian battle. No one knew where the first ancestral dragon went. But with the first ancestral dragon's cultivation, he shouldn't have met with a calamity. In this world, there were too few cultivators who could kill the first ancestral dragon. It would be even more difficult to kill the first ancestral dragon without alerting anyone. The Ancestral Dragon Fist is really a powerful inheritance. This is the inheritance of a supreme expert, Lin Feng said with a face full of joy. This time, he was really lucky to have obtained a divine art like the Ancestral Dragon Fist. "What's in that bottle of yours? Open it and take a look," Daoist Wuliang said, starting to think about the things in Lin Feng's bottle. Lin Feng opened the bottle and discovered that there were 3 pills inside. They were grayish-brown in color. Every single one of the pills was emitting waves of intense energy fluctuations. This made Lin Feng extremely happy, because it meant that his third sister's pills weren't destroyed. Lin Feng took out a pill and couldn't help but frown. "What pill is this? I've never seen it before." The legendary elemental spirit pill. The boundless Taoist priest was astonished. He stared at the pill in Lin Feng's hand. "What's this elemental spirit pill?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously. "This is an immortal Dan. Rumor has it that the elemental spirit Dan uses the saint flower of the immortal herb elemental spirit vine as the main ingredient, and then uses 3,795 kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures as auxiliary ingredients to refine the elemental spirit Dan. One elemental spirit Dan can allow a cultivator to split out an origin spirit," Daoist Wuliang said. "There's such an effect." Lin Feng's eyes couldn't help but light up. Lin Feng now had one primary primordial spirit and two secondary primordial spirits. Thus, he could do three things at once. If he refined the elemental spirit pill, wouldn't he have more secondary primordial spirits? Daoist Wuliang said. Don't you know what grade the elemental spirit pill is? Its effect is naturally amazing. Splitting a secondary primordial spirit is only one of its effects. The elemental spirit pill can also help a cultivator increase their cultivation. There's actually such a heaven-defying pill, Lin Feng said in shock. This pill could increase one's cultivation. A pill that could split a secondary primordial spirit was indeed too amazing. Not to mention seeing it, he had never even heard of it before. However, a cultivator can only refine one elemental spirit pill in their lifetime. Refining more will have no effect. Daoist Wuliang said. Lin Feng had 3 elemental spirit pills, so he handed the one in his hand to Daoist Wuliang. Daoist Wuliang carefully looked at it, then sighed and said, "The medicinal effect of this elemental spirit pill has been severely damaged." Lin Feng said, "It's been too long. It's already quite good that it hasn't been completely destroyed." Daoist Wuliang nodded. Time was like a butcher's knife. It could destroy everything. Daoist Wuliang often excavated ancient tombs and came into contact with many pills, but many pills had been corroded by time. Chapter 29:13. Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist did not directly refine the elemental spirit Dan. The two of them decided to first have a full meal, then refine the elemental spirit Dan. Lin Feng cut open the belly of the giant bear, then took out cooking tools and various materials, and then started to cook. Lin Feng made a braised bear paw, a barbecue, a braised bear heart, and a steamed bear head. After cooking, Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist gathered together, drinking and eating meat. Wu Liang Daoist did not look like a real Daoist. No matter how you looked at him, he looked like a Jianghu swindler. No wonder his Daoist robe was always greasy. It seemed like this guy ate a lot of meat and drank a lot. After having a full meal, the two of them looked for a place to refine the elemental spirit Dan. Lin Feng swallowed the elemental spirit Dan, then immediately operated the archaic dragonesque elephant secret art. Under the refining of the archaic dragonesque elephant secret art, the elemental spirit Dan gradually decomposed into pure energy. Lin Feng found that the energy of the elemental spirit Dan was divided into 2 parts. One part was gradually absorbed by the body, and the other part was rushing towards the soul. Everyone only had one soul, but everyone could give birth to many primordial spirits. The primordial spirit was actually condensed from the power of the soul. Lin Feng already had the experience of splitting his primordial spirit twice. He also suffered the pain of splitting his primordial spirit twice. Many people could not bear such pain, and eventually collapsed, turning into an idiot. Such examples had appeared many times since ancient times. Lin Feng certainly felt the pain, but Lin Feng, who had already suffered twice before, was now able to endure the torment of this pain very well. On the other side, Wu Liang Daoist let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. This was not an exaggeration. Splitting the primordial spirit was equivalent to splitting the soul. And the soul was the foundation of a person. The soul was destroyed. The person died. The soul was slightly damaged. It was many times more painful than the physical injury. The pain Lin Feng suffered was not lighter than Wu Liang Daoist, but Lin Feng did not let out an exaggerated scream like Wu Liang Daoist. 3 hours later, Lin Feng finally succeeded in forming a 4th primordial spirit in his mind. This made Lin Feng happy, because now he could multitask. What kind of terrifying ability was this? He was doing 4 things at the same time, activating 4 divine abilities to fight the enemy. It was equivalent to 4 Lin Feng attacking at the same time. This was also one of Lin Feng's secrets, and also one of his most powerful methods. After the 4th primordial spirit was successfully formed, Lin Feng's cultivation base continued to rise steadily. Originally, Lin Feng had broken through to the 10th layer of the giant god realm, but in reality, he had only stopped at the initial 10th layer. Currently, Lin Feng's cultivation had rapidly broken through from the early 10th layer of the giant god realm to the middle 10th layer, then to the late 10th layer, before finally stopping at the peak 10th layer. It wasn't until he broke through to the peak of the 10th layer of the giant god realm that the majestic energy in Lin Feng's body was completely exhausted. That's great. The next step is to break through to the quasi-emperor realm. Lin Feng's face showed joy. With his savings, it was so difficult to raise his cultivation base, but he had already broken through to the peak of the giant god realm in just a few decades. It had to be said that this was not a small miracle. Next, Lin Feng needed to settle down for a period of time. Because his savings were too powerful, and breaking through to the quasi-emperor realm would be the biggest obstacle Lin Feng had encountered so far. With Lin Feng's savings, it was naturally extremely difficult to break through to the quasi-emperor realm. Therefore, now Lin Feng needed to settle down his cultivation base, and at the same time, he needed to find some heaven-defying opportunities to complete this breakthrough. Lin Feng wanted to kill the son of the Sky Demon Emperor and snatch his Black Flame God Devouring Fire. Then, with the help of the Black Flame God Devouring Fire, the 8th-ranked Heavenly Fire, he broke through to the Quasi-Emperor realm in one fell swoop. Lin Feng hoped to find an opportunity to kill the son of the Sky Demon Emperor. 2 hours later, Immeasurable Taoist also completed his cultivation. Although the medicinal efficacy has been severely depleted, it is still extremely extraordinary. It is indeed worthy of being an immortal-level medicinal pill. Immeasurable Taoist sighed with emotion. Then, he looked at Lin Feng and said, "Don't you still have one? Anyway, it's useless for you to keep it, so why don't you give it to me?" Lin Feng suddenly had the impulse to slap Immeasurable Taoist to death. This guy really had the nerve to say such words. Lin Feng said indifferently, "It's not a problem if you want it, but you have to exchange it with treasures." "What treasures do you want?" Immeasurable Taoist narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Feng. "I remember that you have 8 volumes of Feng Shui secret techniques, which recorded the method of robbing tombs to find dragons. The dragon-seeking formula seems to be only one of the secret techniques recorded in the 8 volumes of Feng Shui secret techniques. If you teach me these 8 volumes of Feng Shui secret techniques, this medicinal pill is yours," Lin Feng said. Immeasurable Taoist curled his lips and said, "How can my 8 volumes of Feng Shui secret techniques be as simple as you say? There are shocking secrets hidden in them. How can I casually tell you? I don't want this medicinal pill. What about the cultivation method of the life and death formula? Hurry up and tell me." Lin Feng threw a jade tube to Immeasurable Taoist. Immeasurable Taoist quickly grabbed the jade tube and carefully sensed it. A satisfied smile immediately appeared on his face. Lin Feng said, "After memorizing the cultivation method, destroy the jade tube. Don't leave any clues behind. It will be troublesome if you are killed one day and the life and death formula is obtained by someone else." Immeasurable Taoist said, "This Taoist is immortal and indestructible. I won't die even if you die." After saying that, Immeasurable Taoist put away the jade tube containing the life and death formula. Lin Feng said, "The world behind the primal chaos gate should be hiding some huge secrets. Do you have a way to enter the primal chaos gate?" The reason Lin Feng asked Immeasurable Taoist this question was because Immeasurable Taoist had extraordinary means. Perhaps he really did have some shocking means to enter the world behind the primal chaos gate. If he could really enter the primal chaos gate, he might be able to obtain many extraordinary items. "I really do have a way to enter the primal chaos gate, but now isn't the right time. We'll have to wait for those great emperors to enter the primal chaos gate first," Immeasurable Taoist said. He was very cautious because the world behind the primal chaos gate was simply too dangerous. Those great emperors might be able to lure away the dangers inside after entering the primal chaos gate. At that time, they wouldn't be in such danger after entering the primal chaos gate. "Do you suspect that there's something terrifying inside?" Lin Feng asked. "Of course, there might be some unknown terrifying existences inside. We have to be careful," Immeasurable Taoist said. The next day, Lin Feng and Immeasurable Taoist saw the primal chaos gate. The primal chaos ancient bell slammed into the primal chaos gate. The primal chaos gate opened, and the primal chaos ancient bell entered the primal chaos gate. Next, a mysterious great emperor in green robes entered the primal chaos gate. Chapter 29:14. Lin Feng had seen 3 green-robed cultivators in the ancestral dragon tomb. They were wearing the same robes as the great emperors who had just entered the primal chaos gate. Thus, Lin Feng guessed that they were cultivators from the same faction. Some great emperors flew over and tore through the void to give chase. The world behind the primal chaos gate was too attractive for these great emperors. Lin Feng and the Taoist priest left. It wasn't the right time to enter the primal chaos door. They were waiting for an opportunity. At the same time, they wanted to see if there were any other opportunities in the primal chaos ancient country. Everyone wants to become a god. What's so good about that? On this day, a voice came from the depths of the primal chaos ancient nation. The voice was melodious, deep, ancient, and full of vicissitudes. It was as if it had traveled across the river of time to reach this era. When they heard the voice, everyone's spirits were lifted. Where did the voice from the depths of the chaotic ancient country come from? Why was there a voice like that? This caused everyone to be extremely puzzled. Let's go and take a look, Lin Feng said. He set off with Daoist Wu Liang toward the depths of the primal chaos ancient nation. Many cultivators were attracted by the voice and flew toward the depths of the primal chaos ancient nation. Of course, most great emperors were still chasing the primal chaos gate. That was their ultimate goal. However, there were also great emperors who chose to enter the depths of the primal chaos ancient nation to see where the voice came from. The voice soon disappeared and did not appear again. However, many cultivators had already locked onto the direction of the voice and pushed their speed to the limit. Not long after, Lin Feng saw a boundless ocean. It was truly inconceivable that such an ocean would appear in the primal chaos ancient nation. What does this ocean mean? Lin Feng frowned. He had a feeling that something was wrong with this ocean. Many cultivators had gathered at the periphery of the ocean and were looking toward the depths. Everyone wants to become a god. If you want to become a god, come find me. I know the 3,000 heavenly arts. Every method can help you become a god. Just as everyone was looking into the depths of the cave, the mysterious voice suddenly sounded again. When they heard that voice, everyone was boiling with excitement. What kind of existence could make such a sound? Master the 3,000 ways to become immortals? Is this true? Everyone flew towards the depths of the ocean, wanting to see if there was really such a legendary method. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang also entered the sea and flew towards the depths. Boom, not long after, the sound of violent fluctuations came from the depths. Everyone quickly flew over and found that there were actually cultivators fighting. 3 great emperors were attacking another great emperor. The Red World Fairy. When Lin Feng saw the besieged great emperor, he was shocked. The besieged great emperor was disguised as a man, with red lips and white teeth. It was the Red World Fairy. The Red World Fairy had broken through to the great emperor realm. This heaven-defying existence who cultivated 3,000 great Daos and many other immortal arts had come to the ancient Chaos Nation. The 3 great emperors attacking the Red World Fairy were the great emperor of the ancient God clan, the evil execution great emperor, and the last great emperor from the outer realm. He seemed to be the great emperor of the heaven-devouring Python race. The great emperor of the ancient God clan was a terrifying existence. He had become a great emperor in the ancient era. His name was Shen Chu, and his cultivation was unfathomable. The evil execution great emperor was a great emperor of the 9-headed insect race. He had once challenged the Red World Fairy and wanted to kill the Red World Fairy, but he was almost killed by the Red World Fairy. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen the great emperor of the heaven-devouring Python race. Now, the 3 great emperors were attacking the Red World Fairy. Their attacks were endless, but the Red World Fairy was still fighting 1 against 3 with ease. The Red World Fairy is a human cultivator who recently became a great emperor, but this woman is able to resist the combined attacks of Shen Chu, the evil execution great emperor, and the great emperor of the heaven-devouring Python race. Isn't this woman too terrifying? A cultivator from the myriad races said in disbelief. He couldn't believe his eyes. This was because these cultivators knew how terrifying the great emperor of the ancient God clan, Shen Chu, was. He was a great emperor who had existed since the ancient era. No one knew how terrifying his cultivation was now. Furthermore, Shen Chu had two great emperors helping him to deal with the Red World Fairy, but they still couldn't take down the Red World Fairy quickly. It was truly inconceivable. The Red World Fairy will definitely become one of the most terrifying existences in the history of the human race in this epoch, Daoist Wuliang said. He was full of admiration for the Red World Fairy. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Lin Feng also felt that Daoist Wuliang was right. The Red World Fairy had actually learned 3,000 great Daos. He really didn't know how she had learned them. There were many rumors about the Red World Fairy's master, but only the Red World Fairy herself knew who had taught the Red World Fairy. Perhaps the rumors in the outside world couldn't be taken seriously. Honored immortal Hong Chen, hand over that thing. Otherwise, only death awaits you today, the evil execution Great Emperor said coldly. He hated the Red World Fairy very much. He had almost died at the hands of the Red World Fairy, so his hatred didn't lessen at all. Instead, it became even stronger. Especially during this period of time, the evil execution Great Emperor had heard many people talking about his defeat at the hands of the Red World Fairy. That incident had become a stain on his life. As for the Red World Fairy, who had caused all of this, the evil execution Great Emperor naturally hated her to the bone. You can try. The Red World Fairy looked indifferent. She ignored the evil execution Great Emperor's threat. The battle became more and more intense. The four of them fought until the rivers flowed backward. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The surrounding cultivators had no place to stand. Everyone quickly left the area, and the four experts who were fighting didn't continue to stay in the area. They quickly left. Soon, they disappeared without a trace. After the four great emperors left, the rest of the cultivators continued to fly deeper. However, after flying for a long time, they still couldn't find anything. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Something doesn't seem right. Why does this ocean seem to have no end? Daoist Wuliang also noticed that something was wrong. When he heard Lin Feng's words, he couldn't help but nod. Daoist Wuliang said, "It is indeed strange. Let's see if there will be any changes later." Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang continued to fly deeper. However, they still couldn't find anything. This place was like a sea of dead silence. Once one entered this place, they would be trapped inside. Chapter 29:15. Many people were flying aimlessly in the sea. Because everyone seemed to have lost all their goals and did not know what to look for. They did not know what to look for. There was only a deathly silence here. Some people planned to enter the depths of the sea to see what was going on. Thus, these cultivators hid in the sea and then went to investigate the specific situation in the sea. However, after they went down, they were unable to come back up. What happened? Many people frowned and said. So many cultivators entered the sea but were unable to come back up. They were afraid that they had encountered a disaster. However, no one knew what they had encountered in the sea and what they had experienced. The current situation was extremely dangerous. Every step was extremely dangerous and contained killing intent everywhere. This sea is too strange. Let's retreat. There's no need to continue wasting time here, a cultivator said. They wanted to retreat. This place made many people feel uneasy. However, they could no longer leave the sea as they wished. Because this sea was boundless, there was no end to the way back. Those cultivators who returned could not find a way to leave this place. Many of them were on the verge of collapse. Being trapped in a place like this, it was truly impossible for anyone to respond to his cries. "I don't want to die here," a cultivator said in a frightened voice. "What nonsense are you talking about? We will definitely find a way out," a cultivator coldly reprimanded. However, not long after, terrifying and strange things happened one after another. Many cultivators' corpses floated on the surface of the water. No one knew how they died. Those corpses all had one thing in common. Their eyes were wide open before they died. All of them died with their eyes open. No one knew what these cultivators experienced when they died. Someone examined the corpses of those cultivators, but they did not find any injuries. This was the strangest thing. It's like an independent small world, Daoist Wu Liang said. But it shouldn't be, Lin Feng said. About 3 days later, the sea changed. The clear sea water gradually became turbid. This attracted the attention of many people. Not long after, there were many waves in the ocean. A large amount of blood gushed out from the waves. When they saw the blood gushing out from the waves, many people's expressions changed drastically. What's going to happen now? Many cultivators began to worry. The situation was getting stranger and stranger, causing them to feel uneasy. However, no one could explain what was happening in front of them. The situation before his eyes was simply too shocking. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. The situation was getting worse and worse, stranger and stranger. Because the ocean gradually turned into a blood-red ocean. It gave off a strong smell of blood. Why is it like this? Many people were extremely puzzled. What's that? Someone pointed into the distance. Everyone saw a huge object floating above the blood-red ocean. It was as big as a small island. Many cultivators quickly flew over, wanting to see what was going on. When they came to the side of the behemoth, everyone was shocked. That colossal object. It was actually the corpse of a giant dragon. It was a western dragon that looked like a huge lizard, but it had wings. Look, there's a corpse over there. Someone pointed in another direction. There were also corpses floating in that direction. Everyone flew over and discovered that it was the corpse of a kuei cow. This caused everyone to be extremely shocked. A kuei cow was an extremely terrifying existence. It had also died in the blood-red ocean. While everyone was studying the kuei cow's corpse, something even more shocking happened. One after another, corpses emerged from the sea of blood. It was unknown how many corpses there were in total. It was densely packed. There were countless corpses. There were so many corpses that it was truly shocking. It made one's hair stand on end. The entire blood-red ocean instantly turned into a sea of corpses. Just how many living beings have died? Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Among the densely packed corpses, he saw Eastern divine dragons, killins, phoenixes, kuei cows, golden crows, peacocks, human race experts, myriad race experts, extraterritorial race experts, otherworldly race experts, and even otherworldly race experts from the previous era. But now, all those experts had turned into corpses. They were piled up in the blood-red ocean. There were so many powerful existences with heaven-defying cultivation bases. What on earth had happened? How could it have taken their lives? Moreover, these dead beings seemed to have died around the same time, which was why their corpses had sunk to the bottom of the ocean. Many people were scared out of their wits by the scene in front of them. They looked at the countless corpses in horror. It's turned into a sea of corpses. What else can happen? A cultivator asked with a trembling voice. When night fell, the sea of corpses became even more terrifying. In the depths of the sea of corpses, endless Buddhist light shot up to the 9 heavens. Namo Amitabha, a monk's voice rang out. A holy monk was shrouded in the endless Buddhist light. Currently, the holy monk was walking over from afar. May I ask who you are, Venerable? Did you come from the outside as well? A cultivator asked. Buddha says, the sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and the shore is at hand. The holy monk said. Sea of bitterness? Could this be the sea of bitterness that Buddhists speak of? Someone exclaimed. They were all too familiar with the words sea of bitterness. Almost everyone had heard of the sea of bitterness, but who had actually seen it? Demons in one's heart give birth to the sea of bitterness. Repent and the shore is at hand, and the demons in one's heart can be removed. The holy monk continued. His words were filled with Buddhist principles. Ordinary people would have a hard time understanding what he meant. Even Lin Feng only understood half of it. Some people chose to turn around, but they eventually disappeared. It was unknown if they had gone out. Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang did not turn around. They felt that something was off about this holy monk before them. We want to cross the sea of bitterness and reach the shore. Do you have a way, Venerable? Lin Feng asked. How can one reach the shore with demons in one's heart? The holy monk said directly. Daoist Wuliang sneered and said, Monks are merciful, but Venerable's mouth is truly unforgiving. I'd like to see if you're really a holy monk. As soon as Daoist Wuliang finished speaking, he took out a demon-revealing mirror. Then, he shone it at the holy monk before them. What appeared in the demon-revealing mirror was not a holy monk. Chapter 29:16. Just how frightening and terrifying was the power of this palm strike. The evil monk was sent flying by the old monk. After seeing this scene, everyone was abnormally shocked. A powerful existence like the evil monk was actually suppressed by the old monk. The old monk's cultivation was so powerful. Of course, it was also possible that the old monk was the bane of the evil monk, which was why the evil monk was so easily defeated. Buddha is boundless. The old monk roared and raised his hands. With him as the center, powerful energy waves swept through the world, surging in all directions. Boundless Buddhist light covered the sky and shrouded the evil monk. The evil monk was only a demonic skeleton in the first place. When it came into contact with the Buddhist light, sizzling sounds of burning could be heard from its body. Screech! The evil monk let out a sharp cry and quickly fled into the distance. The old monk did not chase after the evil monk. Instead, he sat cross-legged in the void with his palms together, chanting scriptures. No one knew what scriptures the old monk was chanting. But as the old monk recited the sutra, more Buddhist light surged out of the old monk's body. The Buddhist light merged into the surrounding void. The scene in front of him was changing bit by bit. The corpse in the sea of blood had disappeared without a trace. Then, the blood ocean began to gradually turn back into a normal world. It's back to normal. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. The blood ocean had returned to normal. This meant that anyone who wanted to leave the ocean should be able to do so. Holy monk, what was that evil monk just now? Lin Feng could not help but ask. The old monk said, "That's an evil monk formed from the bones of an ancient monk that was infused with endless evil thoughts. That evil monk seems to have formed an extremely close connection with this ocean. That's why that evil monk was able to create that illusion just now, and even create a world of nothingness. It trapped everyone in that world of nothingness. In that world of nothingness created by the evil monk, no one was able to fight it. Fortunately, this old monk knew some secret arts of Buddhism. That was how I was able to break the world of nothingness created by the evil monk. Thank you for helping, holy monk." Lin Feng thanked the old monk. Following that, many people flew over to thank the old monk. It was all thanks to the old monk that they were able to escape this time. Otherwise, it would have been too difficult to escape. The methods of these monks are extraordinary, and I feel that this old monk still has many powerful methods that he hasn't used yet, whispered the boundless Taoist priest to Lin Feng. He really is a terrifying existence. His dharma is simply boundless. Lin Feng whispered. Someone asked, "Sacred monk, do you intend to go there?" The old monk said, "I wish to explore the depths of this sea." Namo Amitabha, good indeed, good indeed. After the old monk finished speaking, he quickly flew into the depths. Since the holy monk wants to enter the depths of the sea, we have even less to worry about. That's right. With the holy monk here, that evil monk definitely won't dare to appear again. Let's go and see if there are any fortunes there. Maybe we can get some heaven-defying items. If we can get them, we'll be rich. Many cultivators quickly flew into the depths of the sea, wanting to find the fortunes there. However, there were also some cultivators who decided to give up because they felt that this ocean was still very strange and filled with killing intent. If they did not leave now, they would definitely die. If they didn't leave now, they might actually die here if there were more dangers. Who could guarantee that there were no other dangers in this sea apart from the evil monk? The old monk could defeat the evil monk, but he might not be able to deal with other dangers. Because of this, many cultivators left the sea. Lin Feng and Wu Liang didn't leave and continued flying deeper. Maybe we can enter the sea to take a look. I wonder what's down there. Lin Feng couldn't help but say. He had always wanted to see what was at the bottom of the sea. The old monk said that everything before was an illusion created by the evil monk, including the corpses. In that case, there shouldn't be any corpses at the bottom of the sea. Let's go down and take a look. said the boundless Taoist priest. Then, he released some strength to protect himself. Then, he and Lin Feng moved towards the bottom of the sea. The bottom of the sea was empty. There were indeed no corpses. However, when Lin Feng dived to the bottom of the sea, he vaguely felt an inexplicable sense of unease. This feeling of unease was very strong. Lin Feng looked at Wu Liang and asked, "Daoist, did you find anything special?" Wu Liang shook his head. Then, he said, "We can't stay here for long. Let's quickly return to the surface." Lin Feng had the same idea and planned to return to the surface with Wu Liang. The two of them flew up. At this moment, the ground at the bottom of the sea suddenly cracked open. A huge abyss appeared, and a terrifying devouring power surged out from the abyss and enveloped Lin Feng and Wu Liang. That devouring power suddenly sucked in. Suddenly, Lin Feng and Wu Liang's bodies flew uncontrollably toward the abyss below. F***CK, what's going on? Lin Feng's expression changed again. The sudden appearance of this strange scene really made one's hair stand on end. Facing such a situation, Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless. He tried to break free from the devouring power, but he failed in the end. Wu Liang also struggled, but he also failed. This devouring power was very terrifying. Lin Feng and Wu Liang's bodies quickly fell into the abyss. Their moods instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. What was in this abyss? It couldn't be something scary, right? If that was the case, falling into the abyss would be extremely dangerous. If they were careless, they might die in the abyss. In the end, Lin Feng and Wu Liang fell into the deepest part of the abyss. The danger they expected didn't happen. The abyss was very calm, and no danger appeared. The two of them quickly stood up and carefully looked at the abyss. "Let's go in and take a look," Wu Liang said. Lin Feng nodded and walked into the abyss with Wu Liang. In the deepest part of the abyss, there was actually a palace. Daoist Wu Liang's eyes lit up the moment he saw the palace. Lin Feng said doubtfully, "Why is there a palace here? Who left it behind? Is our being devoured by the abyss related to this palace?" Wu Liang said, "Let's go and explore the palace. We might be able to find some clues, and maybe even obtain some shocking things." Keik. Just as Wu Liang's voice fell. Suddenly. Chapter 29:17. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang were startled when they heard the sinister laughter. They turned around and saw Evil Monk standing behind them. Their faces turned green when they saw Evil Monk. They couldn't believe that Evil Monk had actually appeared here. Wasn't this just too unlucky? Evil Monk emitted a sinister aura as he stared at Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang with his sinister eyes. His body radiated an extremely cold killing intent. Cough, cough. "Holy Monk, how are you? I didn't expect you to be here as well. What a coincidence." Daoist Wu Liang waved his hand at Evil Monk and revealed a humble smile. Keik. Evil Monk laughed strangely and said, "Damned Daoist. You chose to barge into hell instead of taking the right path to heaven. Have you thought about how you want to die? I have countless ways to kill you. How do you want to die?" Daoist Wu Liang felt bitter when he heard Evil Monk's words. He said, "It's better to squash enmity than to keep it alive. Besides, Buddhism and Taoism are one family. 5 million years ago, we might even be from the same sect. Why don't we calm down and reminisce about the past, talk about life, and research treasures? That's the most enjoyable thing in life. Why fight? Wouldn't it be bad if we hurt each other?" Lin Feng gained a whole new understanding of Daoist Wu Liang's shamelessness. Evil Monk was the epitome of the saying, "A shameless person is invincible in the world." Evil Monk sneered at Daoist Wu Liang and said, "I've never seen someone as shameless as you. It's not impossible for you to live, but you'll have to contribute your soul and become my slave. I'll spare your worthless life. Heavenly Lord Wu Liang my ass." Daoist Wu Liang cursed when he heard Evil Monk's words. Naturally, Daoist Wu Liang couldn't agree to Evil Monk's conditions. Now, Daoist Wu Liang finally became unyielding and wanted to shed all pretense of cordiality with Evil Monk. Evil Monk's killing intent grew stronger when he heard Daoist Wu Liang's curses. Lin Feng looked at Evil Monk and asked, Is this where you live? So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Why would someone who is about to die know all this? Evil monk said with an indifferent expression. It's precisely because I'm about to die that I want to know more. At the very least, you should be a ghost that understands everything before you die, right? Lin Feng said. The evil monk said darkly, now that you mention it, it does make some sense. The evil monk then said, this palace isn't my residence. This palace has just appeared, but I'm the ruler of this sea. What secrets are hidden in this ocean? Lin Feng asked. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Evil monk sneered and walked towards Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang. He opened his hand, and endless black fog rolled out. The black fog enveloped Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. A huge palm could be vaguely seen in the black fog. That palm seemed to be the palm of a demon god. It was terrifying and eerie, and it contained a power that could destroy the world. That gigantic hand moved towards Lin Feng and the Taoist priest, trying to grab them. Do it, Lin Feng said. He first took out the heavenly mystery pagoda, an emperor-level defensive treasure, to protect himself and Daoist Wu Liang. Then, he took out the bell of hell and the 2 stone swords. As for Daoist Wu Liang, he took out a talisman. This talisman was not a jade talisman, but a paper talisman. It was a talisman made of yellow paper. The talisman was densely packed with a twisted rune written with an unknown material. The distorted runes emitted waves of shocking energy. The bell of hell unleashed its might and collided with the demonic hand in the black fog. It blocked the demonic hand's attack. The black fog contained poison, but it was blocked by the heavenly mystery pagoda's defensive barrier. The 2 stone swords pierced through the black fog and instantly arrived in front of Evil Monk before piercing towards his body. Evil Monk's expression was cold as he swung his hand at the 2 stone swords. Clang! Clang! He collided with the 2 stone swords. The 2 stone swords unleashed their might and actually sent Evil Monk flying. Even though Xie Sanga was extremely strong, Lin Feng's treasures were too powerful. A battle between cultivators was not only a competition of magic power, physical body, speed, and divine abilities, but also a comprehensive competition. There was a saying in the world of cultivators that a battle between cultivators was sometimes a competition of financial resources. In fact, this sentence was very reasonable. The financial resources mentioned here included all kinds of magic treasures, talismans, forbidden weapons, and so on. When Evil Monk was forced to retreat, Daoist Wu Liang's talisman suddenly shone brightly. A majestic voice came from the talisman. It was as if an ancient ruler was roaring. Change of the sun and moon, immortal for eternity, immortal for all the laws of heaven and earth, immortal and indestructible. The spirit of heaven and earth, exterminating all living things, urgent as the law. Break billions of Tao, break millions of laws. As the voice faded away, a voice rang out. Then, a terrifying wave swept out, shaking heaven and earth. The talisman directly burned, and a mass of divine light wrapped in mysterious runes quickly flew toward Evil Monk. Then, those runes bombarded Evil Monk's body. Crackling sounds and sizzling sounds of burning could be heard. Evil Monk suffered extremely serious injuries. Daoist Wu Liang's talisman had a great origin. It was unknown what kind of treasure it was, but Evil Monk's body was about to melt. Ah, how did you get this talisman? Weren't these talismans destroyed a long time ago? Evil Monk let out an extremely painful roar. Daoist Wu Liang sneered and said, how can there be absolute things in this world? Do you think they'll be destroyed just because you say so? I'm an archaeologist, so I'll naturally find some good things that have disappeared for a long time. You win. Evil Monk roared and turned into a mass of demonic chi, quickly flying into the distance. In the blink of an eye, it had disappeared from sight. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang didn't give chase. Chasing Evil Monk would only backfire if they pushed him too far. What talisman was that? How could it be so powerful? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously. Taoist Wu Liang's face suddenly twitched. He said with a long face, that's the talisman of the 3 pure ones. It's a talisman drawn by the 3 pure ones. It's my life-saving talisman. Today, I used it to deal with the Evil Monk. It's a big loss. If you find any treasures in the palace later, you must let me choose first. After hearing the first half of Daoist Wu Liang's words, Lin Feng sympathized with him. Chapter 29:18. Let's see what's inside this palace, Daoist Wu Liang said as he walked towards the palace. Lin Feng walked towards the palace as well. The palace was built in an ancient style with runes swirling around it. This was a very mysterious rune, and it emitted a shocking energy fluctuation. The entire palace was shrouded in a mysterious aura. However, the palace did not have any restrictions. This made Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang feel rather strange. Such an extraordinary palace should have been sealed with restrictions. Of course, it was also possible that the restrictions on the palace had completely dissipated. Thus, the palace was no longer protected by restrictions. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang entered the palace. Then, they saw that there were thick chains in the palace. These chains were all wrapped around a yellow cauldron. This cauldron was very strange. It had 8 legs and 6 ears, and the lid was connected to the cauldron, unable to be separated. There was a small door on the side. Opening the door allowed one to throw things into the cauldron. Although it looks like a cauldron, the structure is not. It should be called a cauldron and not a cauldron. I heard that Taishang Larojun of the 3 Pure Ones had an 8 trigrams cauldron. It should be similar in structure, Daoist Wu Liang said as if he was very familiar with it. He knew more about these things. Lin Feng said, this should be a brass cauldron, right? It seems to be made of brass. Is it a product of the Bronze Age? The Bronze Age was also known as the Bronze Age by many people. There was a reason for this. In this era, cultivators began to use copper as a raw material to create bronze wares. However, these materials were different. Bronze was the rarest. It was also the most precious. Ordinary magic treasures made of bronze would be destroyed after a few years, but magic treasures made of bronze could be preserved in perfect condition. Moreover, magic treasures made of bronze were very powerful. They were much more powerful than ordinary magic treasures made of bronze. The Bronze Age was not named by the people of this era. Countless years later, the people of the future gave this name based on the characteristics of this era. Bronze was the representative product of this era, so it was called the Bronze Age by many people. In fact, brass was an extremely rare material. Some top-grade brass was not much worse than bronze. It should be a product of the Bronze Age, Immeasurable Taoist said. Suddenly, the brass furnace began to vibrate violently. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang's expressions changed slightly. They looked at the brass furnace cautiously. A cold voice came from the brass furnace. Finally, someone has come here. How many years has it been? This is the first time I've seen a living person. Are you the spirit of the brass cauldron? Lin Feng looked solemnly at the brass furnace. You can think of it that way, the brass cauldron said. Are you the one who sucked us in? Daoist Wu Liang said. That's right, it's me. The brass cauldron continued. What do you want to do? It can't be that you just want to chat with us, right? Lin Feng said. Ha 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 ha, you are very humorous. The brass cauldron laughed. Humor my ass. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. This brass cauldron was obviously up to no good. However, Lin Feng couldn't reveal his inner thoughts just yet. He wanted to find out what the brass cauldron's goal was. Once he found out, he would think of a way to deal with it. Lin Feng asked, what do you want us to do? The brass cauldron said, this seat likes to communicate with smart people. This seat has been trapped here for far too long, and now this seat wants to escape. Daoist Wu Liang said. If I'm not mistaken, the chains here should be made from cloud sky demonic copper. That is a material used to forge immortal artifacts. Yet, it has been forged into 36 chains. How can we possibly break through such chains? Materials used to forge immortal artifacts. Lin Feng couldn't help but look at the thick chains. Materials used to forge monarch artifacts were extremely rare, let alone materials used to forge immortal artifacts. Yet, these chains were actually materials used to forge immortal artifacts. With so many materials, how many immortal artifacts could be forged? In order to trap the brass cauldron, It had actually used so many precious materials to forge so many chains. It was simply too inconceivable. However, this also showed how terrifying a treasure this brass cauldron was. I really want to take these chains for myself. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter inwardly. At this moment, the brass cauldron said, "This seat naturally doesn't expect you to help me break these chains. You don't have the ability to do so. Then, what can we do for you?" Lin Feng asked. "I need you to go to a place for me to find someone. If that person helps me, this seat will definitely be able to break free," the brass cauldron said. "Who is it?" Daoist Wu Liang asked. "Devil Sky Nefarious Lord," the brass cauldron said. Just from the name alone, one could tell that this Devil Sky Nefarious Lord wasn't a righteous cultivator. Of course, after cultivating to such a level, it was very difficult to determine whether one was righteous or evil. Such a high and mighty existence could kill with a single thought. They were high and mighty and didn't care about righteousness or evil. Just like the brass cauldron that was trapped, it was very difficult to determine whether he was righteous or evil. Which expert that reached the peak didn't have white bones beneath their feet? Who is this Devil Sky Nefarious Lord? Lin Feng continued asking. An old friend of mine, the brass cauldron said. Where is he? Daoist Wu Liang asked. Perhaps in the heavenly domain, devil domain, or wasteland. Among these three places, there has to be one where we can just find him, the brass cauldron said. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang couldn't help but roll their eyes. Heavenly domain, devil domain, wasteland, they were all vast places. How were they going to find him? Even the brass cauldron didn't know where Devil Sky Nefarious Lord was. Wouldn't it be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to find him? Daoist Wu Liang coughed dryly and said, Our cultivation is too shallow. We don't even know if we'll have the chance to go to the place Senior mentioned in this lifetime. We are truly helpless. Senior, why don't you find a few great Emperor-level experts? With their help, we'll definitely be able to complete this task. The brass cauldron immediately emitted a cold killing intent. Lin Feng had never felt such a terrifying aura before. The aura was too terrifying. It was as if an overlord that ruled over the world was enraged. At that moment, Lin Feng felt as if he had fallen into a boundless purgatory. Either die or agree. It seems like the two of you want to die in my hands. Chapter 29:19. I didn't say that I didn't agree. If you want to kill someone, then kill this damned Daoist. I am very willing to serve Senior, Lin Feng hurriedly said. Daoist Wu Liang rubbed his teeth and looked as if he wanted to slap Lin Feng to death. Very quickly, Daoist Wu Liang put on a smile. He said, Senior, my lord, ancestor, I was just joking with you. It seems that this junior is too humorous, which caused you to misunderstand this junior. This junior is also willing to serve Senior, as long as Senior says the word, even if I have to climb a mountain of blades, jump into a pot of boiling oil, come in the wind, go in the rain, throw my head away, spill my blood, this junior will absolutely not have half a word of complaint. Lin Feng couldn't help but rub his forehead. This damned Daoist Wu Liang's bootlicking ability wasn't something that an ordinary person could compare with. Even Lin Feng had to admit defeat in front of this damned Daoist Wu Liang. The brass cauldron said, All right. Seeing your sincerity, this lord will give you another chance. Many thanks, Senior. Senior is truly magnanimous. You are simply a role model for my generation. This junior admires you to the extreme, Daoist Wu Liang immediately said loudly and then bowed 3 times to the brass cauldron. Make an oath. The brass cauldron said. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang felt bitter in their hearts. Originally, they wanted to dodge it. As long as they could leave this place, wouldn't they be able to fly freely? But now, it seemed that they couldn't dodge it even if they wanted to. The brass cauldron was obviously a scheming fellow. It probably knew what Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang were thinking, which was why it asked them to make an oath at this moment. If they made the oath, they wouldn't be able to go back on it. When the time came, they would have to help the brass cauldron find that so-called Mo Tian evil lord. Who knew where this Mo Tian evil lord was? But the brass cauldron was too terrifying. Even if it was chained by 36 chains, it was still able to display heaven-defying combat strength. "All right, we will make an oath," Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang said. Now, they had no other choice but to submit for the time being. Of course, from another perspective, agreeing to the brass cauldron wasn't a bad thing. He wondered if he would be protected by the brass furnace if there was a connection between him and the brass furnace. If he could get some benefits from the brass cauldron, that would be even better. "We are willing to help Senior Brass Furnace find the Devil Sky Evil Lord and help Senior Brass Furnace escape. If we violate our oath, our divine souls will crumble and we will die a horrible death." Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang began to make their vows. After the oath was made, then, an oath rune was formed in their souls. Lin Feng said, "I have already sworn the oath. In the future, in order to help Senior find the evil prince, we will have to go to the celestial world, the demon world, and the wasteland. Who knows how many dangers we will have to go through? I wonder if Senior can bestow us with some benefits now?" Daoist Wu Liang hurriedly added, "That's right, Senior. If you can bestow us some benefits, we will definitely work even harder to find Mo Tian Evil Lord for Senior." "Fine, I'll give you some benefits." As soon as the brass cauldron finished speaking, 2 dazzling rays of light flew out and poured into Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang's bodies. In an instant, Lin Feng felt the magic power in his body increase crazily. In just a short while, his magic power had doubled. Lin Feng immediately revealed a look of ecstasy. His magic power had doubled. That meant that the might of his divine ability had doubled. Basically, it was equivalent to his combat power doubling. How could Lin Feng not be excited? If he were to cultivate, he didn't know how many precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures he would need to refine in order to double his spiritual power in such a short period of time. Therefore, Lin Feng's magic power had doubled. It was no different from obtaining a great opportunity. Now that Lin Feng had reached the pinnacle of the giant god realm, the next step was to consolidate his cultivation. Of course, Lin Feng had yet to reach the conditions to break through to the boundary emperor realm. When the light of calamity appeared between his eyebrows, that was the time to break through. Now, Lin Feng's eyebrows had yet to produce the light of calamity. Therefore, he still needed to continue to consolidate and improve his cultivation until the light of calamity appeared between his eyebrows. "I've helped you to almost double your combat power. Now, you can leave. I hope you can complete the task I gave you as soon as possible. When I'm free, you won't be short of benefit," said the brass cauldron. Now, the brass cauldron had painted a big picture for Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. However, no one knew what would happen in the future. The two hurriedly thanked the brass cauldron. Daoist Wu Liang continued, "Senior, can you give us some magic treasures or other defensive treasures? If we encounter danger, we can deal with it, right?" 2 jade talismans flew out of the brass cauldron. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang each took one. "It's a life-saving item at a critical moment. Don't use it unless it's the most critical moment," said the brass cauldron. Thank you. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang smiled. The two quickly left. After they left, the brass cauldron's voice could be heard from the palace. "A descendant of the sovereign emperor clan. How unexpected. After so many years, I actually met a descendant of this clan," after sighing with emotion. Then, the brass cauldron asked in confusion, "What's up with that Daoist? Why is it that even I can't see through his origins? How strange. Could it be? Suddenly, the brass cauldron seemed to have thought of something important, and its voice turned solemn. "If that's the case, then this is interesting. This Daoist is even more extraordinary. Perhaps he hasn't awakened those memories yet." Rumble. At this moment, the abyss began to close. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang had already left the area. Daoist Wu Liang had been studying the jade talisman in his hand. Lin Feng asked, "Do you recognize this jade talisman?" Daoist Wu Liang shook his head and said, "No, I don't. However, this jade talisman is indeed extraordinary. Look at the runes on it. They're definitely immortal runes." Daoist Wu Liang pointed at some of the runes on the jade talisman. Then, He touched the jade talisman lovingly. Lin Feng also felt that the jade talisman was extraordinary. With this jade talisman, he would be able to protect himself. Perhaps, even if he was chased by a sovereign, he could use this jade talisman to escape danger. Daoist Wu Liang put away the jade talisman and said, "Let's go and find that evil monk. He must be extremely weak right now. This is the best opportunity to deal with him." Lin Feng said, "No matter how weak that evil monk is, he won't be easy to deal with. Moreover, this place is his territory." Chapter 29:20. Hearing Wu Liang's words, Lin Feng's eyes couldn't help but brighten up. "Okay, then let's go and deal with this evil monk. That bastard was so arrogant before. Let's see how he'll teach him a lesson," Lin Feng said. Then, he set off with Wu Liang to find the whereabouts of the evil monk. The evil monk was very terrifying. The key was that many of the evil monk's methods were extremely strange. Previously, when Lin Feng fought against the evil monk, he only managed to repel it with all his magic weapons. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the evil monk was. Many of the evil monk's methods had not been used yet. If he used those powerful methods, even if he used all kinds of magic weapons, he would still be crushed by the evil monk. However, Wu Liang didn't give the evil monk a chance to make a move. The main reason was that Wu Liang's 3 pure talisman was too powerful. If it weren't for the 3 pure talisman, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven for Lin Feng and Wu Liang to deal with the evil monk. However, this was the reason why cultivators were so powerful. Cultivators could think of ways to create all kinds of things to increase their combat strength, such as magic weapons, jade talismans, and so on. And these things could often allow cultivators to achieve unexpected results when fighting with others. They could even reverse the entire battle situation. Wu Liang had already locked the evil monk's whereabouts through the 3 pure talisman's energy into the evil monk's body. Therefore, the evil monk couldn't avoid Wu Liang's attack. Lin Feng and Wu Liang quickly flew towards the evil monk's lair. This was a sea area surrounded by fog, exuding a gloomy and terrifying aura everywhere. The fog contained highly toxic toxins. These toxins were very terrifying. Once inhaled into the body would quickly be corroded by the toxins. At that time, only death would await. Lin Feng summoned the white jade toad. Croak, croak, croak. The white jade toad let out a loud cry, and a layer of holy power exuded from its body. That layer of holy power formed a light shield, protecting Lin Feng and Wu Liang. When the toxins rushed over, they were blocked by the energy light shield. This white jade toad is not bad. Daoist Wu Liang looked at the white jade toad with eyes full of greed. This guy had crooked thoughts about Lin Feng's white jade toad. Lin Feng said indifferently, "The white jade toad has a spirit. You'd better not have any ideas about it." Immeasurable Daoist priest spoke up, "Look at what you're saying. With our relationship, how could I have any ideas about your spiritual pet? I'm not such a person. If you're not that kind of person, then who is?" Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. Not long after, Lin Feng and Wu Liang Taoist arrived at the depths of the foggy sea area. Wu Liang Taoist said, "I can sense that guy's aura. He should be down there." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Let's go down and take a look. But be careful, the evil monk is definitely not easy to deal with. Even if the evil monk was injured by the 3 pure talismans, it's definitely not easy to deal with." Daoist Wu Liang said, "Of course. Better safe than sorry." The two of them carefully sneaked into the depths. When they reached the bottom of the sea, they immediately discovered that the bottom of the sea was filled with corpses. The densely packed corpses were simply innumerable. There were corpses of human cultivators, ferocious beasts, and the corpses of various races, extraterrestrial races, and other forces. There were simply too many corpses. It was impossible to tell how many corpses there were. The underwater world was simply like a kingdom of corpses at the bottom of the sea. There are so many corpses. Just how many living beings have died here? Lin Feng could not help but take a deep breath. He looked at the piles of corpses in front of him in shock. In a place far, far away, there were piles of white bones. Wu Liang Taoist said, That guy was definitely born here. No wonder he's so powerful. After absorbing the evil thoughts in these corpses, it's hard for him not to be powerful. Lin Feng said. However, these evil thoughts also prevented him from increasing his cultivation. If he wants to complete the transformation, the more evil thoughts there are in his body, the more difficult it will be. At the center of the corpses, Lin Feng saw a corpse palace. Wu Liang Taoist said, "His inside. I can sense that guy's aura." Swoosh. Suddenly, an evil light flew out from the corpse palace. It was the evil monk. Lin Feng and Wu Liang Taoist quickly chased after the fleeing evil monk. The evil monk's aura was many times weaker than before. Clearly, the 3 pure talismans had caused quite a lot of damage to the evil monk. Wu Liang Taoist said, "The 3 pure talismans taste good, right?" The evil monk replied coldly, "What? Are you trying to kill us all?" Lin Feng said, "Of course not. We don't want to kill you. The 2 of us only want wealth. Since you've stayed in this sea for so long, you must know a lot of secrets. Moreover, you must have obtained a lot of good things. Share some of your powerful abilities, treasures, and wealth with the 2 of us, and we'll leave immediately." The evil monk sneered. "You actually dare to rob me? How laughable." Wu Liang Taoist said with a smile, "We don't find it laughable. The current you is not a match for the 2 of us. A dragon in the shallows is being toyed with by shrimps, and a tiger in the plains is being bullied by dogs." The evil monk said with a gloomy expression, "You're the dog. You're the shrimps." Lin Feng and Wu Liang Taoist cursed. "Chase after this guy and capture him. Let's see if he'll talk or not." Wu Liang Taoist said and increased his speed. Lin Feng also increased his speed. The evil monk was extremely evil. He had killed many innocent people. Lin Feng did not feel any guilt when dealing with the evil monk. As the 2 parties fled, a huge crack appeared in the sea. The evil monk fled into the crack. Lin Feng and Wu Liang Taoist quickly chased after the evil monk. However, as soon as they entered the crack, a terrifying fluctuation swept through the world. Lines of formation runes appeared in the huge crevice at the bottom of the sea. Those runes were extremely terrifying as they sealed the heavens and the earth. Absolute kill formation. Lin Feng and Wu Liang Taoist's expressions changed. There was a absolute kill formation here, and the evil monk had deliberately lured them into it. Keik. That's right. There's a absolute kill formation here. Now that you're trapped in it, let's see how you'll die. The evil monk laughed sinisterly. What delicious flesh. Yi Futian murmured. Chapter 29-21. It was a devil python, a legendary creature. According to the classic of mountains and seas, there was a python as big as a mountain. It had the head of a devil, a green face, fangs, and eyes like bronze bells. It was known as the devil python, and it was said to be one of the guardians of the netherworld. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing the devil python. In the past, when he had read about the devil python in the classic of mountains and seas, he had not felt much about it. Now, however, after seeing the devil python, he could not help but feel a chill. The devil python's aura was extremely terrifying. It was definitely a fearsome creature. "Ha ha ha ha. Old brother devil python, the 2 prey I brought you today are not bad, right?" Evil monk laughed loudly. This was the devil python's lair, an extremely dangerous place. Evil monk had been fleeing all this time, but he had not been fleeing without a destination. He had been going through many places, his ultimate goal being to lure Lin Feng and Wu Liang into the devil python's lair. And now, he had succeeded. Lin Feng and Wu Liang were trapped here, surrounded by the grand deathly array. There was also the devil python, a terrifying creature, eyeing them covetously. The situation was extremely dangerous. Any carelessness could lead to death. Why isn't the guardian of the netherworld in the netherworld? Why is it here? Immeasurable Daoist asked as he looked at the devil python. Apparently, Immeasurable Taoist had also heard of the terrifying devil python. Can't the creatures of the netherworld leave the netherworld? Besides, the netherworld is a place for the dead. What's so good about that place? The outside world is better, the devil python said coolly. Lin Feng sneered. Is the outside world really good? In the netherworld, you are the guardian of the netherworld, a lofty existence. The netherworld is vast, and you can roam freely. But here, you are trapped in this tiny ocean, unable to leave. You will forever be trapped in this ethereal ancient kingdom of chaos. It is like being locked in a prison. You must be yearning for the netherworld, right? Yet, you refuse to admit it. Brat, are you mocking me? The devil python's eyes flashed with killing intent. Of course not. I am just stating a fact. Lin Feng said indifferently. You're courting death. The devil python's killing intent surged to the heavens. At this moment, Evil Monk said, Brother Devil Python, this brat isn't anything good. Let's kill him. Eating his flesh and blood can help Brother Demonic Python's cultivation to improve greatly. As for that Daoist priest, leave him to me. The evil monk was very humble in front of the devil python. The first reason was that the evil monk was injured and his strength had decreased greatly. The second reason was that the devil python was truly terrifying. Even the evil monk at his peak was extremely wary of it, let alone now. Alright, then let's kill these two lowly ants, said the devil python. Then, he launched a fierce attack on Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. The absolute kill formation had been activated. All kinds of attacks came at him from all directions. If an ordinary cultivator were to be trapped in such a killing array, they would have fallen into despair. However, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang both had unfathomable attainments in formations. The absolute kill formation here was so powerful that Lin Feng could feel the aura of death enveloping his body. However, Lin Feng was not without a way to deal with it. When the attacks came at him, Lin Feng began to circulate the Stone Sovereign Sutra. This was the legacy of the Heavenly Masters, and also the foundation of their lineage. Just like the archaic dragonesque elephant art, it was the foundation of cultivation. When the Stone Sovereign Sutra began to circulate, Lin Feng could immediately sense the operation of the formation around him. When he understood the operation of the formation around him, he could completely grasp the attack patterns of the formation. When the time came, he would naturally be able to dodge the formation's attacks. Daoist Wu Liang's methods were also extremely extraordinary. His 8 scrolls of feng shui secret techniques contained profound techniques. The 8 scrolls of feng shui secret techniques were something that Lin Feng had been coveting for a long time. However, Daoist Wu Liang was very tight-lipped. He had no intention of teaching Lin Feng the 8 scrolls of feng shui secret techniques. Boom, terrifying fluctuations swept through heaven and earth, shaking the void. When the attacks were about to hit Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang, the two of them quickly dodged the attacks. So many attacks came at them like rain. It was too dense. However, in the face of such dense attacks, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang were still able to dodge them with ease. Take the initiative to attack. I'll deal with the evil monk, you deal with the devil python, Daoist Wu Liang said and pounced at the evil monk. Lin Feng attacked the devil python. The heavenly mystery pagoda above his head took out 2 stone swords and the bell of hell. Although Lin Feng's bell of hell was sealed, it was rumored that it was a supreme treasure forged by the first king of hell. It had a special status in the underworld. Moreover, the bell of hell could restrain all living things in the underworld. This was the most terrifying thing about the bell of hell. The devil python came from the underworld. It would be restrained by Lin Feng's bell of hell. Die, kid. The devil python roared and its thick, mountain-like tail smashed towards Lin Feng. Heaven and earth collapsed. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng dodged the devil python's attack while controlling the 2 stone swords to launch a fierce attack on the devil python. The devil python's terrifying tail knocked away Lin Feng's stone swords and then attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng tried his best to dodge the devil python's attack but was unable to. The devil python smashed into his body. Although he had the protection of the heavenly mystery pagoda, he couldn't help but feel his blood and chi churn. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He really didn't know how strong the devil python was. Even with Lin Feng's strong defense and the protection of the heavenly mystery pagoda, he still suffered such damage. The devil python was truly worthy of being one of the protectors of the underworld. It was really too abnormal. I'm going to eat you. The devil python roared and opened its bloody mouth to devour Lin Feng. It wanted to eat Lin Feng in one bite. But at this moment, the bell of hell flew in front of the devil python's head and suddenly vibrated. Dong! Dong! 3 bell rings resounded. Screech! The devil python immediately let out a miserable shriek. Bell of hell, it's actually the bell of hell. You actually have the bell of hell. The devil python roared in pain and its huge body twitched violently. Because of the pain, its thick tail couldn't help but twitch. A large amount of seawater engulfed the heavens and the earth, forming monstrous waves above the sea. Die. Chapter 29-22. Lin Feng wanted to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill the devil python in one fell swoop. However, the devil python's means were extremely terrifying. 2 cold and terrifying rays of light shot out from its eyes. The 2 rays of light contained a power that could destroy heaven and earth. It was terrifying to the extreme. It pierced through the void and blasted towards Lin Feng. Bang! Bang! The devil python's 2 rays of light swept across Lin Feng's body and sent Lin Feng flying. The devil python had a lot of means. It was too difficult to kill it. On the other side, Wu Liang Daoist and the evil monk were engaged in a fierce battle. At this moment, a black armor appeared on the evil monk's body. It was unknown what material the armor was made of. After putting on the armor, the evil monk's defensive power was greatly increased. Therefore, its combat power became extremely terrifying. Facing Wu Liang Daoist's attacks, the evil monk was able to handle them with ease. On the contrary, Wu Liang Daoist was flustered by the evil monk's attacks. Human brat, your flesh and blood is making this seat drool. Are you ready to be devoured by this seat? The devil python laughed sinisterly. The stronger Lin Feng was, the more excited it became. The stronger Lin Feng was, the more powerful Lin Feng's body was, and the purer his flesh and blood were. After devouring Lin Feng, the benefits it would obtain were even greater. The devil python's eyes were like the eyes of a demon. They could shoot out extremely terrifying rays of light. The attack power of these rays was extremely tyrannical. If he were to be hit by this gaze several times in a row, he would be in an extremely dangerous situation. At that time, the defensive light barrier formed by the heavenly profound pagoda would be destroyed, and the situation would be extremely dangerous. The devil python was too powerful. If he continued to fight, Lin Feng felt that he would not be able to defeat the devil python. His current advantage was that he had many treasures in his possession, especially the Bell of Hell King. As a treasure forged by the Nether Lord, it could suppress the devil python. Lin Feng controlled the Bell of Hell King to attack the devil python once again. Dong! Dong! The Hell King bell let out a series of loud ringing sounds. This kind of bell sound was able to cause a great deal of damage to the devil python. Previously, the devil python had been injured by the sound of the Hell King's bell. Now, the Hell King's bell was showing its might once again. However, this time, the Hell King's bell failed to deal any damage to the devil python. Seeing this, Lin Feng could not help but frown. Could it be that the bell of Pluto was unable to deal any damage to the devilish python because it had sealed its hearing? The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Who? Suddenly, the devil python opened its bloody maw and a massive sphere of light with a diameter of 300 meters formed. That huge ball of energy directly blasted towards Lin Feng. It was impossible to dodge such a huge ball of energy. In particular, the energy ball had exploded. The resulting destructive power was even more terrifying. Boom! A loud sound was heard. The energy ball exploded. Terrifying energy fluctuations surged out and fiercely collided with Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was directly sent flying. The energy barrier formed by the heavenly pagoda emitted cracking sounds. Numerous cracks appeared, and the defensive barrier formed by the heavenly pagoda was almost instantly destroyed. At this moment, the devil python's eyes once again shot out 2 rays of light. Those 2 rays of light instantly blasted onto Lin Feng's body. This time, the defensive barrier of the heavenly pagoda was destroyed. This defensive magic treasure needed to be recuperated for a period of time before it could be used again. Lin Feng stored the heavenly pagoda into his mountain river ring. Now, facing this extremely terrifying devil python, Lin Feng could not help but feel a headache. Because the devil python was really too difficult to deal with. Hell King's Bell. I must rely on the Hell King's Bell to defeat the devil python. Lin Feng could not help but take a deep breath. However, he did not know how to unleash the power of the Hell King's Bell. This magic treasure was a treasure that was sealed. Without breaking the seal, many of the Hell King's Bell's powers could not be unleashed. Recite an incantation after me. At this moment, the Demon Lord's voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. After hearing the Demon Lord's words, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. Now that the Demon Lord had said these words, did it mean that the Demon Lord knew how to unleash the power of the Hell King's Bell? If that was the case, it would be a great help to him. The supreme mysterious Qi begins in the central courtyard. The Demon Lord's voice continued to resound in his mind. At this moment, the Demon Lord began to recite an incantation. Hearing the incantation in his mind, Lin Feng also began to recite along with the Demon Lord. He discovered that this incantation was actually a method to circulate the magic power. The human body was formed by countless acupuncture points and meridians. Different acupuncture points and meridians could form different meridian circulation methods. Each meridian circulation method had many meanings, and the resulting effects were completely different. Now that Lin Feng was circulating his magic power according to the incantation chanted by the Demon Lord, he suddenly felt a special kind of energy being produced in his body, and this energy was continuously being absorbed by the Hell King's Bell. Wang. Suddenly, the Hell King's Bell took the initiative to fly out. Then, the Hell King's Bell shook the void. Waves of ripples surged out from the Hell King's Bell. Hell King's Wave. This kind of ripple was extremely powerful, and it was one of the abilities of the Hell King's Bell. The Hell King's Bell displayed an incomparably powerful might. The waves of Hell King's Wave bombarded the Devil Python's body. The Devil Python's body suffered great damage, but compared to the damage to its body, the damage to its soul was even more serious. Screech! The Devil Python let out one miserable shriek after another. This terrifying creature turned around, wanting to escape. But at this time, the Hell King's Bell actually emitted a powerful devouring power, and that devouring power directly enveloped the Devil Python, and then swallowed it. Treasures like the Hell King's Bell often contained a small world or space, and could devour anything. Even the Devil Python was devoured. The Hell King's Bell is really too terrifying. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. The Hell King's Bell was really too tyrannical. Lin Feng felt that he had only released a small part of the Hell King's Bell's power, and it actually displayed such a terrifying power. This was really unimaginable. If the Hell King's Bell's power was fully released, how terrifying would it be? The Demon Lord grasped many amazing techniques, but he didn't teach me any of them. If it weren't for the danger today, I'm afraid that this guy still wouldn't teach me how to activate the Hell King's Bell. In the future, I must find a way to get these powerful secret techniques from the Demon Lord. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. Kid, what are you waiting for? Quickly come and help. Chapter 29-23. Lin Feng turned to look at the other battlefield. Wu Liang was in a perilous situation. The evil monk wearing the black armor was simply too powerful. Even Daoist Wu Liang couldn't deal with that evil monk's attack. If the battle continued, Wu Liang might really be killed by the evil monk. You're still alive, aren't you? I'm coming to help you. Lin Feng leisurely flew towards the evil monk. Wu Liang should be able to hold on for a while longer. Lin Feng was quite fond of Wu Liang's wretched appearance. What a bad friend. What a bad friend. Daoist Wu Liang wailed. What are you talking about? Doesn't it take time to prepare for an attack? Lin Feng could not stop himself from saying. As the heavenly profound pagoda could not be used for the time being, Lin Feng brought out a new magic treasure. The magic treasure he brought out was the 5-dragon wheel. Although it was only an incomplete immortal artifact, its power was still extremely terrifying. Hell King's Bell, 5-dragon wheel, 2 stone swords. Lin Feng controlled the 4 powerful magic treasures. At present, Lin Feng was doing 4 things at once. He charged straight at the evil monk. If Master Daoist doesn't show his might, do you think Master Daoist is a sick cat? Seeing Lin Feng attack, Wu Liang's face lit up. At that very moment, Wu Liang seemed to have transformed into a different person. He instantly went from being in a disadvantageous position to being evenly matched with the evil monk. Clearly, Wu Liang had not gone all out earlier. The evil monk's face sank. That was especially true when the devil python was devoured by Lin Feng's Hell King's bell. The evil monk did not want to continue fighting. The evil monk was incapable of controlling the grand killing arrays here. Thus, the grand killing arrays fell into a state of silence after the devil python was devoured. Without the grand killing arrays, it would be even more difficult to deal with Lin Feng and Wu Liang. The evil monk knew that very well. Therefore, the evil monk wanted to escape. However, just as it was about to flee, Lin Feng caught up to it. All 4 magic treasures charged at the evil monk. At this moment, evil monk was being held back by Daoist Wu Liang. How could he still deal with Lin Feng's attacks? Bang 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 bang, Lin Feng's 4 treasures collided with the evil monk's body, and the sound of explosions spread in the air as Lin Feng's 4 treasures bombarded the evil monk's body. Evil monk was directly sent flying. Moreover, the power of these 4 magic treasures was simply too tyrannical. The black armor covering the evil monk's body also dimmed from the beating. In the end, the black armor retracted back into the evil monk's body. The horsetail whisk in Daoist Wu Liang's hand swept towards evil monk. The horsetail whisk in the dead Daoist's hand was an extremely powerful magic weapon. As for the origin of this magic weapon, Lin Feng did not know. This powerful magic weapon swept the evil monk's body and directly sent him flying. Lin Feng's Hell King's bell struck the evil monk's body. Catcher 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 sounds were heard. The bones of the evil monk scattered on the ground. Bullying with numbers, bullying with numbers. You have an unfair advantage. You have an unfair advantage. Evil monk's head soared into the sky as he shouted and rushed into the distance. However, at this moment, Lin Feng quickly rushed over and suppressed the evil monk's head. Now that you have fallen into our hands, are you convinced? Lin Feng asked while holding the evil monk's head. The evil monk rolled his eyes and said, "It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Let's talk things out." Daoist Wu Liang went up and slapped the evil monk. He sneered and said, "Why are you so shameless? You have the nerve to say such words." Evil monk roared, "A warrior prefers death to humiliation. Just kill me." Lin Feng said indifferently, "Look at what you're saying. It's as if the 2 of us like to kill innocent people. We're only after wealth, not killing. If you know what's good for you, we naturally won't take your life." Evil monk said, "Over the countless years, there are indeed many treasures in the storage rings of the corpses in the sea, but time is enough to destroy everything." Daoist Wu Liang said fiercely, "Are you saying that you don't have any treasures on you? If that's the case, what's the point of keeping you alive? Why don't we just kill you?" "Wait!" Evil monk suddenly shouted. "Do you have anything to say before you die?" Lin Feng looked at evil monk indifferently and asked, "Although I don't have any treasures to give you, I can give you a scroll. This scroll is very special. It hasn't been destroyed by the power of time, and it records the core secrets of the world inside the Chaos Gate." "What? You still have such a scroll? Quickly take it out and give it to us." Daoist Wu Liang shouted excitedly. "Promise not to kill me, and I'll give it to you." Evil monk said in a deep voice. "No, no, no, definitely not. Quickly take out the scroll." Daoist Wu Liang said anxiously. Evil monk opened his mouth and spat out a scroll. It flew out and landed in Daoist Wu Liang's hand. Daoist Wu Liang opened the scroll. Lin Feng looked at the scroll and saw a large river drawn on it. The end of the river seemed to be connected to an immortal mountain. However, the world in front of the mountain was covered by a thick fog. The fog covered all the paths, and no one was able to ascend the immortal mountain. "What's the secret inside?" Lin Feng asked. "I don't know because I can't enter the world inside the Chaos Gate. However, as long as you enter the world inside the Chaos Gate, you might be able to discover the secret." Evil monk couldn't help but say, "All right, I'll believe you for now. Lin Feng looked at Evil Monk and couldn't help but smile. He said, "You should remember a lot of powerful techniques, right? Now, tell me all of them, and I'll let you go immediately." The Evil Monk said with a wry smile, "My memory loss is very serious. I do remember a few magical powers, but I don't remember much. If I had mastered the magical powers you have, with my spiritual power, no matter how many magic treasures you have, you wouldn't be my opponent." Lin Feng didn't doubt that. Evil Monk's magic power was too strong. Lin Feng felt that Evil Monk's magic power was almost on the same level as a god emperor. What Evil Monk lacked was the cultivation of various divine abilities. No matter how strong one's magic power was, it still needed to be displayed in the form of divine abilities. Evil Monk had cultivated too few divine abilities, so he couldn't display his full strength. "Tell me all of the divine abilities you know," Lin Feng said. Evil Monk took out a jade tube and handed it to Lin Feng. "They're all inside. Can you let me go now?" Lin Feng removed the seal on Evil Monk. Evil Monk was left with only a head, and it quickly fled. Evil Monk's vitality had been greatly damaged, and his cultivation had plummeted. It would take many years for him to recover. Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang quickly left. Chapter 29-24. Lin Feng first took out the jade tube that recorded the supernatural powers. His spiritual sense invaded it and immediately found that there were 6 kinds of supernatural powers inside. With the Evil Monk's strength, it was indeed too little to cultivate only 6 kinds of supernatural powers. These 6 kinds of supernatural powers were Heavenly Demonic Hands, Heavenly Strike, Immeasurable, Boundless Golden Light, and Buddha Demonic Palm, Chaotic Heaven and Earth. Among the 6 kinds of supernatural powers, Lin Feng had seen the Evil Monk use Heavenly Demonic Hands. As soon as the Heavenly Demonic Hands was used, an extremely powerful demonic hand condensed in the black fog. It grabbed the world with boundless power. As for the other supernatural powers, Lin Feng had not seen the Evil Monk use them. Supernatural powers were a kind of supplement and precipitation to one's Tao foundation. The foundation of the Tao was stable. Only then could one display one's combat strength. Moreover, the more supernatural powers one cultivated, the more proficient one would be in dealing with all kinds of situations. This was because all things in this world reinforced and restrained each other. Supernatural powers also reinforced and restrained each other. Why was the Red World Fairy so powerful? It was because the Red World Fairy cultivated 3,000 great Taos. Basically, any kind of supernatural power could be restrained by one of the 3,000 great Taos. Therefore, it was too difficult to defeat the Red World Fairy. Of course, it was not impossible for some people to cultivate a Tao to the extreme and have heaven-defying combat strength, but such people were too rare. Moreover, cultivating a Tao to the extreme was too monotonous, and it was easy for others to find flaws. Therefore, this situation was not suitable for ordinary cultivators to cultivate. The Evil Monk was defeated because of this. The Evil Monk had boundless magic power, but he cultivated too few supernatural powers, so he could not truly release his combat strength. In fact, thinking about it carefully, the Evil Monk could not be blamed for this. The reason why the Evil Monk cultivated fewer supernatural powers was that after the Evil Monk awakened, he forgot a lot of his memories. This included the cultivation methods of many powerful divine abilities that the Evil Monks had forgotten. Therefore, the Evil Monks didn't cultivate many divine abilities. Lin Feng used a jade tube to copy these 6 supernatural powers. Then, he handed the jade tube to Immeasurable Daoist. Immeasurable Daoist glanced at it and put it away without carefully studying the 6 supernatural powers. Lin Feng did not carefully study these 6 supernatural powers either. He would find time to study them. As for now, Lin Feng and Immeasurable Daoist's thoughts were on the scroll. The two of them carefully looked at the scroll, trying to find something special on it. But after searching for a while, they found no clues. "Maybe we can try to invade the scroll with our divine sense," said Lin Feng. "Let's try to invade it." With that said, the two of them tried to use their divine sense to comprehend the scroll. However, they did not know how to do it, and their divine senses could not penetrate the scroll. The Immeasurable Daoist cursed, Immeasurable deity, his entire family. Is that evil monk lying to us? Anyone who encountered such a situation would feel that they had been deceived. Lin Feng frowned. He had a feeling that the scroll was not as simple as it seemed. Thus, he believed the evil monk's words. The evil monk had said that the scroll contained the secret of the world behind the Chaos Gate. He was probably not lying. Moreover, Lin Feng and Immeasurable Daoist should have been able to tell if the evil monk was lying or not. Lin Feng said, "There should be no problems with the scroll. Let's try comprehending it again and see if there are any new changes." Immeasurable Daoist nodded and continued to comprehend the scroll with Lin Feng. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng suddenly heard the sound of flowing water ringing in his ears. When Lin Feng opened his eyes, he realized he was already in a mysterious world. There were birds singing and flowers fragrant. Celestial qi was everywhere. Strong qi was everywhere. It was a picturesque scene. Lin Feng couldn't help but linger in the air for a while, forgetting to go back. It was as though he had arrived in the immortal world. Such a place. It was a place that everyone yearned for. It was peaceful, tranquil, and beautiful. There was an immortal mountain in the distance. It was shrouded in immortal mist. Lin Feng was shocked when he saw the immortal mountain. The immortal mountain was the one Lin Feng had seen on the scroll. It was full of mystery. Lin Feng increased his speed and flew toward the immortal mountain. However, no matter how hard Lin Feng tried, he could not reach the mountain. The immortal mountain was like a mirage in the legends. He could see it, but he could never reach the place where the mirage appeared. What a pity. The immortal mountain is so far away. I can only see it from afar. I can never reach it. Lin Feng flew for a very, very long time, but he still couldn't reach the celestial mountain. Suddenly, the sound of cranes could be heard in the distance. Lin Feng saw a flock of cranes flying toward him. The flock of cranes was extremely fast. They flew in the direction of the immortal mountain. What shocked Lin Feng was that the flock of cranes actually passed through the immortal mist surrounding the immortal mountain. Then, they entered the area shrouded by the immortal mountain. The cranes have entered the area. When Lin Feng saw that, he was astonished. His eyes twinkled. Would there be other cranes coming? If other immortal cranes came, he would be able to fly onto those immortal cranes and ride them to the immortal mountain. At the thought of this, Lin Feng's face broke into a smile. He was really a genius. He could even think of such a method. Next, Lin Feng waited for the cranes to arrive. Not long after, another flock of cranes flew in from afar. When Lin Feng saw the flock of cranes, he could not help but get excited. He soared into the sky and flew toward the cranes. He wanted to ride on one of them and enter the immortal mountain with them. Swoosh! But at this moment, the cranes turned into immortal swords. Each of the swords tore through the void. The power was so terrifying that it made people pale. These cranes were too powerful and terrifying. There was no way to fight against them. Cranes turning into swords can cut through heaven and earth. These cranes are so powerful. Lin Feng quickly retreated to avoid the attacks of the cranes. The cranes did not chase after Lin Feng. Instead, they left quickly. In the blink of an eye, they were far away. They changed from immortal swords to cranes and flew into the immortal mountain in groups. Maybe I can turn into a crane and enter with the other cranes. Lin Feng could not help but think. He was proficient in the art of great transformation. He could turn into anything he wanted. Swoosh! There was a flash of light. Chapter 29-25. After turning into a crane, Lin Feng spread his wings and soared into the sky. He was waiting for the other cranes to arrive. This was the first time Lin Feng had used the great transformation art to turn into a spirit beast. In the past, when Lin Feng used the great transformation technique, the most he could do was change his appearance. But now, Lin Feng felt as if he had really turned into a crane. The world was so big that he could soar freely. With a flap of his wings, he could fly to wherever he wanted. Before the cranes arrived, Lin Feng wanted to give it a try. He wanted to see if he could fly into the immortal mountain in the form of a crane. Lin Feng flapped his wings and flew toward the immortal mountain. He could hear the howling wind in his ears. He tried many times, but he still couldn't get close to the immortal mountain. Lin Feng couldn't help but think, could it be that the cranes have a special method to enter the immortal mountain? The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. If they didn't have a special method to enter the immortal mountain, why couldn't he go in? Not to mention going in, he couldn't even get close to the immortal mountain. Lin Feng decided to continue waiting for the other cranes to arrive. Not long after, the cries of cranes could be heard. Lin Feng looked into the distance and saw a flock of cranes flying toward him. When he saw the cranes, Lin Feng flapped his wings and flew toward them. The flock of cranes also saw Lin Feng, who had turned into a crane. Then, the flock of cranes turned into immortal swords and slashed at Lin Feng. Holy shit, what's going on? Lin Feng rolled his eyes. He had already turned into a crane, so why were the cranes still attacking him? Lin Feng turned around and fled into the distance. He pushed his speed to the limit. Lin Feng seemed to have turned into a dazzling bolt of lightning. His speed was unbelievably fast. But the cranes behind him were also extremely fast. He chased after Lin Feng relentlessly. We're all from the same clan, so don't keep chasing after me. We're all from the same roots, so why are you in such a hurry to kill each other? You guys keep chasing after me like this. It really makes those who see you sad and those who hear you cry. Lin Feng shouted as he ran. However, the cranes did not respond to Lin Feng. They continued to pursue Lin Feng, sending out sword beams at Lin Feng from afar. Those sword chis were truly peerless and terrifying. They were so powerful that it made people turn pale with fright. Lin Feng dodged the attacks of the sword chi in a very sorry state. After frantically fleeing for 6 hours, those red-crowned cranes finally left. These fellows can tell that I'm not one of them. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. He used the great transformation technique and returned to his original appearance. Lin Feng's hopes of following a flock of red-crowned cranes into the immortal mountain were dashed, so he decided to find another way. The ancient and dense forest was completely silent. Lin Feng flew above the ancient forest. Not long after, he saw a raging river running through the ancient forest. The river was several thousand meters wide. From time to time, huge waves would roll, sweeping through heaven and earth and shaking the void. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from afar. Raging waves beat against the shore, shaking the void for hundreds of thousands of miles. Lin Feng looked into the distance and saw a huge stone tortoise swimming over. Stone tortoise. When he saw the stone tortoise, Lin Feng was extremely shocked. Stone tortoises were very extraordinary in the Stone clan. Not only did they represent longevity, but they were also associated with some very mysterious things. For example, the black tortoise tablet. The black tortoise here was a type of stone tortoise. Now that there was actually a stone tortoise here, Lin Feng was extremely shocked. Little Feng, come up quickly. We'll follow the stone tortoise to the immortal mountain. Daoist Wuliang suddenly appeared on the back of the stone tortoise and shouted at Lin Feng. You're here too? Lin Feng's face lit up when he saw Daoist Wuliang. He quickly flew over and landed on the back of the stone tortoise. If you can come in, then so can I. Looks like you haven't gained anything yet. Daoist Wuliang said with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Lin Feng said. Who says I haven't gained anything? I discovered that many of the cranes of the Crane clan can also enter the immortal mountain. Moreover, they can transform into immortal swords. Each one is more monstrous than the last. The stone tortoise said, those cranes are very special. They have extremely terrifying abilities. They've inherited the legacy of a stone crane, and they've mastered heavenly arts. Lin Feng asked. A stone crane? Is it also a Xiantian life form? That's right. It's a Xiantian life form. It's extremely terrifying and has long since developed flesh and blood. It's one of the guardians of the immortal mountain, the stone tortoise said. Lin Feng had some understanding of the path of evolution of these Xiantian life forms. Xiantian life forms were originally part of the Stone clan. When they were born, their bodies were actually made of stone. Through cultivation, their bodies could transform into flesh and blood. This was a major transformation. Once they transformed into flesh and blood, their life force would undergo a complete transformation. However, Lin Feng had heard that after transforming into flesh and blood, they could continue to evolve. The next time they evolved, they would turn into stone again, and their battle prowess would increase greatly. The next time they evolved, they would become flesh and blood. Every evolution was extremely difficult for these lifeforms, but if they succeeded, it would definitely be a huge leap forward. Lin Feng looked at the stone tortoise and couldn't help but ask, "Senior stone tortoise, are you also a Xiantian lifeform?" The stone tortoise said, "I'm just a piece of useless stone. By chance, I awakened my spiritual sense and transformed. I'm not one of those noble Xiantian lifeforms." The stone tortoise seemed to be intentionally belittling itself. However, Lin Feng felt that the stone tortoise was very extraordinary. At this time, Daoist Wuliang asked, "What's inside the Immortal Mountain?" "The Immortal Mountain is very mysterious. I've never entered it before. I've only carried a few people inside," said the stone tortoise. Next, Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang chatted with the stone tortoise. They heard quite a bit of shocking news from the stone tortoise. As they got closer to the Immortal Mountain, the waves in the river grew more and more violent. "Sit tight. A terrifying lifeform will appear soon," said the stone tortoise. Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang were shocked. Terrifying lifeform? What kind of lifeform was it? Roar. At this time, a deep roar was heard. Next, a huge head emerged from the river. When they saw that huge head, Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang's faces were immediately filled with shock. It was actually a 9-headed flood dragon, and its aura was monstrous. It was really too terrifying. The 9-headed flood dragon opened all 9 heads, wanting to swallow the stone tortoise, Lin Feng, and Daoist Wuliang. Chapter 29-26. Lin Feng had heard of the 9-headed evil flood dragon more than once. During the prehistoric times, this creature was an absolute overlord and was extremely terrifying. It was rumored that the 9-headed evil flood dragon was the offspring of a stone dragon and an evil flood dragon. Due to the mutation of its bloodline, it grew 9 heads. The 9-headed evil flood dragon's bloodline was passed down, and for a long time, it was known as one of the most terrifying beasts in the world. The introduction of the 9-headed evil flood dragon in the classic of mountains and seas went like this. This beast was born with the body of a dragon and the head of a flood dragon. It was 1,000 meters long when it was young, and 10,000 meters when it reached adulthood. This beast hunted all kinds of divine beasts for food, and was extremely ferocious. This beast was called the 9-headed evil flood dragon. The classic of mountains and seas had a very detailed introduction of the 9-headed evil flood dragon. The reason was that the 9-headed evil flood dragon was too powerful. The world was always full of curiosity about such a mysterious creature. Now that the 9-headed evil flood dragon had appeared and displayed its peerless strength, it was indeed too shocking. After sensing the terrifying aura of the 9-headed evil flood dragon, Lin Feng only had one thought, and that was to escape as far as possible. No one could fight against a creature like the 9-headed evil flood dragon. Just as the 9-headed evil flood dragon was about to swallow Lin Feng, Daoist Wuliang, and the stone turtle suddenly sped up. It was as if it had teleported. It disappeared in an instant. When it reappeared, it was already 1,000 meters away. The 9-headed evil flood dragon missed. Roar, roar, roar. After missing, the 9-headed evil flood dragon roared furiously. Its huge body quickly swam in the river and chased after the stone turtle. The stone turtle's speed was not slow at all. It was unbelievably fast, and even the 9-headed evil flood dragon could not catch up with it. After chasing for a while, the 9-headed evil flood dragon retreated and hid in the depths of the river, disappearing without a trace. Lin Feng asked in confusion, "Why did the 9-headed evil flood dragon stop chasing?" The stone turtle said, "The 9-headed evil flood dragon has its own mission. Its mission is to intercept any living being that enters the Immortal Mountain. However, if one is able to pass through its defensive area, the 9-headed evil dragon will not continue to chase after them, and the cultivators who pass through the 9-headed evil dragon's area will have the qualifications to enter the Immortal Mountain." Daoist Wuliang said in shock. The 9-headed Vile WM actually has such a mission? Is it one of the guardian beasts of the immortal mountain? The stone turtle shook its head and said, no. To be more precise, it's cursed. Oh! What's going on? Lin Feng's spirit was slightly shaken, and he couldn't help but ask. He was very sensitive to curses, because he had several terrifying curses on him. Other than that, Lin Feng had also seen many terrifying curses, such as the fire crow's curse and so on. The curse was surrounded by a mysterious power. To the people of the world, it was full of mystery. It was also incomparably bizarre and terrifying. Therefore, Lin Feng would always pay more attention to anything related to the curse. The stone turtle said, in the past, the nine-headed evil dragon relied on its powerful cultivation to wreak havoc in the world, causing countless massacres. Therefore, someone walked out of the immortal mountain and subdued the nine-headed evil dragon. Then, with the power of the curse, the nine-headed evil dragon turned into an undying cursed being, forever guarding this river. So that's how it is. It seems that the being that lives in the immortal mountain is truly peerless and terrifying. I wonder what good things it will leave behind. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Daoist Wuliang also kept rubbing his hands, revealing a look of joy. He wanted to get some opportunities from the immortal mountain. The stone turtle carried the two to the foot of the immortal mountain. Go ashore. I hope you can get what you want, the stone turtle said. Thank you, senior. Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang thanked the stone turtle, and then they went ashore. The stone turtle, on the other hand, dived into the water and disappeared. Ha 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 ha, we've finally arrived at the immortal mountain. Heavenly Lord Wuliang, this is a place where immortals live. I wonder what good things there are. Daoist Wuliang laughed excitedly, and then he rushed toward the immortal mountain. Lin Feng also rushed toward the immortal mountain. However, the two of them didn't even take a few steps. Suddenly, two beams of immortal light swept down and hit Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang. Then, the world turned upside down. Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang found that they had disappeared from the immortal mountain and returned to the real world. The scroll, which was originally emitting holy light, was suspended in mid-air. The scroll returned to its normal appearance and fell to the ground. The immortal mountain is the shocking secret inside the primal chaos gate, and we've found the way to enter the immortal mountain. The key lies in the stone turtle, Daoist Wuliang said. Everything that they had just experienced was so real. However, it was just something that happened when their divine consciousness was immersed in the scroll world, and it wasn't real. If they wanted those things to become real, they had to enter the world inside the primal chaos gate and find the immortal mountain. Next, Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang began to search for the primal chaos gate. They felt that many great emperors should have already entered the world behind the primal chaos gate. At this time, it might not be so dangerous for them to enter the world behind the primal chaos gate. Now was the time to enter the world behind the primal chaos gate. However, after searching for a long time, they still couldn't find the primal chaos gate. The primal chaos gate won't disappear just like that, right? Lin Feng frowned and thought of a possibility. It won't. Let's keep looking. We'll find it sooner or later, Daoist Wuliang said. Before they could find the primal chaos gate, they first met the heavenly demon emperor's son, Gongzong Nai, Sheng Yuandao, and others. There was also Guang Yuanzi of the Geomaster lineage, Wu Chenkuan of the Exalted Immortal sect, and others. There were also many top experts of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign factions. These experts had been searching for Lin Feng's whereabouts recently. They wanted to kill Lin Feng. They realized that Lin Feng was too big of a threat, and they didn't want to let Lin Feng continue to grow. Before Lin Feng fully matured, they wanted to kill Lin Feng first. There was also an otherworldly being. This otherworldly being was the one that Lin Feng had severely injured a long time ago. This otherworldly being was called the Evil Scorpion Lord. Now that he had established his own faction and had recovered extremely quickly, he was even more unfathomable now. There were rumors that this otherworldly being's strength had recovered to the Great Emperor realm. However, no one knew if these rumors were true or not. However, there was no such thing as a groundless rumor. Perhaps there really was such a possibility. Lin Feng, your time of death has come. Chapter 29-27. Everyone, I'm not familiar with this kid. We're not the same kind of people, Daoist Wu Liang shouted, trying to distance himself from Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. This damned Daoist Wu Liang was really shameless. Just a moment ago, they were calling each other brothers. Now, they were strangers. Damned Daoist Wu Liang. Compared to this kid, I want to kill you more. Guang Yuanzi of the Geomaster lineage looked at Daoist Wu Liang with killing intent. This damned Daoist Wu Liang is a grave robber. He previously said that he would go to the heavenly sage great world to dig up the graves of our ancestors. A myriad races cultivator said. Hearing the words of the cultivator from the myriad races, the surrounding cultivators were in an uproar. They all glared at the immeasurable Daoist. One had to know that in the bloodline lineage world, the concept of clans was extremely strong. Perhaps this was the so-called sense of belonging. Clans could unite these people who had the same blood flowing in their veins, allowing the race to continue. Therefore, the cultivators in the cultivation world were extremely respectful to their ancestors. Many cultivators valued the reputation of their ancestors more than their own lives. This was also the reason why after the graves of their ancestors were dug up, there would be endless hatred. Daoist Wu Liang actually said that he would go to the heavenly sage great world to dig up the graves of their ancestors. How could these myriad races cultivators not be angry? It's a misunderstanding. I didn't say that. As a person, you have to have a conscience. You can't frame me, Daoist Wu Liang shouted. Naturally, he wouldn't admit to the words of that cultivator. Damned Daoist Wu Liang, shameless. Skin this damned Daoist Wu Liang alive. Many myriad races cultivators sneered. Their killing intent towards Daoist Wu Liang was very strong. I can prove that this damned Daoist Wu Liang said those words. Moreover, this damned Daoist Wu Liang is extremely unprincipled. Who knows how many cultivators' graves he has dug up over the years? I can guarantee that if this damned Daoist Wu Liang really goes to the heavenly sage great world, the graves of our ancestors will be dug up by this damned Daoist Wu Liang. This damned Daoist Wu Liang has many tricks up his sleeves. It's impossible to guard against him, Lin Feng said loudly. Many people were completely dumbfounded. Were these two guys really best friends? Now, one of them wanted to abandon the other and escape. One of them kept bad-mouthing the other so that everyone would deal with the other. Could this be the so-called when disaster strikes, everyone flies separately? Even if they really couldn't fly away, would they still have to pull him along? What are we waiting for? Let's go. While everyone was distracted, Lin Feng took out the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda and activated it. With the protection of the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda, he and immeasurable Daoist quickly broke through the encirclement. Courting death, the cultivators in the direction where Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang broke out of the encirclement all roared in anger. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang broke through from their place. Didn't this mean that they were inferior to the other cultivators? How could he not be angry? All of them were filled with killing intent as they launched all sorts of attacks at Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. The rest of the cultivators also recovered from their shock. They began to channel their magic powers or bring out their magic treasures to attack Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. Boom, 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 facing everyone's attacks, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang took out a dense number of jade talismans. They didn't plan to fight with these people. This was because this battle was completely one-sided. There were simply too many people on the other side. Moreover, there were too many experts on the other side. Once they were surrounded, only death would await them. Therefore, there was only one way out, and that was to break out of the encirclement. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang were both proficient in arrays. Therefore, they would often carve many powerful offensive jade talismans. This was to prepare for emergencies. And now, these jade talismans were of great use. Lin Feng took out more than 300 offensive jade talismans. Daoist Wu Liang also took out a similar number of offensive jade talismans. Boom! A loud sound rang out. A total of 600 to 700 offensive jade talismans exploded. It created a huge impact that could destroy the heavens and earth. There were more than 300 people in the direction that Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang chose to break out of the encirclement. However, these cultivators didn't dare to take on the explosive power of 600 to 700 jade talismans. Of course, they could take the risk. However, many of them would definitely be killed by the explosion. The remaining people would probably be able to stop Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. However, who would be willing to be the first to be killed? No one wanted to die. If they could live, who would want to die? Unless they were willing to sacrifice themselves to help others. The world of cultivators was a world where benefits were paramount. It wasn't a world where sacrificing oneself to help others. Therefore, when the jade talismans exploded, many people chose to retreat. They didn't want to take on the explosive power of the jade talismans. The other cultivators took out their sacred arts and magic treasures. However, they were all blocked by the heavenly mystery treasure pagoda. This defensive monarch weapon played a crucial role in this moment. If it wasn't for this defensive monarch weapon, he would have been seriously injured even if he didn't die. Then, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang rushed out. After breaking out of the encirclement, they were like dragons soaring into the 9 heavens. No one could stop them anymore. Damn it. Hundreds of people were broken through by 2 people. They're a bunch of trash. Many people cursed. Their expressions were extremely gloomy. The cultivators who were cursed couldn't help but sneer. In their eyes, this group of people was just standing there and talking. If they were the ones being attacked, would they risk their lives to stop Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang? We were distracted by the conversation between those 2 shameless people. That's why they had the opportunity. Otherwise, why would we let them break out? Let's go and chase after them. Don't let them get away, a cultivator said. These cultivators chased after Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. However, they couldn't catch up to them in the end. Immeasurable exalted celestial and his 18 generations of ancestors. In the future, not only will I dig up the graves of the ancestors of the myriad races, but I will also dig up the graves of the ancestors of the foreign races and cultivators of the other powers. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang stopped to rest in a forest. Then, Daoist Wu Liang began to curse. It wasn't easy to break out of the encirclement this time. It was really thrilling. If they hadn't been distracted by those guys, they might have really died under the siege of so many experts. Count me in. When the time comes, we'll make a fortune. Who knows, we might even get a lot of powerful inheritances, Lin Feng said. Keikakik, don't be delusional. You'll never have the chance. At this moment, a sinister voice resounded in the forest. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang were shocked. They didn't notice that someone had appeared here. Chapter 29-28. Who is it? Come out. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang looked around as if they were facing a great enemy. Their expressions were cautious and alert. Because this existence made them feel a dangerous aura. This was a very scary thing. If they encountered some top experts, they could easily die in the hands of these top experts. Therefore, they had to be extremely careful when facing these experts. Shaw shaw shaw. A rustling sound could be heard. At this time, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang saw a monster walk out of the forest. It had a scorpion body and a cold light flashed in its eyes. The foreign creature, evil scorpion lord. It was actually this terrifying existence. The foreign creature's strength recovered incomparably fast. How long had it been? The evil scorpion lord's strength had already reached this level. As for the demon lord, after so many years, his cultivation was still far from the level of the past. In terms of recovery ability, there were probably not many existences in the heavens that could be compared to the foreign creatures. So it's you. I really didn't expect your strength to have recovered to such a shocking level in just a few years. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. The foreign creatures should be killed. These foreign creatures should all be killed. Leaving them alive would be a disaster. When the time came, who knew how many people would die in their hands? The evil scorpion lord laughed sinisterly. My race's recovery ability is already very strong. If it wasn't for the fact that I couldn't find a powerful bloodline, I would have recovered long ago. However, if I can devour your bloodline, my strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Swoosh. As soon as the foreign creature finished speaking, he took out his war spear. With the war spear in hand, he charged towards Lin Feng. Kill! Shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. Then, he took out the heavenly mystery pagoda and 2 stone swords. At the same time, Lin Feng also took out his magnetic field. The magnetic field formed by the 3 layers of haki was incomparably powerful. It enveloped the evil Scorpion Lord, causing his speed to decrease greatly. At this time, Daoist Wuliang also took out a supreme treasure. This treasure was a scythe-type treasure, a bit like the legendary scythe of the Grim Reaper. However, it was clear that the treasure in the immeasurable Daoist's hand was not the death god's scythe. Clang! At this moment, Lin Feng wielded the 2 stone swords and fought against the evil Scorpion Lord. Endless power surged out of the battle spear. Then, it vibrated along the stone sword towards Lin Feng. The stone sword was extremely powerful, but Lin Feng was unable to unleash its full power. At this moment, the Holy Scorpion Evil Lord was simply too powerful. Even with the stone sword in hand, Lin Feng was no match for him. Lin Feng was sent flying by the Holy Scorpion Evil Lord. The powerful vibration power wanted to destroy Lin Feng's body, but it was neutralized by the heavenly mystery pagoda. After repelling Lin Feng, the evil Scorpion Lord swung his scythe at Daoist Wuliang. With a clanging sound, the scythe-shaped magic weapon was directly swept away. The Great Emperor Realm. Lin Feng looked at the evil Scorpion Lord with a serious expression. This guy's strength had definitely recovered to the Great Emperor Realm. Otherwise, there was no way he could be so terrifying. Lin Feng's expression turned very ugly. After the evil Scorpion Lord recovered to the Great Emperor Realm, his recovery speed would only get faster and faster. By then, who would be able to kill him? This time, they were in big trouble. It wasn't just him and Daoist Wuliang who were in big trouble. It was big trouble for all the living beings of the 9 states. Back then, Lin Feng had seriously injured the evil Scorpion Lord, but Lin Feng's injuries were too severe. He didn't have the energy to chase after the evil Scorpion Lord. In the end, he let the evil Scorpion Lord escape. If he had killed the evil Scorpion Lord back then, this terrible situation wouldn't have happened. Are you ready to die? The evil Scorpion Lord looked at Lin Feng with a sinister gaze. Wielding his battle spear, he charged at Lin Feng again. Lin Feng put away a stone sword. With the heavenly mystery pagoda above his head, he held a stone sword with both hands. At the same time, he used the 1 Chi into 3 Pure Ones technique. 9 layers of haki superimpose. The magnetic field was at its strongest state. Next, Lin Feng's 2 clones also took out their magic treasures. The first clone wielded the other stone sword and the 9 demons painting. The second clone wielded the Bell of Hell King and the 5 dragon wheel. Then, together with Lin Feng, they attacked the evil Scorpion Lord. The current evil Scorpion Lord was too terrifying, so Lin Feng didn't have to hide anything. The magnetic field formed by the 9 layers of haki slowed down the evil Scorpion Lord. Even someone as powerful as the evil Scorpion Lord couldn't move an inch in the face of the magnetic field. The magnetic field formed by Lin Feng's 9 layers of haki could imprison a great emperor. Lin Feng wanted to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill the evil Scorpion Lord. But who would have thought that at this moment, the evil Scorpion Lord opened his mouth and spat out a magic treasure. It was a golden shield that emitted Great Emperor's aura. This treasure was also an emperor's weapon, which shocked Lin Feng. The golden shield floated above the evil Scorpion Lord's head. Beams of golden light fell from the sky. The golden light beams protected the evil Scorpion Lord's body. When Lin Feng's attack came, it was blocked by the golden shield's defensive light beams. Not good. Lin Feng's expression changed. The evil Scorpion Lord had a defensive Great Emperor's weapon. This was too terrifying. If such a terrifying existence had a defensive Great Emperor's weapon, who could fight against it? Total annihilation. At this moment, the evil Scorpion Lord attacked with lightning speed and swept out his battle spear. Bang! 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 The evil Scorpion Lord's battle spear swept Lin Feng's body and sent Lin Feng flying. The two clones exploded in midair. The 9 domineering magnetic fields also dissipated. Lin Feng's blood and qi roiled, and he almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. Go to hell! The evil Scorpion Lord charged at Lin Feng with lightning speed, his battle spear piercing towards Lin Feng's body. He wanted to kill Lin Feng in midair. The evil Scorpion Lord's battle spear was also an Emperor's weapon. It pierced through Lin Feng's defensive light barrier. Just as the spear was about to pierce Lin Feng's chest, swoosh! At the critical moment, Lin Feng used the heaven patching art. Before the evil Scorpion Lord's spear could pierce through his body, he dodged the evil Scorpion Lord's terrifying attack. Oh! Heaven patching art? That's a powerful technique, but it can only save you once. How are you going to block it next time? Chapter 29-29. Lin Feng's expression was extremely gloomy. He quickly retreated, purposely widening the distance between him and the evil Scorpion Lord. The evil Scorpion Lord was simply too terrifying. The battle strength of a great emperor was indeed shocking, not to mention that the evil Scorpion Lord was a foreign living being. In the same realm, foreign living beings were much stronger than great emperors of other races. Lin Feng estimated that the evil Scorpion Lord was at most in the God Emperor realm, and it was very likely that he was only in the first or second heaven of the God Emperor realm. This was the early stage of the Great Emperor realm. But even if people told Lin Feng that the evil Scorpion King could compete with cultivators of the 8th or 9th Great Supreme God layer, or even celestial emperors, Lin Feng wouldn't be surprised. When the evil Scorpion Lord pounced towards Lin Feng realized that Immeasurable Daoist had circled behind the evil Scorpion Lord. Then, Immeasurable Daoist took out a yellow talisman. 3 Pure Talisman. It was actually the 3 Pure Talisman. Lin Feng had seen Immeasurable Daoist activate the 3 Pure Talisman before. That was why he could recognize it. This damned Daoist said that he only had 1 talisman on him. It was obviously a lie. This damned Daoist really didn't speak the truth. Fortunately, Immeasurable Daoist knew that the foreign living being wasn't easy to deal with, so he took out the 3 Pure Talisman to deal with it. Lin Feng took the initiative to attack the foreign living being. He wanted to hold it back. Then, he would let Immeasurable Daoist's attack take effect. This time, Lin Feng took out the 2 stone swords, Hell King Bell, and 5 Dragon Wheel. They all attacked the foreign living being. You're courting death. The foreign living being sneered. The war spear in his hand swept towards Lin Feng. Instantly, 10,000 spear lights condensed. Densely packed. There were countless of them, and all of them were attacking Lin Feng. Lin Feng took out the 4 supreme treasures and swept out all sorts of terrifying attacks to block the 10,000 spear lights. At this moment, Immeasurable Daoist activated the 3 Pure Talisman. A saint light condensed from the 3 Pure Talisman and shot towards the foreign living being. Success. Seeing that the saint light was about to kill the foreign living being, Lin Feng and Immeasurable Daoist couldn't help but reveal an excited expression. They deeply understood how terrifying the 3 Pure One's talismans were. If the 3 Pure One's talismans' attacks could hit the foreign creatures, then that would be the end for them. Even if the foreign living being was an Emperor realm being, they would also suffer extremely serious injuries. However, the holy light released by the 3 Pure One's talisman was about to strike the foreign creature's body. However, the foreign living beings tossed to the point. The holy light released by the talisman of the 3 Pure Ones was swallowed up by the distorted void to him. Lin Feng and the boundless Taoist priest were astonished. The foreign creature's methods were just too terrifying, truly making one feel a type of extreme despair. Lin Feng. Meanwhile, this time, the direction it flew towards was the Immeasurable Daoist who was hiding behind the foreign creatures. Mention Immeasurables. Boom. With a dull thud, Daoist Wuliang was sent flying by the holy light. That was the saint light from the 3 Pure Talisman. The foreign living being didn't know how to turn it into his own attack. Now that the attack landed on Immeasurable's body, it definitely caused unimaginable damage to him. With a thud, Daoist Wuliang fell into the forest, motionless. It was unknown if he was dead or alive. I'll take your dog life. Lin Feng roared. He summoned the two ghost emperors. They attacked the foreign living being together with the two ghost emperors. It's useless. If you don't enter the emperor realm, you're all ants. No matter how heaven-defying you are, as long as you haven't cultivated to the emperor realm, you're nothing but an ant in the eyes of an emperor realm expert. The foreign living being looked at Lin Feng and the two ghost emperors with contempt. Boom! A great battle erupted. Lin Feng and the two ghost emperors worked together, forming a triangle that surrounded the foreign living being. Then, they launched a fierce attack on the foreign living being. However, the foreign living being's combat strength was too heaven-defying. Lin Feng and the two ghost emperors were defeated by the foreign living being. They were all sent flying. It's all over. The foreign living being's voice was extremely cold. He slapped his palm toward Lin Feng and the two ghost emperors. A huge palm as big as a mountain condensed and slammed toward Lin Feng and the two ghost emperors. This attack was simply too powerful and terrifying. When the attack came, Lin Feng realized that the surrounding void was sealed. There was no way to dodge this attack. The situation was extremely dangerous. At this critical moment, a beam of sword chi suddenly flew over from the sky. The sword chi tore through the void and instantly slashed toward the foreign living being's energy palm. Poochie. This attack directly tore the energy palm formed by the foreign creature into two halves. However, the sword chi didn't dissipate. Instead, it continued to slash toward the foreign living being. Who exactly are you? The foreign living being's expression became extremely gloomy. The person who attacked was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. This was something that the foreign living being was very clear about. However, that existence didn't appear. That sword chi seemed to have become eternal and immortal. Clang. Then, the sword chi slashed on the foreign living being's defensive light barrier and directly tore it apart. After the foreign living being's defensive light barrier was torn apart, that sword chi actually didn't dissipate. The foreign living being's defensive light barrier was released by an emperor weapon. That sword chi was really too powerful. It destroyed the foreign living being's divine ability and then destroyed the emperor weapon's defense. Moreover, its power was still extremely shocking. Poochie. A tearing sound was heard. The foreign living being's body was directly torn into two. Good, good, good. I'll remember you. The foreign living being roared with resentment. His body that was cut into two directly exploded. Then, the foreign living being turned into a cloud of blood mist and rushed into the distance. Soon, he disappeared without a trace. That sword chi also dissipated. Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. This junior will never forget it. Lin Feng cupped his fists and thanked him. However, he didn't know who saved him or why. However, that expert didn't appear. All of this was destined to be a question in his heart. Lin Feng put the magic treasure into his storage ring and had the two ghost emperors return to the ghost-raising jar. Then, he quickly ran toward the immeasurable Daoist. Ouch, it hurts so much. Who would have thought that just as Lin Feng was halfway there, the immeasurable Daoist sat up by himself. Chapter 29:30. Seeing that Daoist Wuliang was still alive, Lin Feng hurriedly ran over, then kicked Daoist Wuliang and said unhappily, I was so worried about you just now. I didn't expect you to be pretending to be dead. Daoist Wuliang hurriedly cried out, I was wronged, I was really wronged. I was knocked unconscious just now. When that guy ran away, I had just woken up. That's why you think I was pretending to be unconscious. Think about it, am I that kind of person? I am an extremely loyal person. When I see a good brother risking his life, how can I just stand by and watch? So you really misunderstood me. These words could deceive a 3-year-old child. However, if he wanted to use these words to fool Lin Feng naturally wouldn't believe these words. But now, Lin Feng was too lazy to bother with these things with Daoist Wuliang. He said, our top priority now is to find the Chaos Gate. Let's go, don't waste time here. Daoist Wuliang nodded. After getting up from the ground, he quickly left with Lin Feng. After Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang left, a black-robed cultivator stood on a mountain peak 3,000 meters away. That black-robed cultivator was the mysterious black-robed cultivator that appeared before. This black-robed cultivator's cultivation was incomparably terrifying, but he seemed to be scheming against Lin Feng. Or rather, he seemed to regard Lin Feng as his prey. The black-robed cultivator looked in the direction Lin Feng left and let out a sinister laugh. Then, he muttered to himself, "If I let this kid die so easily, then I will lose too much fun. However, if this kid can't quickly increase his cultivation, then it will be too boring. This also means that this kid doesn't have the qualifications for me to continue paying attention to him." Just now, it was this black-robed cultivator who saved Lin Feng. Then, the black-robed cultivator quickly left. However, he did not know who this person was. But what was certain was that this person was definitely a terrifying existence that was unimaginable. Over the next few days, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang kept looking for the chaos door. But even after searching for a long time, they still couldn't find it. It was as if the chaos gate had suddenly disappeared from the world. They were not the only ones looking for the chaos gate. There were also quite a few cultivators who were searching for the primal chaos gate. However, no one was able to find the chaos gate. This situation made many people feel that something was amiss. Had the chaos gate really disappeared? If the primal chaos gate disappeared, what would happen to the cultivators who entered the primal chaos gate? Could it be that after those people obtained the opportunity, would the chaos gate appear again? At that time, the cultivators who obtained the fortune would be able to leave. As for the others, they were destined to have no fate with the world within the chaos gate. Thinking about it carefully, there was indeed such a possibility. For example, the opportunities in the world behind the chaos gate might only belong to a few or a dozen people. The vast majority of cultivators were destined to miss out on these opportunities. For many people, the world inside the chaos gate was destined to be filled with countless secrets that they couldn't explore. They could only hear about the world inside the chaos gate from others. Now, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang were a little discouraged because they couldn't find the Wantan gate even after searching for a long time. Although Daoist Wu Liang had the method to enter the chaos gate, if you couldn't find the chaos gate, you naturally wouldn't be able to enter the chaos gate. However, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang didn't give up. They felt that there might still be a chance to find the chaos gate. On this day, they saw a person. This person was none other than the Red World Fairy. Previously, when the Red World Fairy was fighting with the three great emperors, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang had watched from afar for a while. With such tyrannical strength, the three great emperors couldn't do anything to the Red World Fairy. They really didn't know how tyrannical the Red World Fairy was. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang were delighted when they saw the Red World Fairy. There was no reason for a powerful existence like the Red World Fairy to not enter the Chaos Gate after arriving in the Chaos Ancient Country. However, the Red World Fairy didn't enter the world inside the Chaos Gate. The Red World Fairy would definitely find a way to enter the world inside the Chaos Gate. If they followed the Red World Fairy, they might be able to find a way to enter the world inside the Chaos Gate. Thus, they followed behind Venerable Immortal Hong Chen. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang hoped that the Red World Fairy could find the Chaos Gate. When the time came, they would also benefit from it. Daoist Wu Liang knew the way to enter the world inside the Chaos Gate. As long as they could find the Chaos Gate, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang could also enter the world inside the Chaos Gate. The Red World Fairy had already noticed Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. However, the Red World Fairy didn't greet Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. Of course, she didn't chase them away. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang didn't know what the Red World Fairy was thinking. Therefore, they didn't rush up to greet the Red World Fairy. The Red World Fairy glanced at Lin Feng from time to time, and her gaze was somewhat meaningful. Lin Feng could feel that the Red World Fairy was looking at him with a strange gaze. However, Lin Feng didn't know what the Red World Fairy's gaze meant. It was a strange feeling, but he couldn't tell what kind of feeling it was. Daoist Wu Liang raised his eyebrows. When Lin Feng had the strand of red dust, Daoist Wu Liang already knew. Originally, Daoist Wu Liang thought that the Red World Fairy was likely to kill Lin Feng to pass the Great Emperor Tribulation. Then, She would become a great Emperor realm expert. However, the Red World Fairy obviously didn't take this path. Moreover, as the Red World Fairy broke through to the Great Emperor realm, the strand of red dust on Lin Feng's wrist disappeared. With the disappearance of the strand of red dust, it seemed to mean that Lin Feng and the Red World Fairy no longer had anything to do with each other. However, Daoist Wu Liang had another feeling. The disappearance of the strand of red dust didn't break the bond between Lin Feng and the Red World Fairy. On the contrary, it connected the two of them even more closely. Daoist Wu Liang was also very puzzled as to why he had such a strange feeling. However, Daoist Wu Liang had always been extremely confident in his feelings. I really don't know how this kid got involved with the Red World Fairy. Daoist Wu Liang couldn't help but mutter in his heart. It was precisely because of the special relationship between Lin Feng and the Red World Fairy that Daoist Wu Liang was now following the Red World Fairy without a trace of fear.